Act 2. Blood spilled and humanity unleashed. War has come and innocence destroyed. The seed was planted, but now it takes root as the world gets closer and our distinction is blurred. The more we reflect him, the more we're put down till no longer we bear his image and become one with the world. Chapter 23. Peaceful Men of a Violent World. Weeks later, mid-January 2278. My home of New Canaan had every reason to believe that the new year would start right, and that it did. A new start is a wonderful thing, and the wonder and hope of Christmas Eve only gave way to even more restoration with the celebrations of Christmas Day, despite the somber tone of that time on the way home after the end of the Christmas Eve sermon. After a wonderful morning with the family, my wife and I agreed that we'd attend the celebration with the general population rather than the Guard's special celebration, since we attended the Guard one last year. As great as the Guard's community gatherings were, Daniela was right in saying it was good for me to associate with my neighbors more often. But she did agree that we should take the kids to the Guard's party if just to say hello before the Christmas Day sermon in the temple. The celebration with the general population was quite the spectacle, and unlike anything you'd see in over 100 miles in any other direction, almost every inch of the town square was packed with stalls from the local trades and every able-bodied New Canaanite within the walls. It wasn't often we saw the square as lively as it was, and between all the fun and laughter and incredible food, I had a great time. Although, despite the amount of wonderful neighbors I hadn't associated with much, and despite the warmth and love beneath the speakers playing Joy to the World or other tunes, I frequently found myself looking off towards the southeast quarter of town where I knew all the guards, and their families were having their celebration. I tried not to think about it, and had many conversations with my brothers in the general populace, but it was very difficult to find anyone I knew more intimately amongst the crowds. I exchanged brief words with Mr. Mathers and Daniel, but they were occupied with other matters and people demanding their attention, and all the while I found myself looking over the crowds in search of Graham. Much to my surprise, I couldn't find him anywhere. I figured a large crowd centered around someone buried deep within would indicate his location, but there were no such crowds beyond the ones around performers of the community, so I began to think he may have been attending the Guard celebration. My wife sat engaged with the wives and young women of her volunteer group. Michelle was engaged with her friends about to go on mission, and Hannah and Joseph were off running around with their friends. As I sat there, I couldn't quite shake this strange feeling of loneliness. Eventually, my wife must have seen this in me, and perhaps noticed my stare at some of the guardsmen's widows, or the parents of guardsmen I lost, and figured we'd been at the general gathering long enough. With that, she nudged me and said we could go to the guardsmen's party over at the single boys' home or barracks. How our children found us on the walk over to the southeast quarter, I don't know, but when I arrived at the party, I was with my whole family. We passed several of the younger guardsmen in the street on their way to the party with the general populace to meet with girls they liked or things like that, and soon we arrived. Just like the other, but quite a bit smaller, the plaza before the barracks where we held our morning musters was full of guardsmen and their parents or families. Joseph ran off to go brag to the Langdon kids and constable's girl about the new shoes I'd gotten him, while the rest of us approached the tables and the somewhat thinning crowds around this private party. We weren't able to spend more than 15 minutes at the table with the constable, Doyle, Pryor, Camden, Salazar, Kennedy, etc., and their prospective families, but even the remaining single guardsmen greeted our arrival warmly. We all chatted about this and that, knowing the time was fast approaching for the temple service, but the jokes went on about who was on the skeleton crews and why they were there, while at one point I began looking around. It wasn't a moment later that Salazar asked me if I knew where Graham was, since they knew I'd just come from the town celebration. However, the topics went right along as soon as I explained I didn't know and thought him here. I did wonder where Graham was and considered asking the constable if he'd send someone to fetch him if he was still in his lodgings on the other end of town. As soon as I was about to ask this, it was time to go, and I was distracted by the effort of rounding up the kids. I didn't think much of Mr. Graham again on approach to the temple, while filing inside of the temple, or while taking a seat in the guard section of the pews, or even while worship began. I think the majority of my search for him amongst the crowds was just to ensure a man or even men like him weren't isolating themselves while the community all got together. In the end, It was about halfway through Mordecai's Christmas Day sermon that my unconscious search ended abruptly when I caught a glimpse of him sitting wrapped as usual in an aisle seat on the other side of the temple. I didn't recognize the elderly woman he was sitting next to since I could only see the backs of their heads. Either way, upon seeing him, and upon surmising the woman to be one of the elderly who wanted to pray with him, I couldn't think of anything other than, oh, there he is. That was the end of my curiosity about the matter, but figured I would try to see how he was holding up once the sermon was over. In the end, I intended to follow through on this, but something else happened at the end of the concluding prayer and the words, Amen. I wish you all a Merry Christmas and a wonderful start to the new year. As the town filed out the large temple doors ready to finish their day and make dinner plans full of the Christmas spirit or ready themselves for the new year, I lost Graham in the crowd, but ran into someone I didn't expect. Walking into the center aisle with my family behind me, I ran into a man accompanied by 2 uniformed men of the new Canaan Guard, who looked vaguely familiar. I couldn't quite place who he was till the man in a plain-collared black long sleeve and tan slacks said timidly, Hey, Paul, right? His face looked familiar in a way I couldn't place, but I couldn't make heads or tails of his identity until I noticed the guardsman had stopped when he did, while the rest of the town filed around him towards the doors. Tom Cade? I asked, letting the question hang and trying to remember whether or not he always had a short beard. I hadn't thought about him in weeks, and seeing his face didn't help much with my recognition. It was only instinct that saw the clean but bearded face that made me suggest the name I did. The man began to work his sleeves through the big faded black jacket in his arms, and the guards continued to stay where they were, while a faint smile grew on his face and he replied, The very same. How've you been? Looking over his outfit one last time before he zipped up the jacket, it was his slicked back hair for some reason that truly impressed me since I remembered the last time I saw him every part of his physical appearance said he was still recovering from a gunshot and wearing his dust-covered waster jacket and accoutrements that went with wasteland life and bounty work. All I could say in response to the clean and neutered-sounding man between 2 guardsmen in the new Canaan temple was, I've been well, just here with my family. What about that sermon? What about you? How have you been these days? He zipped his jacket all the way up, smiled calmly, and said in that same timidity, That sermon was wonderful. Of course I'd heard about Christmas in the wastes for a long time, but I hadn't known what it was truly all about since the start of the season. That sermon, and the one last night, certainly told me a lot about it, and I'm glad my escorts here told me which chapters of the gospel I should read beforehand. He paused thoughtfully, gesturing to the 2 guardsmen behind him at the word escorts, and I stood there with a blank mind completely dumbstruck when I compared this guy with the Tom Cade I met over a month and a half earlier. The man went on after a moment, I think I'd really like to talk to Mordecai himself one of these days. Seems real approachable and makes some of what I've read about in bed so much easier to understand. Somewhat stupefied, I glanced back at my family who stood staring at him wondering if they'd seen this man before. I briefly considered introducing him to my family, and the feeling was strong, but he went on, But I'm doing all right. I'm still confined to the cell mostly. Some of my escorts have said I've been in there quite a while longer than most, but that's okay. They let me decorate the place, and I get to walk the southeast quadrant for a good hour or 2 every day. It's also really kind of them to reserve a spot for me in the temple every Sunday. That's never been necessary, but it's more than appreciated. As he spoke in that tone, and as I heard his words, I began to feel legitimately bad about suggesting to the constable that he be confined until further notice. My suggestion was clearly taken up, and although it may have given him the humility that the outlaw I met at Rock Shack nearly 2 months ago desperately needed, it hit me in a way I didn't expect when he went on. Although it sounds like they're going to let me out of my cell for work in the fields or a trade at the start of the new year, so I've really been looking forward to that. He paused, glanced over both shoulders towards his escorts, and I was still too speechless to say anything when he concluded, Anyway, I'll let you and your family on your way. It was real nice to see you, though, and I pray there's no hard feelings between us. At that, he left. His escorts moved him towards the doors and into the crowds of my brothers and sisters. After a moment, my wife asked who he was, but for a moment I had nothing. At the passing of a few seconds, I told her the name and she was left with a simple, "Oh?" Probably trying to remember who I told her that name belonged to as my eyes followed him out. I never got to speak to Graham on Christmas Day, and that was the last I would see of Tom Cade for yet another while. Running into him gave me lots to tell Doyle and the members of my detachment who knew him on that trip out to investigate the totem. Later on, after telling them how he was and the impression he left me with, such things would give rise to statements from John and Ramos like he has to be faking, and Nathan, he's either faking or he's genuine. Suppose change could happen if I were locked in a room with a Bible for weeks on end. Later on, a talk with Doyle revealed his simple conclusion about the Cade matter. I hope he does change, or I hope it sticks at least. Hudson and Lockwood were of the same mind, and landing on the same conclusion as John and Ramos, while Mr. Schmidt's only thoughts on the matter were, the guy I got this hat from? I don't remember him. Either way, the matter soon faded into the background with the passing of each day, and the routine of life resumed. Once all the family matters around this season were formally over, and that routine became too much, I was reminded of something I told myself I would do at the start of the new year, and leapt at that with some enthusiasm I wouldn't have expected after the emotions of Christmas Eve. I think it was the fact that I didn't recognize the guards who served as Cade's escorts on Christmas Day that grew in my subconscious and gave me the enthusiasm to finally restore my detachment to full strength after the events of last September. After the start of the new year, and after settling back into the routine of my duties, the routine made me grow restless, and it was in this period around the first weeks of January 2278 that I approached the constable with my request. To keep it short, he was delighted to hear that I was finally going to act upon something that I probably should have begun around late November with the end of the mourning period. Shaking the lingering depressive thoughts of those men I failed like Evan Buller out of my mind, I began the recruitment effort perhaps around January 12th. The idea was a wonderful one to the men of my detachment, and I would regularly head over to the little Southwest QD library to begin drafting the requests for volunteers. The men especially liked being diverted from the monotony of tower duties and market patrols to make posters with me. I used this time to spend more time with the men under Rhines's squad while still keeping close with the boys like Ramos, Carl, and Nathan. Even the guys under Mr. Langdon's squad didn't see their comrades under Rhines that often, at least on duty. So the task of making and posting flyers for the young men of New Canaan to volunteer was a wonderful bonding time for them as well. Personally, and as much as I enjoyed these little moments, I knew they wouldn't have to be involved in the hardest part. 2 Sundays in a row, I would spend leaving my detachment in the towers or gateposts as soon as Mordecai's sermon was done on the radio, and headed inside to speak with the population of New Canaan in the square. As it turned out, the posters were largely useless in the purpose they were created for, because the number of young men to approach the barracks or home due to them was 0. It was easy for such things to be overlooked by the populace when they were posted to the same boards as the ones asking for mission volunteers, charity work, language programs, or voluntary work groups. However, they were noticed by some, since after each of those Sundays, there would always be 2 or 3 groups of parents who'd see me and approach with something along the lines of, "Hey, Lieutenant Young, my husband saw your poster the other day, and we thought that was a fantastic idea for our dear boy. We were going to take him over to your house, but the husband and I have just been so busy we hadn't even mentioned it to him yet." After such things, and after being told to give Daniela their best, they'd usually send me to their directionless son's address on the other end of town. From there, the door knocking began, and the doors would open to present me with a fine young new Canaanite man that I didn't have much to say to. So many of those parents, after their introductions, would add things like, "Jimmy has been back from mission for nearly half a year now, and is still rather undecided in what to do with himself. I hear he's looking to join the smithing trade, but we hear from him so little these days. You should go talk to him." Upon seeing the young man in the open door and remembering what his parents said, I usually couldn't say much more than, "You want to join the new Canaan Guard? Your parents said you might be interested." If the response wasn't, "I can't. I already promised Mr. So-and-so that I'd apprentice with the smithing, scav, construction, outreach, sanitation, or etc. trades," the other response was, "I'd like to, but my mom said she'd kill me if I did without getting married first. I'm going to propose to Ruth, Sally, Maya, etc. soon, but she seems to want me working in X, Y, or Z trade." Bottom line, the work was not fun. and the second response or something like it was more common than I expected. In fact, some of the times I mingled with the populace after Sunday service, those parents came to me in other ways, like, "Oh, Paul. I can call you Paul, right? Either way, the wife and I saw your posters, but please don't let our precious little Billy join the Guard if he comes to you. He had such a rough time on mission last year, and we heard what happened to the Buller boy, Gates brothers, etc. Billy isn't cut out for the Guard, and we think he's going to be much better off in the XYZ trade. Also, Sally may say yes if he proposes soon." In the end, whether I was door-knocking in the housing blocks for single men, telling people about the job at men's Bible studies, or asking around the trades for those apprentices who might not be adjusting too well to their desired job, I had little luck at the start. Of the 10 interviews I conducted when things did start picking up, the very first 6 were complete failures. I hinted at later success, but when the first 6 were flops, my enthusiasm for the task was almost gone. After the seed had been planted by Mr. and Mrs. Suanzo, and after their boy decided to seek me out, I was notified by one of the constable's runners that the young mister was waiting for me at the barracks, or my home. A firm handshake and inflation of my posture made me excited, but then the interview started, and after introductions, the first question about the job was always, "Entrance Enforcer? What's that?" I thought I was here to join the Guard. I'd forgotten. The official title for everyone in the black and white uniform was Entrance Enforcer. Although it was true we were generally referred to as the Guard by the general population, and us, the formalities and titles might have been something of a turn-off, since it implied a specific responsibility. Regardless of my explanation of duties and how they were more than just watching over the gates, the job did not appeal to any of the young men who applied, and I felt like I was trying to convince them to join rather than see if they were qualified or had the right mindset. That said, my first 3 interviews with young new Canaanites were flops. None of them wanted anything to do with the Guard. Strangely enough, however, the next 3 would have been perfect candidates with the amount of enthusiasm they had, if only they were a few decades younger. I truly meant it when I told Mr. Larson that I would love to have him in the Guard, and the light in his eyes at that didn't make it any easier when I told him that I would unfortunately have to deny his placement in my detachment. I simply didn't believe he would be able to pass the training regimen, or be able to participate in the duties given his broken hips. Although he was over 60 and nearing 70, his spirit would have more than made up for his abilities if both of those hips weren't broken twice over in the past 2 years. It felt really bad to tell him that it was in fact too late to change trades. I knew he had been a wonderful butcher for more than 4 decades, but he probably missed his chance to join the Guard after his second of 4 hip surgeries. This thing happened for the remainder of those first 6 interviews. Old men would come to me who wished they'd done more, only to be let down when I said they weren't physically able. It wasn't like the training for guardsman duty was that strenuous. Training wasn't more than 4 weeks where the new man would exercise, practice shooting at the range, learn how to detect threats, learn techniques for de-escalation, and then techniques for taking people down or self-defense. The rest was learned on the job and through experience. However, the idea of Mr. Larson needing yet another hip surgery after getting floored in sparring practice was too much for my conscience, so I think I made the right call. Mr. Larson was the only one I truly felt bad about. The other 2 old-timers were very understanding, and I think Mr. Hokatan, an old tribal new Canaanite, just came into the barracks office to chat about his grandkids who were coming up on 8. Either way, after those first 6 failures, my plan to get a simple 5 additional men for my detachment was not going too well. And so, it was probably around January 20th of the new year that I began door-knocking again with little hope. The only hope about this whole thing came when I went to a mission coordination meeting with Michelle a few evenings previously, once I was off duty. After the event was over, and after the groups of young adults were dispersed, it was then that several young men approached me saying they'd seen the posters and would love to join the Guard as soon as they got back from their first mission. That brought some hope to my heart, but I couldn't wait another 8 to 10 months to fill my ranks, and I knew some of the young men would lose that drive out there on mission. I actually brought this up, and it was then that some of them asked if they could enlist instead or postpone their mission, since I told them how the Guard gets sent all over the wilderness a few times a year. Unfortunately, I had to tell them that such a thing wasn't allowed, except for As I told the young men that mission work was mandatory before joining the Guard, I found myself wondering if I should bring up Duncan Schmidt. Duncan Schmidt was about 18 at the time and had only joined the community of faith about a year and a half or so prior. That young man, I've mentioned on many occasions, was one member of the Guard that not many new Canaanites knew about. This was understandable given his character and reclusive nature, but I felt myself to be playing the hypocrite by telling the young men of Michelle's class that they couldn't join the Guard because they weren't matured enough to do so. Their first mission would give them the maturity required by the job and required by the elders. As I spoke to the young men, however, I got to thinking about Duncan, who wasn't nearly as spiritually mature as them, but was much more worldly mature. I think that was the key difference. I thought of the young man, Mr. Schmidt, and didn't even really see a kid. Despite a few small mannerisms and behaviors, I saw a young man when I looked at Mr. Schmidt, unlike what I saw when I looked at the young men of Michelle's class about to leave for mission. I knew from many Guard Bible studies over the past year that Duncan lived a hard life on his own in the Utah wilderness from a young age. The kid was a survivor, a hunter, a scout, and definitely a fighter when it came down to it. He was what the Guard needed at the time he was brought in, and he more than fit the bill when he came to us covered in dirt and with that worn rifle on his shoulder, saying he was here to offer what skills he had, so long as we gave him purpose or kept a roof over his head. That was to say nothing of his little display of expertise in the middle of the market where he first introduced himself to us. I mentioned that in Chapter 3. Still, a single look at that boy, even over a year later, said that he grew up wildly differently than the men of his age who grew up within New Canaan's walls. Looking at the boys like Isaiah, Hector, Ian, Jacob, Micah, or Dean, I knew that all of these boys could count the number of times they'd gone 5 miles beyond New Canaan's walls on one hand. In the end, and as enthusiastic as these boys may have been, they could not help fix my problem. They did, however, give me a glimpse of hope that there were some new Canaanites in town who would join. The first successes in the Guard's recruitment came 2 days after the event with Michelle's group. Another day of knocking on doors in single men's housing blocks passed, and I found myself at a particular block I think I was subconsciously avoiding. There at the northwest quadrant, Common Housing Building BLDG 2, I found a group of 7 young male workmen occupying the curb of that run-down motel building. They were kids, really, all sitting right in front of the door marked Unit 4 and on the side of the building, with the big open parking lot overlooking the north fields. The sun was very low, and the boys looked as though they were done with their work in the fields or trades for the day, and the men quieted their jovial talking as they eyed my approach. One of them was an older man I knew I had met before, on a few one-off occasions, by the name of Granger Till. The older man was stirring some stew or something from his chair next to a fire pit in the asphalt parking lot, not more than 10 feet from the group of young men. As the younger men quieted their talking, they didn't appear to do so out of suspicion, since I recognized a couple of them, but they seemed to do so out of curiosity. As the smell of that stew entered my nose, I realized how hungry I was, and remained thankful I sent Carl over to my place to let my wife know I'd be late for dinner. As I stepped up to warm myself by the fire and take in more of the smell, the older man in his early 40s caught eyes with me, asking, "Paul, right? Lieutenant Young?" I nodded at him. "You got it. Granger, right?" "Yes, sir," said the man before tasting the spoon and starting to stir the pot again. I added, "So, how's construction these days?" The acquaintance of mine grinned and squinted, seeming to know how hard I was searching my brain to remember him or his trade. Still, he replied kindly enough again with a, "All's good. Mostly just maintaining streets these days and patching up pipework in the homes now that the holiday's over." He paused and looked me over, as he must have figured I hadn't come to this part of town to associate with some lowly workmen or warm my hands by his fire. The man cleared his throat, wiped the dirt from his face with a jacket sleeve that only made the problem worse, before asking, "What brings you up this way? Guard need repairs on a tower again or something?" "No, not today, just business." I paused, and he saw where my eyes were looking. "You can have some if you'd like, Lieutenant Young. There's more than enough for you to join us." "Us?" I asked, before immediately realizing that's what the young men on the curb were waiting for. Granger said with a dry chuckle, "Sure. I keep my boys on this block fed best I can off work." "Ain't that right, kiddos?" A couple of the post-mission young men laughed and affirmed the words of Granger. One of the quieter men of the group, I believe the Hansley family's eldest son, sat quietly as the young tribal man behind him gave Hansley a light kick on the back with the words, "Honor thy father, Don Hansley." The others laughed at this. Donald Hansley shook his head and muttered something I'm pretty sure was, "I got no family on this side of town," and Granger Till said to the group, "Give it another minute, boys. It's almost done." The young men, of varying ages, pulled rusted or clay bowls and utensils from their laps or out of satchels and were ready to eat. I found myself staring at the Hansley kid and studying that frustrated look on his face as he stared at the crews hauling out their equipment for the morning to the North Fields. Just then, Granger Till asked me after one more taste from the pot, "So, Lieutenant Young, what sort of business you got on this end of town at such an hour?" I only kept looking at the young Hansley man until a second or two passed and the quiet young man felt the look enough to turn to me. "There," I said, "Donald Hansley?" "Yeah?" asked the young man, still evidently frustrated at something in general. I glanced at Granger, then back to the Hansley kid. "I had a chat with your parents outside the temple last Sunday, you know that?" The man shook his head, still staring distantly. "I didn't know that. What did they have to tell you?" "Seems as though they don't feel you're getting by too well working the North Fields. Is that true?" said I, feeling the eyes of everyone present drift towards me. The young man only shrugged and said, "Sorta," before resuming his look off at the fields. "I take it you had a rough time on mission last year." "Yeah, he did," said some of the young men at the same time beneath a chuckle as if to indicate a joke I wasn't in on. This response included Granger before the older one added, "Dinner up." The group of young men stood and made a line to get some dinner from their communal father, but the Hansley kid stayed put. I filled a spare bowl myself that Granger offered me, and said to the kid, "Well, I'm sure you've seen my flyers I've been putting across town?" The Hansley kid didn't move, but at this, all the men present added things like hadn't seen them or where, including Hansley when he heard the interest in his fellows. With the general confusion, Granger said as he filled his own bowl, "I hardly even see them flyer boards anymore, even around the temple. Got no time for all the volunteer groups and I use my Sundays for rest." This statement was shared by the group of young men. All of them, whether they were from loving families on another side of town, if they were brought to this housing block by conversion from places in the wilderness, or if they were awaiting their wedding day to their sweetheart after return from mission, all of them were field hands, farm workers, construction men, teamsters, scavers, restorationists, etc. Bottom line, they were all kept too busy in their temporary or permanent jobs to pay any mind to the temple or community requests for volunteers. There had been groups of men like these I'd reached out to over the past few weeks, but normally those were on the other side of town, or in parts of the community that belonged to young men less crushed by daily drudgery. I felt something different here, and upon learning that this group too had no knowledge of my task, this time felt unique for some strange reason. All the young men save for Hansley had their bowls filled and returned to their spots on the curb awaiting prayers before eating. One of the young men wiped the black dirt from his face with the sleeve of his jacket and resumed looking at me in anticipation of what I would say next. Seeing all the younger and older men looking at me, I kept my eyes on Hansley, who wouldn't return his attention to me. To wrangle his attention, I simply said, "That's why I'm here, Donald. If you're looking for a way out of what you're currently doing, my detachment needs more hands." The kid glanced at me but stayed silently nodding to himself in contemplation. He looked briefly towards the faces of his friends or neighbors as if looking for what to say, but all of them were looking at me. The momentary silence ended when one of the young men with another dirt-covered face asked, "Can anyone join?" I told the group, "I gotta interview you," but yeah, feeling a grin creep across my face at the sight of theirs. I had found my recruits, apparently. Why all the other young men I've spoken to over the past couple weeks didn't share this interest, I didn't know. However, that didn't seem to matter when I saw all the young men looking to one another and begin talking lowly. Almost immediately after giving my response, one of the men set his bowl aside and leapt up saying, "I'm gonna get Pat Fleischer." It felt satisfying to see all the interest these men had, but my attention was still largely on Donald Hansley, as I remembered my talk with his parents last Sunday. I told his parents I'd simply ask him about it if I stumbled across his path, and even though his sour mood didn't seem to change, that didn't appear to matter when I saw his pals, and watched the one who departed run down to what I figured was Unit 9 or Room 9. Returning my attention back to the group, my eyes lingered on the door he passed, the one marked Unit 8, and briefly remembered who inhabited that unit. I couldn't think about Unit 8's inhabitant long before my attention returned to the low conversations happening just before me. I brought myself back to the moment, looked down at Donald Hansley, who was at least looking towards his friends and neighbors now, as I said for all of them. Just think about it. Just ask a guardsman for me when I'm on duty, or come to my home whenever I'm off. You can find my address on the flyers near the center of town. Even though I was done, Granger spoke up. Hate to interrupt, Mr. Young, but can we pray? The boys and I are starving. Seeing the young men on the curb were still considering the offer to join the guard, I remembered I was famished as well and said, "Of course." "Care to lead it, Mr. Young?" asked the communal father. The boys bowed and the rest of us did too, and there I began. "Lord, thank you so much for this time and this stew. If it's at least half as good as it smells, we'll be more than thankful. I thank you for this time and this company I'm in, and I pray we use it well in your name. Amen." Some of the young men snickered, and the next few moments were quiet as we all ate. After a few seconds, one of the young men said, "Keep it short, Lieutenant Young." "I like that," another said after a mouthful. "Your dad's the worst about it, Hansley. Why does he always take 30 minutes to pray? And always when I'm starving too. It's like he knows when you're starving and does it on purpose," said another one of Don's friends. "There's a difference between thanking God and being long-winded about it," laughed another. I smiled. Even such a simple little prayer seemed to tell me all I needed to know about these young men. Each one of them would fit in perfectly with the rest of the guard. The others laughed or went into topics about this and that between bites, and I answered a few questions that came my way before I was done. There was a connection with these young men, and Granger. Overall, it was a nice time, and even Donald Hansley began to loosen up a bit. Things were looking good. After a few minutes, when the sun was almost completely below the west, the young man who took off for Pat Fleischer's door returned without the man he sought. Sitting down to join his pals, he looked up at me and explained after another brief prayer he only mouthed, "Couldn't get Pat out here, Mr. Young. He's not really in a social mood right now, but he did say he's interested in applying to your guard." "He all right?" I asked, finishing the last contents of my bowl. The glow of the cooking fire got brighter, and the wind got a bit colder, as the returned boy said nonchalantly, "Yeah, he's just been in a weird mood since he got back from mission last July." "I'll pray for him," said I, only for one of the young men to chime in. "That ain't it. He's been weird since that stuff with his dad." I couldn't distinguish much more beneath the increasing chatter before I asked the group, "Pat is Daryl's kid, right? Daryl from Missions Outreach?" "Yeah," said Hansley, now more sociable like his friends. "Pat's dad got the crap kicked out of himself at that brothel or bar last month. I thought about this, and it was certainly understandable for a frustrated young man with a bad mission experience to become even more willing to join the guard after hearing his father was sent into a short coma by that world outside. As uncomfortable as it was to even think this, I found myself thinking I had at least one jackpot winner in the name Pat Fleischer. From this point, I spent about another 30 or 40 minutes with this group of young men, as I answered their questions about the guard or joined them in chats about whatever was going on. Word was spread as more of the motel's occupants came out. Before I left, there were about 20 more residents of this block surrounding the fire or curbside till Granger's stew was all gone. Some of the men were young, some were around mine and Granger's age, but this place was like a little family and treated me as caringly as they would their own. Some came, some went, and some asked me about the guard, while others were just there for the stew or to socialize with their neighbors as night arrived. Someone had just turned on the building's exterior lights once the sun was long gone and the fire was too dim, and that told me it was about time to head back to my own family when I caught sight of Unit 8 beneath one of the lamps. Part of me was expecting that door to open and its occupant to come out to join his neighbors, but the other part of me was not surprised at all that it stayed shut. Perhaps he saw where I was looking and noticed my demeanor because Granger asked me with a nudge, "How many volunteers you need for the guard?" Turning to him, I answered honestly, "Just 5. I was going to say something else, but forgot what it was when the man's head and eyes made a gesture toward the building. "Well, it should be easy enough to find some volunteers here." He looked as though he was going to add something else and decided to continue on. It's a lot of thankless work that's done by the men in this block. Some of us been in our trades for decades. I'm one of them. The younger ones especially may be looking to change things up before they end up like some of us older fellas. Get me? I understand totally, said I, remembering some of those older men in the failed interviews and the young men who liked their trades too much to offer themselves to the guard. I saw a lot of myself in a lot of the men in this particular housing block, and even looking at Granger told me that a place like this is where I would have ended up if it wasn't for the woman I married and my relationship to the constable who almost raised me. I liked Granger, and I liked all these men. I knew it wasn't too late to change things up, even for the ones like Granger, and I think I communicated that the more time I spent with them this evening. Still, as nice as it was to tell these hard-working men that change was an option, I started to wonder if I should have been a bit more open about what that change could potentially do to you. Memories of all I'd been through for the guard flashed in my mind. Just as I was going to let Granger know to pass on word to his enthusiastic kiddos that the job was not an easy one, I think he already understood that because the next words out of his mouth implied a level of knowledge I wouldn't have guessed him, or anyone in this block to have. I don't know if you know Graham too well, but don't think too much about his old reputation. I seriously think you should think about asking him to join if you knock on Unit 8. Boys and I don't see him too much, but when we do, he's a nice enough fella, and he's definitely got some stories to tell. I didn't tell Granger all I knew about Graham, or how familiar with him I truly was, but that door to Unit 8 remained shut the rest of the time I was there, and I departed not long after giving some casual farewells to everyone I'd spoken to. On the walk home in the cold January air, I thought of everyone young or old I'd spoken to at Graham's motel, and mentally considered who I felt would honestly come in for interviews. Then I got to that suggestion again, and began wondering if the spirit and openness to join up with New Canaan's defenders came from the influence of their neighbor Graham. That was ridiculous. Perhaps it was part of the reason I got so many candidates in one evening, but there were so many other factors too. In the end, I just figured that whoever comes, will come, and left it at that. I got home that evening, had a nice quiet time with my family before it was time for the kids' bedtime. I read the younger ones a story to make up for my absence for most of the evening, and soon enough, I was lying in bed with the wife. Together we did our nightly reading for 45 minutes, and talked here and there. As I read, however, I couldn't get much past the page in 1 Kings I started at since I kept thinking, would he even be allowed to join if he tried? The very next day I was pulled from tower duty by one of the constable's runners for an interview. I wasn't given any word about who it would be until I was directed to the small little office beside the barracks armory, and saw who waited outside. I didn't recognize him at first, but the waiting person was a young face I met last night. He was one of the ones I answered several questions for, and was a handsome young man I indicated previously as one of tribal descent. A friendly reminder at the start of the interview told me his name was Likas Messiah, originally a tribal convert from the Talmagerians tribe. Although I will have more to say about this young man later, he was a perfect fit, and I was happy to accept him into the guard. With a training start date set 2 days from the interview, he immediately left to say farewell to his trade supervisor in the fields. That same day, and around 3 hours after the first interview, I received word from yet another one of the constable's runners about a new interview. Upon return to the office, I saw a man I'd only ever met a handful of times at community gatherings or Christmas Day ceremonies. This man was the one I hadn't had the chance to meet last night, Pat Fleischer. Pat indeed had a bit of a rough time on his mission trip last year, and although he would explain more to me and his new comrades about it, he wasn't content with the work he was doing immediately after returning. He originally never really considered joining the Guard, especially since his family and father were very involved in the temple sect and missions outreach. However, it wasn't until the events around the brothel I detailed earlier that he began to think about it. The poor lad was very upset and disappointed to hear what happened to his father during the first stage of the brothel shutdown, and heard about what the Guard did in response. Once again, I had yet another trainee for my detachment beginning the same day as Likas. 2 days after the evening at the motel, I had a visit at my home from a man I was starting not to expect. Donald Hansley didn't seem much interested in the idea of joining the Guard when I left him and his neighbors that night. He didn't really have any questions to ask, even when his intrigue turned into a faint flicker by the enthusiasm of his neighbors. So, I invited the young man inside, The wife gave him an extra serving, and he joined us for dinner before I interviewed him in the living room. I decided it wasn't best to go into specifics during the interview, and I didn't want to scare him off because he was certainly a fit and healthy enough man for the job. In the end, he shook my hand and agreed to join. However, there was part of me that felt his decision was at least in part inspired by words with his parents. Either way, the words, "couldn't hurt to try," and "it's gotta be better than field work" was good enough for me, so I told him after the handshake that he'd start when Lycus and Pat would the very next morning. I had just finished introducing the new guardsmen to my detachment and handed them over to John to get them uniforms, when the constable told me about a new candidate immediately after morning muster. Inside the barracks, I met with Granger Till himself. My interview with that man was much longer than the others, mostly because I simply enjoyed talking to him. Once the interviews were over and before it went on too long, he ended up telling me how he thought it over for quite a while and decided to give his request to leave trades just yesterday. He was practically one of the heads of construction himself, so his partners were rather shocked when he told them he was going to leave the trade he was in for 20 years in exchange for service in the Guard. He would be missed, and asked if it would be all right for him to assist his replacement if construction ever needed him to, and I told him I would ask the constable about it. Later that day, the constable approved, and we agreed he'd start his first day in my detachment at the start of the next week. So that was it. I got 4 replacements in the span of 3 days. I felt as though my job was done as the days passed, and I had my 4 new trainees running sparring drills with the constable's trainer until the day was over. I spent a whole week feeling proud and accomplished with my new trainees doing just great. At sunset, when the changing of the guard was underway, I found myself outside the barracks with all the day shift boys heading inside. Looking at the building and ready to head back home for time with the family, I was stopped by the constable, who put a hand on my shoulder and said, "The new lads are doing great, Paul. You must be proud." I was just about to tell him how proud exactly I was of the new guys when he added, "Where's the last one coming from?" By the time I was laying down for bed, I had concluded that the fire started by my evening at the motel had officially died, and I too was at a loss on where to get the last man to replenish my detachment. The next morning during muster, I was called to the office for one last interview when he stepped through the door. Chapter 24. Disciples of All the Nations. I must admit that when I was told to wait in the office for another interview, I was not expecting Joshua Graham to come through those doors. I recalled the look on the runner's face when he approached me at the end of muster, and it didn't make much sense even when the applicant came in or after hearing the excitement outside. The door was closed, and I could hear the muffled chatter of all the day shift guardsmen waiting in line to get their shift weaponry from the armory. But I didn't even think of it when I heard the strange silence or the uproar afterward. They weren't cheering, they weren't yelling, shouting, or anything like that. It just appeared like a whole bunch of questions were asked at once. When the man stepped through the doors, those muffled questions I couldn't decipher suddenly became clear as can be when they replayed in my mind. "What brings you here, Mr. Graham?" "Look who's here." "Come to say hello, Mr. Graham?" Perhaps the boys outside didn't know what to think when he entered the barracks, then the office, and when the door shut behind him. I was already stepping into the barracks by the time the muster was dismissed, and doubted any of the guardsmen knew I was in there for an interview. Either way, there he was. Joshua Graham stood across from me in worn brown cowboy boots, frayed jeans, and one of his old white shirts loosely tucked into his jeans, exposing that large belt buckle. He stared at me with every part of his body that would have otherwise shown skin covered in the familiar white cloth bandages, and those eyes were still as piercing and blue as the ones I saw that night he arrived. Idiot me was not expecting him at all, and as much as he seemed to have a certain way with me, his arrival only made me say, "How are you doing, Mr. Graham? I'd love to chat with you, but I'm about to interview another candidate for the Guard." He stared at me silently until I felt my words trail off. It sunk in just then and hit me like a brick before he said calmly and deeply,
"I'm here to join, if you'll have me."
There simply isn't a lot to say about the interview. I hesitantly asked him all the questions I'd asked the others, and he answered them simply while my mind was firmly elsewhere. After all was done, and he explained that his reasoning for joining was simply to give back to the community that accepted his return, There was another awkward moment of silence before he read the face I'd been making since he sat across from me. He asked flatly,
You don't know if you're allowed to accept me into the Guard, or your detachment, do you?
I could only nod my head. That was what I was thinking. Still, the question reminded me of another thought I had near the start of the interview, thus prompting me to ask, Who did you ask to request the interview? I wanted him to say, The constable gave me permission to interview and join, but instead he replied,
Oh, just one of the constable's runners I crossed paths with on my morning walk.
He paused and must have seen the face I made at his answer because he added,
You're saying I should speak to the constable about it first?
Again, I could only nod. There, I thought of his first question at the end of the interview.
You don't know if you're allowed to accept me.
And that question was more than fitting. I didn't know if I was allowed to tell him welcome aboard, and strangely enough, I didn't even know if that was something I wanted. I thought of his arrival, the first time I landed eyes on him almost 4 months earlier, and then about the talk I had with him in Dr. Franklin's clinic. Then the night in the temple, the talk with Mrs. Neal, the warning from Cade, and then his display of brutal mercy in the middle of the market. Then I thought of the guardsmen. I thought of all their talk and enthusiasm for what had happened to that waster. I remembered the sight of all my comrades covered in their own bandages, the talk and speculation, the meetings with the elders, the questions on duty over the weeks. And then I thought of his stay at my family's home. I thought of that first dinner with him, Mr. Mathers, and Daniel under our roof, and what he said at the end there. He told us how he received approval from the constable himself for later service in the Guard. Regardless of how I felt about Joshua or his actions, I really couldn't tell you what I thought of the idea when it was sitting in front of me. All I could say to him in that moment was, At dinner, when you stayed with my family, you said the constable approved of your offer to join the Guard. I hesitated, looking for more to add, something to take away from how I personally felt about his joining my detachment. Then I added, I must admit that I wasn't expecting the constable to approve so soon. The silence hovered between us, and I studied his rapt face, wishing his face was exposed like others that I was usually good at reading. After a moment, he nodded ever so slowly and merely asked,
Should I ask the constable, or should you? I would greatly appreciate word from him whether or not the permission he and I discussed is a yes or a no.
Another silence ensued, for this time a longer moment. Both of us were stuck in contemplation. He wondered whether or not I would reach out to the constable. Myself still wondering how I truly felt about him, or the idea of him joining the Guard at all. I felt his eyes on my person and looked up from the papers on the desk to meet them before my mouth said for me, I'll ask the constable about it and get back to you. Later. I will approve it. Who better for him to serve under than yourself, Paul? I'll admit that this is subject to change if the elders disapprove, but provided he remains inside the walls, atop the towers, and not in the market grounds, I don't see much issue with it. Perhaps he can serve as a runner or something in town? The elders originally declined when the constable approached them about the idea of Graham serving in the Guard. There was a lot to it, and the idea brought about another small series of meetings between himself and the leaders of the temple sect. I trained the other new men or joined my men in the markets, waiting for the moment that a runner would approach and say my presence was needed. But that never happened. The constable himself was the only person whose testimony was needed, and being one of the most loved men in the community regardless of sect or trade, he eventually got his way. I began wondering why the constable was so insistent about it, and distinctly remember one moment during the talk when I first approached the constable about who I interviewed. He asked me at the end how I felt about the idea, and I remembered thinking a lot about it afterward. At the time, however, I answered him with a simple, "He is certainly qualified." Still, I wondered why the constables seemed to fight for him so much. In the end, the short version that brought the elders around was the fact that he wouldn't be exposed to the population outside the walls, and the argument that he still had no place in the community. The latter fact was more than true. Joshua Graham was more or less put in an empty unit of that housing block for single workmen, just so the elders didn't have to think about him anymore, out of sight and out of mind. He became somewhat close with the workmen of that housing block, evidenced by the words of my new guardsmen, and that evening I spent over at their home. However, Graham's condition and situation made it impossible for him to work the fields, construction, scav, restoration, sanitation, water, or really any trade in town. Being without a job or task to do creates idleness. And I think it was the idea that they were forcing the sin of idleness upon a redeemed man that ultimately made the elders relent. That, and probable fear of what an idle ex-warlord would do if his mind wasn't occupied in a fruitful manner. Nearly 3 days after I interviewed Joshua Graham about placement in my guard detachment, the constable walked up the steps of the tower my squad was assigned to with another in tow. Constable Henshaw didn't need to introduce the boys to our newest man that late afternoon. Joshua Graham was assigned to my detachment, and the recruitment and replenishment was over at last. The next day, some of my men went across town to pull down the posters we put up. The training with the new men went on. Joshua was issued the equipment of a guardsman, and I decided it best to rearrange my squads to accommodate the new men and the burned one. About 4 weeks later, this was a good setup. I moved John Langdon to take charge of the new men. They were done with their initial training by almost 2 full weeks and were busy patrolling the markets for experience. There in the tower, I stood with a newly arranged squad atop the western tower. I hadn't really said much about my other squad leader, Chance Rhines, or the men who'd been under his charge for over half a year, but with the new arrangement, I was liking it. Joining me atop the west tower were Chance, Logan Barnett, Nathan, and Joshua Graham. I was still absent one squad leader since I lost Gavin Salazar in the white leg attack I mentioned last September. Because of that, I usually took charge of the boys occupying the east tower. During this time, I was going back and forth much more between my squads than I had previously. On this particular day, I was just checking up on Rhines, after spending much time with John Langdon and the new men throughout each day. Despite focusing on the new men, I was still much better about checking in with the other squads these days, especially after the rearrangement. Most of the time I wasn't with John and the new men. I was normally taking personal charge of the leaderless squad consisting of Ramos, Carl, and 2 of the guys who used to be under Rhines, Dean Parrish and Oscar Savitt. This day's circumstance, however, had me leave the company of Ramos, Carl, Dean, and Oscar, and I was happy to be atop the west tower with Rhines, Mr. Barnett, Mr. Graham, and Nathan. I always really liked Nathan, and time spent with Chance and Mr. Barnett was always great. But I only left my regular boys in the East Tower for a reason. And that reason wasn't just to check in with Mr. Graham. Mr. Graham was not only still an unknown or intrigue to the men of the guard, but he was also the only new guardsman who couldn't patrol the markets or do anything beyond the town walls. So he couldn't join Mr. Langdon and the others below. As I stood looking out over the market in the late February cold, I followed John with my eyes as he led the new guardsmen around the market stalls, shacks, lean-tos, Trinity Inn, caravans lining the roads, etc., until I lost them in the crowd and turned back to the conversation happening behind me while Mr. Barnett lay on the anti-material rifle. It was said I approached Mr. Rhines' squad in the tower for a reason I hadn't uttered yet, even though my mind was certainly already more than focused on that reason in the moment. Still, there was some time to kill, and losing Mr. Langdon and the new men in the crowds put me in desperate need of a distraction. Thankfully, I had my distraction because of Nathan and the conversation he was having with Rhines. I heard Nathan say to me just as I turned, "So, Paul, Lieutenant Young, have you heard back from the constable regarding my petition?" "And what petition is that?" said I, before immediately remembering. "Would you let it go, Nathaniel?" asked Logan Barnett, still staring out beyond the market through the lens of the rifle. "All I'm saying is that I don't think it's fair, you know?" said Nathan. Joshua stood in the far corner like the statue he was good at being, merely shifting his eyes between whoever spoke beneath the canopy above us. Rhines propped his feet up on the box with the radio atop it, as his eyes rolled and he lifted his hat's visor. Chance Rhines spoke what I was going to say. "This again, Nate? Why don't you ask him yourself, you know, instead of us? Go ahead and tell him how you've been feeling." Rhines gestured to the corner, and Nathan adjusted the scoped .308 rifle resting on his hip as he leaned against the railing. He turned his head towards Graham, and a bead of sweat trickled down his face despite the cold when I urged him on. "Go on, Nathan. Tell him how unfair you think his situation is." Nathan raised his head again, puffed out his chest, and looked to Mr. Graham, as the rapt man's eyes went from Rhines to me, then to Nathan. Nathan cleared his throat, met the silently waiting eyes of Graham, and spoke. "Mr. Graham, I didn't intend to express my feelings about your situation behind your back, but the lieutenant and Mr. Rhines here insist on my being frank." Joshua Graham's gaze remained fixed on the face of Nathaniel as the latter resumed. "Now I know you've been through quite a lot, but I just don't think your being here the way you are is entirely fair for me and at least 6 others who signed my petition." I don't know if Graham was thinking the petition was about his presence amongst the Guard, about his removal from the community or something like that. All I know is that Nathan was intentionally creating the impression that his petition was about something like that as he spoke. Either way, the eyes of Graham remained piercing the young man's soul when he finished expressing the cause for his petition of grievance with the former legate. I'm sure I speak for many other guardsmen when I say I don't think it's fair that you get to wear jeans every day on duty, and we have to wear the black cargo pants and uniform all the time. Logan audibly stifled his laughter behind the bolt of that sniper rifle. Rhines and I couldn't help but shake our heads. And Mr. Graham remained a silent statue, as Nathan let loose a sigh, as if he was just relieved of the heaviest burden. A momentary silence lingered. Graham's eyes pierced the young jokester further, and Nathan added, "Still, all my petition asks for is a casual Friday for the Guard once a month. It just isn't fair that you get to wear jeans every day, while we have to wear the full uniform all the time. That ain't too much to ask, right?" Logan turned his head back to say, "It's Wednesday anyway, Nathan," to which Nathan only said, "Still." Graham was normally willing enough to engage with the guardsmen, whether he was joining my normal group in the towers or the squad under Rhines. He usually had the odd word to say about this or that to whatever was talked about or whatever question was sent his way by the younger guardsmen. He was largely exempt from the training of the new men and stood apart from the groups atop the tower when he wasn't acting the part of a messenger or manning the anti-material rifle. Apart from the normal training a new guardsman of the community was subject to, the man was also exempt from the traditional uniform requirements as well. This is what prompted Nathan to make his stupid petition for the constable about getting a casual Friday for the Guard once per month. Nathan was literally the only one I knew to ever vocalize his concern about this matter that I knew of, and I was only able to imagine the other 6 who signed it did so as part of a joke. And so, long after Nathan was done speaking, Joshua Graham continued to stare at Nathan, clad in some snakeskin boots, worn jeans, a white long sleeve, a black SLCPD guardsman vest, and without the optional cap of a traditional guardsman. I never did hear why the constable allowed him to join without the mandatory black boots and pants, but when I brought up Nate's petition in a chat with him a few days previously, the constable only replied, "Nate's a fool." Most of us figured Graham's choice of apparel had something to do with his burnt skin condition, while others figured the constable had more things to worry about than the uniform of the new Canaan Guard's special case. Long after Nathan finished speaking, the silence was finally broken when Joshua said, lowly and seriously,
"Hand me the petition and I will sign it for you, Nathan."
Nathan shouted his joy at this, and just before Rhines or myself could warn Graham not to indulge Nate's sense of humor, someone came up the steps to the tower. Seeing it was none other than the constable, the large man greeted the whole tower, asked how Mr. Graham was doing, and said to me, "Figured you'd be up here, Paul. Thought I'd personally let you know that you can leave for the day. I will be attending as well so we can head to the ceremony together, if you don't mind such a thing." "That's wonderful, sir. Thank you so much," said I, seeing the confused looks from Rhines and Nate. Logan glanced back at me for the news, and Graham remained in place before I spoke the news I originally came up to this tower to deliver. "Boys, if you'll excuse me, I'll be leaving you under the care of Mr. Langdon and Rhines for the rest of the day. I need to go be there for my daughter's departure ceremony." At the last word, the faces of Nathan and Rhines twisted from confusion to happiness as they remembered what I'd been talking about the past 2 weeks on duty. "That's right. Give Michelle my best, Paul," said Rhines. followed by the others giving similar sentiments. I blushed as I stepped towards the constable, and just before I let them all know that they were invited to my family's celebratory dinner that evening, Mr. Graham said the simple words,
"I'll pray for her."
I think it was the way he said those words that stuck with me, but I didn't have time to think about it as I left them all with the invitation and proceeded down the steps with Constable Hanshaw. Graham didn't say, "I'll pray she has a safe journey," or "I pray she has a great experience on her first mission," or anything like what was common upon hearing that news. All he said was, "I'll pray for her," in that same emotionless deepness characteristic for him. I again didn't think much of that at the time. I was too excited to see my daughter on the proudest day of her life so far, and forgot about the words of Graham almost as soon as I stepped into the street with the constable. Constable Hanshaw and I walked down the road towards the town center silently for only a few moments before I remembered I was supposed to retrieve Michelle's gift on my way over. Stopping in the street, I said I had to make the quick detour, and why? Hanshaw said simply, "No need for that, Paul." I passed Daniela on my way to the West Tower. She told me to tell you just to go straight there. Suppose your words explain the little post box in her hands. That was a relief. And so, Hanshaw and I proceeded onward, passing another small residential block off the main street before reaching the final block marking the edge of the town center. There weren't many in the streets at this time. Everyone in town was busy working their trades. Beyond the distant tink of hammers working in the restorationist shops and smiths, the town was silent until we reached the open town center. Stepping into the open square, looking past the central fountain and towards the steps up to the temple, I could immediately hear the faint noise of the choir singing somewhere in the prayer garden. As soon as I heard this, the constable turned toward me as we continued along. "You excited, Paul?" I let the words hang for a moment, trying to make out the song beneath the wind before I answered. "Just nervous." I saw the face he made and corrected, "Not too nervous. It's just a big step, you know?" "I do indeed know," said the constable, facing forward again with a smile just as we reached the fountain. "I remember feeling how you're feeling now when you were about to go on mission that first time." The memories hit me, and together we looked into the waters of the little fountain as we passed slowly by. I couldn't imagine at the time what he and Leslie must have been thinking at the time I first set out. I know I don't talk about it much, but the constable and his wife essentially raised me from when I was just a boy. I don't even remember my parents, even though I know how they died. Constable Hanshaw was the man I always considered my father, and if they felt for me half of what I feel for my daughter, it's almost too much. I gave a nod I knew he could see, just as more of those memories returned to mind. I just hope Michelle doesn't have an experience like mine, or ours. This time, the constable nodded, and we stayed silent as we went up the steps toward the temple. It wasn't more than 2 weeks ago that Michelle finally turned 18. I was pretty busy and showed up to her celebration late since the new guards were still in the heat of their training. Donald Hansley was really struggling to do this takedown properly, and Lycus was excellent with it. Mr. Langdon and I stayed a while past the shift just to work with the two and help Mr. Hansley get the hang of it before we could move on the next day. Needless to say, I showed up late for Michelle's 18th. I walked through those doors after most of her friends had left. All the boys in her class had already left before they could be there for more than 2 hours, as per custom. But Michelle was having a wonderful time with Laura, Maya, Sarah, Picana, and Mary. I knew there were others at her little party, but by the time I showed up, this was all there was. Michelle came over and kissed my cheek upon my arrival, only to immediately return where I saw that Danny too was having the time of her life with Michelle's friends. Approaching my wife's side, and when she wasn't engaged with the young women, I found out Michelle had already opened the gifted locket we'd gotten her for her birthday. There I saw Michelle was wearing it, and I embraced my wife tighter, thinking about those tiny words on the inside when you open it up. "I am with you always, even unto the end of the world." Matthew 28:20. One by one, Michelle's friends left. When they were all gone, when Hannah and Joseph were returned to bed, and while Danny was reading to Joseph, I took Michelle aside. Michelle and I sat in the dim of the living room on that family couch, where I then gave her my even more personal gift. I did for her what I said I would do in the beginning, and something that she had asked me about on so many occasions. I told her all about my own mission experience. It isn't often I have deep one-on-one talks with my daughter Michelle, but whenever I have, it's been something of an exposure of my other self for her. During these few instances throughout her life, I revealed a side of me and a side of our life that she would otherwise not be very able to know about. She was my first little girl, and it was because of that, especially, that I never really showed her the other side of me. To her, I was daddy, then dad, then father. She would only ever see me as the smiling man who came through the door at the end of the day and taught her about life on the Sabbath days. As she grew up, she came to understand, little by little, that I was more than that. She would understand that there were reasons I spent my days atop a tower, patrolled the world outside, or left on trips into the world beyond the walls, that simply wasn't good as far as she could understand. The night of her 18th birthday, it was my intention to answer a lot of those whys she's had for so long. I told her what they didn't tell me in mission prep when I was growing up, and although she would tell me that mission prep has taken updated approaches since I was younger, I gave her an account of what I went through on my first mission. I told her all about what's out there, and why her dad does what he does for the Guard. I'm sorry to do this, but I will have to leave the details of my first mission again for another time. In the end, she took it well, and I was very proud of how she seemed to handle it. What was even more admirable was how it didn't seem to do anything to diminish her spirits or attitude about the idea of missions when the fright of what I told her subsided by the passing moments. Remembering this, and how my little girl took the story of what's out there, I wondered what kind of girl I'd see at the departure ceremony just as both of my feet planted atop the last step up to the temple. The constable and I started walking towards the left of those large doors into the temple proper. The singing was much louder, and I thought of the last thing said. When I remembered the last thing the constable and I talked about, we had reached the closed gate to the prayer garden around side, and the man said, "Best wait a minute, Paul. We'll head on in when they aren't in the middle of something." The constable leaned against the wall beside the gate, and I joined him after a glance inside showed all the attendees sitting in chairs facing the central cross, surrounded by the life of the garden. Another moment passed, the chorus went on beyond the wall, and the constable looked at me. He must have seen some more recollection on my face because he smiled gently and said in his calm manner, "Quit worrying about it, Paul." I dropped my expression, his words bringing me fresh life, as he looked out at the fountain in the square. "Michelle's a wonderful and smart girl, Paul. She'll be fine. The missus and I have been praying she gets there and has a wonderful and safe experience like all the other young ones going out these days." The constable went on, but after this I didn't hear much else. I began to think again. I knew what he said was true, but for whatever reason, hearing what he said made me think of Graham. The constable said that he and Leslie have been praying for Michelle's safe journey and a wonderful time like the rest of New Canaan's youth in recent months. I thought of Graham's simple departing words to me, "I'll pray for her," and began to wonder what that prayer would be like. I didn't know what he meant exactly, but somehow I think I did, because almost immediately I began thinking of the Lord's Prayer. Pray then like this: "Our Father in heaven, hallowed be your name. Your kingdom come, your will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our debts, as we also have forgiven our debtors. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil." The Lord's Prayer does not guarantee an easy time. Prayer in itself does not guarantee that all your wishes come true. God is not a genie who will promise you your every want and desire. Prayer does not promise you 1,000,000 caps, to never get sick, or even promise a safe mission for your eldest daughter. The key words are to He Himself, "Your will be done." He will never push us to our temptations, but He will always deliver us from evil. One does not have to live long in this world to know how we will be confronted with lots of evil, but still, it is His will or His plan that we pray to get in line with, even if His plan isn't in line with our own. and even if we make the mistake of doing something evil because of that. The chorus had ended, and the constables silently opened the gate for me to enter. Looking over the chairs before the podium in front of the cross, I found the back of my wife's head beside that of my younger children. I approached my family as the choir was still leaving their places behind the central cross, but before I reached the empty chair beside my wife, the constable tapped me on the shoulder and whispered, "Find me after the ceremony. I have a new task I need you to carry out." I was going to tell him to let me know about it now, but he gave me a shooing gesture as he said, "Forgot to mention it on the walk here, but just enjoy the ceremony and don't worry, it's nothing big." At this, I agreed and took my seat beside my wife in the crowd of other parents. Joseph was staring at something on his hands beside Danny, but Hannah gave me a little wave that I returned. As the head of missions coordination, Mr. Stan Oakley took to the makeshift pulpit in front of the central cross. I followed the constable as he made his way around the crowd towards the right-hand side of the pulpit, where there was a small formation of 8 guardsmen. Most of the guardsmen looked like they were from the ranks of Lieutenant Herbian and Roth. The constable took his place beside them. On the left side of the pulpit were all the students of Michelle's class, 14 in total. Most of the girls I recognized from Michelle's party the other day, while the only boys I knew off the top of my head were Isaiah Albright, son of one of our more reputable traders. Speaking of which, it was then that I caught the back of his father's head about 2 rows in front of me. This is only mentioned because that tradesman will be mentioned later. Anyway, the only other boys I recognized were Hector Belts and Calvin Willett, both of whom were eagerly looking over the crowd of seated parents and loved ones, until they saw and recognized me wearing the smirk of one who remembers them very well. Standing beside the group of young new Canaanites, where the constable was standing opposite, was Elder Rockwell, the official head of missions coordination for the temple sect. Then at some distance behind the elder were men in the black clothes of deacons from the temple. I wasn't able to see the 6 faces behind the elder from where they were standing, save for one, and I immediately remembered who else was involved in ceremonies like these. The face I saw behind the elder was that of Daniel, my friend and one of a select few career missionaries. He looked uncomfortable in the black clothes of the temple sect for ceremonies like this. Only a few seconds after taking the pulpit, my attention was brought to Mr. Oakley, who thanked the choir and then began with a short prayer for the blessing of the ceremony. At the word Amen, the ceremony began. Each child of the community was given a reading about their family history, a shortened testimony of their work for Christ, and any additional merits or notes about what they'd done for the community. The young men or women were brought up to his side, and he embraced them. He told them how proud he was, and then brought up one of the men behind Elder Rockwell. Those men behind the elder were to be the mission guides to these young people, and the first one brought up was none other than Daniel. After a short applause from all of us seated, the young woman beside Mr. Oakley was formally introduced to Daniel, who was said to be her guide to the Sevieri peoples of the southwestern wilderness. Mr. Oakley then introduced the next one to join them in their journey to the peoples of that shore was Maya Lukane. It went on like this. Mr. Oakley brought up each young man or woman in pairs, with an introduction to the career missionary who would escort and accompany them to the designated tribe in between. Michelle was called 6th to join her friend Sarah Parsons, headed by Mr. Padilla, the missionary. Danny was wiping the tears from her eyes when Michelle's name was called, and I was more than proud to see her walk to Mr. Oakley and her friend with the confidence and posture of the woman she already was. Her face was very red as she embraced Mr. Oakley and then Sarah, and she stood beside them, seemingly doing her best to conceal her elation. Not only was this the ceremony where she was now considered a woman with her first mission duty, but my friend Daniel had played the part he promised he would at that dinner all those weeks ago. Michelle's request at that notable dinner was permitted. She was going to the Sorrows tribe of the Zion Valley with one of her best friends. After taking her place off to the side with the others who'd got their assignments and accolades, the ceremony went on until the last of the young people beside the elder had been called up. Once all was over, and once the parents were ready to storm their children and embrace them, Mr. Oakley asked everyone to stand. Upon standing, the formation of new men and women of the community were arrayed before the little pulpit. Standing before the cross, surrounded by family, loved ones, friends, the greenery and flowers of the garden, and everyone who prepared them for this moment. Elder Rockwell took to the podium. The elder stood before us all and opened the Bible before him as Mr. Oakley stood at his side. Then the closing words were given with a direct reading from it. These 12 Jesus sent out, instructing them, "Go nowhere among the Gentiles and enter no town of the Samaritans, but go rather to the lost sheep of the house of Israel, and proclaim as you go, saying, The kingdom of heaven is at hand. Heal the sick, raise the dead, cleanse lepers, cast out demons. You received without paying, give without pay. Acquire no gold or silver or copper for your belts, no bag for your journey, or 2 tunics or sandals or a staff, for the laborer deserves his food. And whatever town or village you enter, find out who is worthy in it, and stay there until you depart. As you enter the house, greet it. And if the house is worthy, let your peace come upon it. But if it is not worthy, let your peace return to you. And if anyone will not receive you or listen to your words, shake off the dust from your feet when you leave that house or town. Truly, I say to you, it will be more bearable on the day of judgment for the land of Sodom and Gomorrah than for that town. Behold, I am sending you out as sheep in the midst of wolves. So be wise as serpents and innocent as doves. Beware of men, for they will deliver you over to courts and flog you in their synagogues, and you will be dragged before governors and kings for my sake, to bear witness before them and the Gentiles. When they deliver you over, do not be anxious how you are to speak or what you are to say, for what you are to say will be given to you in that hour. For it is not you who speak, but the Spirit of your Father speaking through you. Brother will deliver brother over to death, and the father his child, and children will rise against parents and have them put to death. And you will be hated by all for my name's sake, but the one who endures to the end will be saved. When they persecute you in one town, flee to the next, for truly, I say to you, you will not have gone through all the towns of Israel before the Son of Man comes. When the word was read, the cheering began, and all the families ran to their prospective children. I couldn't hold Danny back if I wanted to. She immediately ran to Michelle, and the young ones followed their mom. I wanted to, but I felt I needed to have a moment to myself before approaching my daughter. I think, really, I just wanted to make sure I didn't cry in front of her. Either way, I didn't have much time to myself because after seeing Danny collide with Michelle, my eyes drifted to the constable who was speaking to the men of the guard. Based on experience with this sort of ceremony, I knew he was assigning them as escorts to particular mission groups, and laying out the instructions for such a thing. After a moment, I returned my attention back to Michelle, who saw me through an opening in the crowd and waved at me as her mother was speaking to her. In just a moment, Michelle's eyes went from her mother to me again, and I was struck by something powerful. The look on her face, and the little wave she gave me, made me remember something from so long ago. Michelle was maybe 5 at the time, and I had just returned from a time I was sent as an escort to a group of first-time missionaries. The details had been lost or buried by so much time, but I remember it didn't end well. The young men made it to their assigned tribe, but I lost a friend of mine doing it. Zachary Lloyd was his name. Just another young man of the guard who returned to the kingdom in what I felt was too soon. I remembered coming home, seeing my wife run out the door, sobbing tears of mourning for the loss of Lloyd and tears of thankfulness that I was all right. It was as I embraced my wife, feeling her hot tears on the side of my face, smelling the fragrance of her disheveled hair, and fighting back my own tears that I saw little Michelle standing in that doorway. There, in the light of the sunrise, I saw Michelle in the PJs I got her for Christmas, holding her toy bunny in one hand and giving me that very same little wave that day as the one she was giving me in the present. Those green eyes on that day were the same as the ones looking at me during this departure ceremony, all grown up, but just as innocent. That thought alone nearly made me explode into an embarrassing wreck as I waved back. Before I could lose control and run to embrace my daughter, Daniela gathered Michelle's attention back, and the constable thankfully came to my rescue. The large man stood before me, and without much else of an introduction, Constable Hanshaw threw a big arm around my shoulder, saying, "Before you run off to your family, Paul, I want to apologize for not putting you on as an escort for Michelle. You know the rules about that though, ha. I knew I couldn't serve as escort. The idea hadn't really even crossed my mind. Still, the constable went along. Anyway, back to what I was hinting at before the ceremony. I just want to let you know you don't have to worry about a distraction while your daughter is headed out. I'd like you to get the new boys minus Graham some experience. So, I'm having you wrangle 3 of your fellas to set off with Albright Senior's caravan as escorts. Sound good? The question wasn't necessary. I accepted the constable's task out of duty to the new men, and out of effort to keep my mind occupied after the departure of my eldest daughter. Although it may have been somewhat misleading, the departure ceremony was just a name. The new young men and women of the community weren't setting off right then and there from the gates of the prayer garden. The departure for their first mission was actually to take place the next morning before the light of dawn. All the groups would set out in different directions, some going north, some south, some west, and some east. Each was going to different tribes across the Utah wilderness who've asked for aid or assistance. Most of the tribes a group of first-timers was assigned to had already been vetted by the career missionary, who would accompany them, or a missionary that is picking up where another left off. The end of the ceremony in the garden only meant the resumption of celebrations until the next morning. Some of the families didn't have plans for parties, or tacked their plans onto that of another family. In our case, Danny decided to go all out for Michelle, and so Sarah Parsons and her family joined us in the walk to our home. The enthusiasm of the girls and our 2 families truly was heartwarming, and the night of celebration would be even more so before their departure into the Utah wilderness. Arriving at our home, the young women and the children of our 2 families talked or played, while me, Danny, and the other adults finished setting out the decorations and seating. Within the fence of our front yard, we had set up 2 large tables, rekindled the fire pit, and the fun times were underway while the younger kids continued to laugh and play. Neighbors and friends would stop by to give their congratulations while the adults finished prepping the meal in the kitchen, and our whole property was soon like a little block party on this side of town. This only increased when the workday ended, and the neighbors returned to their homes only to join what was happening at our place. Just before 6 p.m., the food was set out, and the whole thing was wonderful. Between the kids playing, the adults relaxing or talking to the young people, the spectacle reminded me of the other reason I had joined the Guard. Perhaps I don't talk about it as much as I should, but aside from me being terrified of what inhabits the world beyond the walls, I knew the biggest reason I was a member of the Guard was because I absolutely loved everyone and everything within it. That love only solidified itself when I looked at events like the Christmas or Easter ceremonies involving the whole community, or small events like this that just involved a few of the families and a couple neighbors. However, as the party grew and then died with the arrival and departure of neighbors, I knew it was going to grow one more time when I saw Preston Lockwood of Doyle's detachment show up with his wife. The arrival of Preston Lockwood was somewhat expected, only because I knew he had married the Parsons family's eldest daughter. Apparently for a reason I won't get into again when I saw his wife's lovely face. Either way, his arrival made me realize it was a little past 6 p.m., and there were more people coming to give Michelle congratulations. Most of the new guys stayed behind at the barracks despite being invited. I think this was only because I wasn't quite as familiar with them, or they still viewed me as their commander before anything else. However, literally everyone else in my detachment showed up at the house and joined in the festivity. Although the boys like Nathan, Oscar, Ramos, and Carl were disappointed the food was mostly gone, they all stuck around to at least socialize by the time evening had turned into night. By the time all my men had arrived and got themselves situated, it looked as though the Parsons and young families were throwing a private party for the Guard. After giving their congratulations to Michelle, the Guardsmen mostly hung around the fire pit, giving their bizarre advice to the young women or talking to one another. Still, they were all more than respectful, kind, and beyond enjoyable company for the younger ones. The little party still went on, and when some of the older members of the Parsons family left, the rest of the party congregated by the fire as things winded down. It was during this time and after a long day that I remembered the constable's orders, and looking at all the boys around the fire, I thought of the constable's words. So, I'm having you wrangle 3 of your fellas to set off with Albright Senior's caravan as escorts. I looked around the fire, studying each of the faces and wondering who I wanted with me to help give the new men Wasteland experience. I had already done a lot with John, Nathan, Ramos, and Carl in the past 6 months. With all of my guardsmen before me laughing and joking with the Parsons family and my own, I looked to the 2 young women about to leave. Michelle and Sarah, 2 innocent angels of the community we loved, sat engaged with one another in the presence of men who'd seen so much. The look on my daughter's face and the sound of her laughter as the flame flickered its light on all our faces made me look to my men again and think to myself, any one of these men would go through hell itself for faces and laughs like that. I was not wrong, and hell is the only word that comes close to describing what's out there. Chapter 25 of the Fallout fanfiction work, Paul's Letter to Rome, narrated by Hannah Young, daughter of Lieutenant Paul Young of the new Canaan Guard, 2278. Chapter 25, War in the Wilderness. Warning: this chapter is very graphic. A little over 2 weeks later, mid-March 2278. There it is, LT. See it over there? Rhines said to me, pointing towards a barely perceptible column of smoke rising in the distance. It's definitely more visible from here, said I. Across the open desert, past the shrub and rock-covered landscape, and past the small rise in the hill beneath the blistering sun, was that column. I pulled up my binoculars, switched them to the highest zoom level, and saw the distance to the start of that rise was about 930 meters away. Looking to my left, all the new men lay prone in the sand like me, all of them holding their semi-auto .308 rifles out at the valley like they were supposed to, save for Donald Hansley, whose rifle was aimed more at the ground in front of him than out at the valley. Rifle up, said I, and Mr. Hansley immediately corrected. Mr. Savitt looked at me after a brief survey of our left and gave me a thumbs up as he lowered his frame even further into the dirt. I think the focus problem in Hansley today started with what we saw the day before. Mr. Albright's caravan to 89 City set out the morning after Michelle officially left for Zion in the far south. The whole trip took a week and 1 day just to get to 89 City, and just as the constable had said before departure, Mr. Albright already had new arrangements for security set up with 89 City before our arrival. Because of that, the new boys and I had ourselves a nice few days in 89 City as something of a getaway. Such a thing was permitted, provided we keep the constable updated with my radio, and so long as it gives the new men some added experience. It never hurt to give the men some experience in other friendly settlements of the wilderness, and the governor of 89 City was a particular friend of New Canaan. So, Chance Rhines, Oscar Savitt, Logan Barnett, and all the new men minus Graham spent a few good days in and around 89 City after an uneventful trip. I wasn't the only one surprised at the fact we didn't come across any kind of hostility along the way, even when we had all the goods that Mr. Albright's caravans were carrying, not even something as simple as a drugged-up raider trying to hold us all up by his lonesome. I remembered setting out, telling the new men as well as Rhines and Savitt to be ready for anything. It wasn't uncommon in the slightest for a caravan from New Canaan or elsewhere to be attacked at least a few times on a trip lasting more than a couple of days outside our home's jurisdiction. Still, that's what happened. And although all of Mr. Albright's caravan hands were armed as well, the 8 of us guardsmen joining the caravan weren't the most intimidating thing in the world. Granger Till and the former tribal. Lakis weren't the only 2 nervous but eager to encounter something in the wilderness. The feeling was shared even by my veteran guardsmen. Either way, nothing happened on the trip to 89 City, and not a whole lot happened in the large town that could show the new men what the wilderness is like. There was a moment the day before our departure from 89 City that was somewhat exciting. At one point in the early morning, a gang of mercs commissioned by the governor returned to deliver the collection of scalps they obtained while they were out fighting the 80s. The little celebration the governor threw together to honor the gang's triumphant return was abruptly ended the second the governor's aide arrived with a bag of money. The gang immediately divided up their pay, left the celebratory breakfast, made a mess of the community bathhouse, got drunk in the local saloons, and then started harassing a lot of businesses across town. The governor and Sheriff Elias asked if we could help the lawmen restore some order, and we obliged. Once all the women and little girls were boarded up in a general store, and once we had a large enough posse, the gang agreed to leave without further incident. As the gang left in the sights of our guns, they were shouting drunkenly about how they'd return with more scalps. And the tall albino one was saying something about war, and how all mutated creatures need to be cataloged in his sketchbook before he consents to their existence. In the end, there wasn't much that happened on this entire trip thus far. Although the day-to-day kept me from worrying excessively about my daughter, it wasn't until we set off back to New Canaan that the wilderness started to reveal itself. One last look to my veterans and the new boys, and I stood up. With SMG in hand, I gave the motion to proceed through the clear open. As we crossed through the shrubbery and rocks, we kept low and moved at a simple walk, only having to remind my new men a few times what to look for in their sectors as we advanced. It was clear, and although we had no real reason to expect an ambush of any sort, crazier things had happened, and we certainly didn't know what was causing that column of smoke we were walking towards. The new men were still making me proud, but even my veterans were becoming a little complacent in the days before we left 89 City. However, the wilderness snapped all of us back into reality almost immediately. Personally, I think I was most proud of Granger Till. The ex-construction foreman was quick to learn, built for the part from decades of hard work, and although I could tell he was nervous about leaving the walls, I think it was his maturity and seriousness that made him a great learner, if not a bit slower on the march. That wasn't to say that the other new boys were immature or bad learners, but Granger had a way about him that was easy to admire amongst older guys like me and Rhines. I think the other new man that stuck out to me the most was Lycus Messiah. Although it may not be too relevant to mention, I learned on this trip that Lycus Messiah was actually a name he gave himself. I might have mentioned it earlier, but the young man was a former tribal who converted a couple years ago when his former tribe was visited by our missionaries. He was done with his studies to become an accepted member of New Canaan, and was so enthusiastic about the gospel that he took a page right out of the Old Testament in honor of the new. He adopted the name Lycus in reference to Luke and the surname Messiah in honor of the Lord he now served. Overall, he was an enthusiastic one, ready to learn anything, and eager to go above and beyond in his new position. I think a large part of that came from gratitude to the Guard for rescuing him from less fulfilling work in the North Fields. Although the other two were fairly similar, Pat Fleischer seemed to find his place in the Guard a bit more than Don Hansley. I already illuminated some of the reasons Pat was willing to join the Guard, but between his experience on mission and knowing what happened to his father just before Christmas was what drove him to face the wilderness head-on. In the end, I didn't have to worry about any of them. They were all getting along just fine and got through training and adaptation without hiccup. Don, however, was probably the one struggling the most at the start. I knew a large part of his motive came from his parents telling him to do something more with his life, so his heart wasn't in it at the start for that reason. His parents were good people, but he was a bit sheltered. He wasn't content with his job after a not-too-great first mission and figured he'd give the Guard a shot. Like I said, though, all of them were doing fine, but Don seemed the most troubled about the wastes, and I think part of that was because of what happened since we set off back towards home. Unlike on the trip to 89 City, the trip back home started with a few incidents right off the bat. Less than 10 miles outside of 89 City, we came across a group of screaming people just after noon off the caravan road. We approached, since the group appeared to be a mix of wasters or tribals pacing to and fro in a sun-tattered parking lot for a building that was now dust. There didn't appear to be anything wrong with them directly since they were moving around, but upon closer inspection, they were all naked, and they wouldn't stop screaming. There were men and women in the group of 12. All were covered in dirt from head to toe, and with eyes almost red. For a brief moment, we thought they were a wandering pack of irradiated feral ghouls, but they didn't charge us like those humanoids with radiation-rotted brains. Instead, as we approached, their screaming only intensified. Some fell to the ground and started sobbing hysterically. Some began throwing rocks at us, screaming so loud and so intensely that their voices gave out. All this despite the lowering of our weapons and the gentle questions of how we can help them. Once we were close enough, Rhines even reached down and placed a hand on the shoulder of a woman in fetal position and sobbing. As soon as he asked if she needed water, and as soon as his hand touched her shoulder, she sprung up and began flailing her arms at him till he had to retreat, thus prompting her to do so as well. We simply didn't know what to make of this whole thing, and they would not let us help them. The sobbing and screaming from this group of people became too much, and I gave the order for each man to leave them a bottle of water as we started north again. The new men were shaken by that, and in all honesty, so were we veterans. I don't know if the group had accidentally drugged themselves from desert flowers, if they indulged in a stash of chems, if they were driven crazy by a recent attack, or if the sun had done that to their minds. It wasn't the first time we veterans of the wilderness saw someone driven crazy by the sun, so we left the assumption at that and went on our way. A few miles later, we told another caravan on the road about it and refilled our supply of water before going about our way. There were other minor incidents, people we interacted with on the road, and even when we entered the territory of our allies in the Nephi tribe, we knew we weren't safe because we were also on the border of the Levanoan raiders. We ended up passing through the old world town of Nephi and talked with the Nephi people in order to get some more supplies, and they were kind enough to give us a warning about the recent skirmishes they had with Levanoan raiders. We weren't with the Nephi for more than an hour and some change, but not more than another few miles on the trail we had an encounter with the raiders. It wasn't much, but the new boys got their baptism by fire. Our group was shot at. As we approached some shacks we thought abandoned, we came under fire. The new men performed excellently, dropping to the ground at the sound of the first shot, even if their action came from fear. A few more shots landed close, and they were clearly coming from the brick and metal shacks up ahead. The only issue I had with the new men was that Granger yelled, "Should we fire too?" even as Rhines, Savitt, Barnett, and I were already firing. They eventually figured it out by aiming at the flashes or little clouds of smoke in the windows, and I would tell them afterward that it is general policy to fire back at whatever is firing at you until they stop. In the end, the raiders in the shacks quit firing not long after we opened up, and we saw 4 figures run out the backs and disappear in the wastes. Investigation showed that we didn't kill anyone, and none of us were injured on our end, so we considered it a good day. That attack alone said what my explanations couldn't in Mr. Fleischer's question from earlier that trip. Why exactly is watch so important at night? Even though we had been making fireless camps at night, it wasn't really clear to them why someone still had to keep watch until that night after the short battle, when they remembered those 4 who fired on us were still out there. The boys handled their first time under fire well, and along the road that next morning led me to tell them more specifics about how the wilderness works. You never quite get used to being shot at, but it becomes a little easier when you think of your opponent, or your likely opponent. Being shot at is less scary when you think that the first shots in your direction are most likely going to come from a raider and his band of friends who psyched themselves up for their robbery on drugs or alcohol so much that they aren't sure if they're aiming at you or the 10 other yous that they see. It was also helpful, at least for the veterans, to remind them that you typically won't be around for the shots that get you, so you might as well not worry about that. It was best to leave the eagerness for heaven jokes we did with Duncan on the totem job for another day. Again, there were more incidents on our trip back. I'll leave every waster or caravan we encountered on the road for another time. I also won't go into all the little settlements around a watering hole we passed, all the little camps set up off the road and stuff like that. However, it was the day before the one I started this with, when another notable incident happened to give the boys their experience. Along the road, we passed a caravan headed to 89 City that wasn't in good condition. We saw the dirty and bloodied people hobbling along, going slower than a crawl. They stopped on our approach and raised their guns. They kept them up even as we slung our weapons and raised our hands. I wondered why they kept their guns on us even when we were in shouting distance. But I think our appearance said why. Despite still wearing the black cargo pants, vests, caps, and white shirts of the new Canaan Guard, we had been on the ground and in the dust so many times in the past few days that our uniforms were unrecognizable. Upon approach, the caravan held their fire, and we told the head who we were. We asked them where they were from, and they said they were from Hanksville in the east. They finished up business in New Canaan a few days ago, and were headed to 89 City to hit the next stop on their circuit when they were attacked earlier in the morning. The group we were looking at was 2 Brahmin loaded with crates and 2 wagons. 8 traders stood and were looking at us covered in dirt, sweat, and blood, while both carts had 2 injured men and women in each. I asked how we could help, and the man said he'd pay us for stimpaks if we had any. I would have given them freely, but we were low on water and offered them in exchange. The head trader accepted, and as the men filled up the canteens from the spigot on one of their cargo barrels, we got to talking a little more. The trader at the head of this battered caravan advised us to avoid going north for a while, since the group that attacked them was still in the area. I asked who attacked them, and he said he had no idea. And even though he couldn't give me an estimate as to their number, he did say that there were 5 other pack animals and 32 men and women in his caravan before the raid. And now there were 12 if you included the injured. He told me not to even try when I asked what direction the raiders went, but he did answer southwest. I told him the tribals of Nephi were only about a day-and-a-half journey if he kept along the road, and told my men to come along as we headed west. The new as well as the veteran guardsmen asked where we were going when I took them off the road going west. All I told them was that we were going to scout out who attacked the caravan. Rhines, Savitt, and Barnett knew I wouldn't take them on a suicidal rescue mission, but I enlightened the silent new men when I told them we could at least radio New Canaan about who it was and inform the elders about the situation. What they would do, whether they'd send a stronger group of guardsmen, send an emissary to negotiate, or put up travel restrictions for the area was unknown. Either way, we proceeded west into the desert, and I had no real reason to even believe we'd run into the raiders. About 3 hours later, however, we did run into them. Just before stepping over the crest of a little rock formation, my eyes took in the sight for only a second before I dropped, immediately followed by the rest of the men. Just north of the old ruins of Goshen, out in the open was a long train of people crossing the sands. It could have been another caravan, but caravans tended to stick to the old roads, so once we were concealed, and once I stole another peek, I pulled up the binoculars. With the edge of the Utah Lake shores only a couple miles beyond, I studied the train indicated as 740 meters away by the state-of-the-art lenses. At the head were over a dozen men with spears, followed by another 12 or so men carrying all manner of long rifles. There was one bigger man with an exposed torso who wore an elaborate bighorn skull mask and held a large machine gun in his hands. Immediately behind the big one were 2 men holding chains that connected the rest of the party to them. Tailing at the rear were a total of 8 women, all completely naked in the blistering heat. The faint sounds of screaming and wailing came to us as the party continued along, and I lowered my optics. "What is it?" asked Rhines, seeing Savitt, Barnett, and all the new boys looking at me expectingly. "I think it's the survivors of the caravan raid." I paused, stole one more look with the binoculars. I'm assuming the men were killed. "Let me take a look," said Rhines. I passed the binoculars to him, and he took a long look before he said, "No way to tell for sure." Don't really want to ask them either. He handed them back, and just as I was going to take another look to see where they might be headed, Mr. Hansley asked, "Can I see too?" I didn't think much about it, but all I said in return was, "I don't think you want to see." "I would, sir," said the young man in a voice that made me turn. I wasn't sure what to make of his insistence, but I saw the faces of the new men who were content with my word alone, and then the serious face of Mr. Hansley. If it will give him more insight, I didn't see the harm. I handed the optics to him, and he took a long look as I realized I hadn't zoomed in enough to try and discern what tribe they were. Searching my memory, the warriors looked like they could have been Levanawans, since we were still in the northernmost part of their border territories. My thoughts about this ended for the moment when Mr. Hansley said, with the binoculars still at his eyes, "What are they going to do to them?" I saw the way he gripped the optics and the way his teeth were clenched as I asked him, "Do you really want to know?" Still looking at the warriors and their new slaves, he said, "Yes." And I looked to the veteran boys. All of their faces said, I might as well give him what he wants, and that reality sucks. After a moment, Mr. Hansley glanced away from the binoculars to me for a second before I told him, "They'll probably get eaten after the warriors have had their way with them." I was going to say that the male survivors of the caravan were probably already eaten, but I decided to stop when I saw the looks on all the new men's faces. No longer were they curious about what I had seen and what Mr. Hansley was seeing. Now they were all wearing faces that said what Mr. Hansley asked as he gripped the optics even tighter. "We should do something. We can't just let that happen?" He lowered the binoculars and turned to me as all four of the new men looked to each face of the veterans. I told him the cold, hard truth. The truth that broke my heart every day I thought of incidents like this I'd seen. The truth that made the job so hard. There's nothing we can do for them. There were simply too many of them and too few of us. New Canaanites out in the wilderness had to pick and choose our battles. The battles we knew we could win if we ever wanted to get back home or even succeed in helping those who fell victim to the wilderness. Rhines, Barnett, and Savitt answered all the new men's questions in the moments after I said what I did. In the meanwhile, I got on the radio and called it in for the constable's radioman. Unfortunately, knowing that whatever posse the constable could get together would likely only catch up to the Levinoan raiders in time to find the charred bones of those women. After this moment, the demeanor of the new men changed. It wasn't very noticeable in Granger, Lakis, and Fleischer, but Mr. Hansley was evidently very disturbed by the sight and knowledge of what tribes of the wilderness like this did. It seemed the men were much less enthusiastic about the little gun battle from earlier, and that night around the camp was far more silent. After the Levinoan slave column, we decided to head northwest around the west shore of the Utah Lake, and a bit west till we knew we were far outside of their territory. A little extra exploration would help take the minds off of that grim reminder of what the wilderness contains. Or so I thought. Sometime a little before noon the next day, we were a few more miles west of the lake when a brief survey with my optics showed a party headed towards us a few miles off. We didn't know who it was and didn't want to ask. So I took the group out further before showing how to conceal in the landscape. We weren't pursued, and I never learned who the group was, but after seeing the group was far to our south and out of our advance, we stood. It was in this momentary stretching period, and while I looked over our maps, that Rhines caught sight of something that brings me to where I started talking about this expedition. We neared the black smoke and that collection of rocks in the distance out of duty to investigate. We reached that rise in the hill, began up it, over the rocks and sliding sand, and the terrain leveled out for another few miles. In the middle of that plain, there were no more obstructions. The source of that black smoke was right there. It was a campfire. A nice little campfire in the middle of a crumbled parking lot at the front of an ancient Red Rocket refueling station. I pulled up the binoculars once again, and just before they reached my eyes, the large group around the campfire scattered in every direction at the crackle of gunfire. One crackle turned into two, then three. Then the sound of gunfire became one constant sound as the scene around the old service station turned into a giant mess of sparks hitting the vehicles the group was hiding behind. "What's happening?" asked Rhines and Savitt at the same time, the rest of the men squinting to try and see what was happening through the distance and haze. The gunshots were evident to the boys of something terrible happening, and they could see the little frames of distant people moving to and fro, but they wanted specifics I couldn't give. So I stayed silent. Through the lenses, I watched the people using the vehicles for cover returning fire at the enemy in the southwest. They were all scrambling around too fast for me to make out any details, so I looked back to the campfire. Turning the zoom all the way up and seeing the first victims of the fight in their attire, my attention went back to the broader picture at a short pause in the gunfire. That short pause showed over a dozen warriors swarm out of the brush, and another dozen run out from behind the vehicles. Tomahawks, spears, and rocks were hurled between both charging groups before they met, and the gunfire resumed. "What's happening?" asked Rhines again, as well as everyone else. I told them simply, "Two tribes battling it out. Don't know for sure who they are, though. We'll wait for the fight to die down." My answer didn't give them what they wanted, and so they resumed peering into the distance, trying to make out more to little avail. I lowered the binoculars and began to listen as we waited, and the next moments were spent speculating about who was fighting who. When the fight did die down, I know the new men wanted the defeated ones, who occupied the gas station, to be the Livenoans, but I knew that the group we saw yesterday was somewhere in the south by now. As the situation died down even more, the force from the southwest was spreading out around the place. The occasional gunshot rang out for someone in or around the service station, and I mostly spent the time studying my map to make sense of what I saw. This was somewhat unnecessary because we would very soon get a close-up of what happened. After a few moments, my attention returned to the situation around the gas station, when the very faint sounds of another woman's screaming came to us in the winds intermixed with laughter. All of the attackers from the southwest were gathered around something by one of the gas pumps, and before I could study the situation further, I realized what I was seeing and lowered the binoculars. I denied the request to see what was happening this time when they asked about the sound of the screaming, knowing the new men would soon understand personally what was causing it. How I knew this, I didn't know until that scream stopped. Several minutes later, a single gunshot rang out, and silence reigned for 10 more seconds before another roar of gunfire came, this time from the north. I raised the optics at this, saw the victors of the battle all fleeing back to the southwest, and watched as this new force came from the north in pursuit. Although the whole thing was again moving too fast to observe from the binoculars, the dots swarming down from the north and dots fleeing southwest would make a bit more sense very shortly. We all watched as the victors of the fight fled and the force from the north continued on. I stole a look back north in the direction of the responders and saw the outline of the Great Salt Lake before I stood myself up and said, "Let's go check it out." Both groups were long gone by the time we made the 800-meter trek to the site of the attack on the gas station, and the scene I saw from the ridge did not do any justice to what really happened. I ordered the men to fan out as we reached the edge of the asphalt that merged with the wasteland sands almost seamlessly. I stole a glance to the north once again and told Barnett, "You keep watch that way. Let us know if anyone else is coming." Logan Barnett nodded and leaned himself up against the corner of the red rocket station building facing north. I turned to the new men, seeing they had stopped in their tracks and were looking more worried than they had at any other point on the trip, seemingly waiting for some kind of order. I realized just how dangerous and frightening this place was in their eyes after what happened. Putting on my best assuring smile and adopting my finest tone of confidence, I calmly gave them the order they wanted. "Let's get some water for the stretch back. These fellas should have plenty." The new men nodded, then began looking in every direction as Mr. Rhinesen Savitt joined me forward. We all fanned out, taking in the scene around the gas station, and what a scene it was. The smell of gunpowder still lingered in the hazy air, and through the wrecked cars of the parking lot, I counted 5 dead men and women whose present state shouldn't have put a smile on my face if it wasn't for what happened last September. I looked over the corpses riddled with bullet holes, still leaking blood onto the ancient pavement that steamed in the heat. Looking over at the site of the melee brawl just under the furthest part of the station's long awning was another mess of corpses. Granger and Fleischer were hesitantly picking through the pockets of one of those who fell to the forces of the north, while the other 2 were keeping watch. I never got a good look at the ones from the southwest, so I awaited the questions from the new men until my attention went to Mr. Rhines. The man stood beside the fire where 2 other bodies fell in the opening shots and shouted toward me as I stood between 2 wrecked cars. If I had to guess, I'd say it's White Legs. "What say you, Paul?" They were indeed. I looked toward the new men who were now staring towards the rest of us. They appeared to stop in the middle of refilling their canteens when Rhines spoke up, so I told them, "Keep checking them, boys. We can take any food and supplies they got." The new men got right back to it, and I looked to Savitt. "Savitt, go help them out. "We can't stay here all day." Mr. Savitt nodded and trotted towards the new men as I stepped up to Rhines's side to join him in studying the dead. Looking down at the two corpses by the dying fire pit amidst the cars, I caught a glimpse of some kind of meat simmering on a metal tray beside the fire, but my attention was more focused on the corpses. I looked over the dead as Rhines spoke his thoughts aloud. "We're definitely in white leg territory. Great Salt Lake ain't too far, and suppose that explains the rapid response from their friends up north." I studied the two corpses. One was a man, one was a woman, both laid there with several bloody holes in their bodies, staining the thin, tan-woven clothing in lots of red. Their hair was both long and brown and shining with sweat before their deaths, and their clothing didn't cover much more than their genitals and upper chests. Along their arms were leather straps and belts wound around each appendage, and both wore thick belts around their waists with water gourds and several leather pouches for their ammo or supplies. Ammo was unlikely because both of them clenched tomahawks in their death grips, but these bleeding cretins certainly didn't need their water anymore. The corpses of these two and the others between the cars looked like many of the desert wasteland tribal raiders, but how we knew they were white legs was simple. Every corpse I'd seen since reaching the site of the battle had their naked legs painted or dusted white, and these two were no different. From what we knew about the Raider tribe, they were from the western shores of the Great Salt Lake where the sand was exceptionally white, and the symbol was adopted. The two before us also had their faces and ears painted white, but experience told me that some of them would go above and beyond in the expression of their awful allegiance. After a moment, Rhines knelt down and began to detach the gourd on the woman's belt as he said, "I'll bet you're glad about this, Paul. It's never a bad day when you see the white legs get what they keep asking for." "Not glad," said I, as I handed him my own canteen at his gesture. "Just have a strange feeling this was God's plan for those who took out Salazar, Evan, and all those boys." He stood with the gourd in hand, taking a sip as he emptied the rest into his canteen and said, "I miss those boys." I'll bet it was Diego Marquez who asked God himself for this little favor. This made me smile, and I told Rhines, him or Roy Sutton. "They're all a lot closer to him up there in heaven now than us down here." Mr. Rhines gave a little chuckle, then asked with a motion towards the southwest as he returned my canteen, "Who you think took them out?" "No idea. Doubt the boys or even Savitt over there are sure." "You'd know," said Rhines as he stood and nudged me with a smile. I didn't know if that was true, even though I had my assumption, but said, "Let's see how they're getting along," with a smile as we turned towards Savitt and the new men. Savitt and Lycus were kneeling before and doing something to someone in the mass of corpses, where the melee took place, while the rest were coming towards Rhines and I at a quick pace. Just as I was going to ask what Savitt was doing, he shouted over to me, "Hey, Lieutenant, we got a wounded one." Barnett glanced back from his spot against the wall, and Rhines and I proceeded towards Savitt when we saw the rest of the men had halted their approach to gather around something beside the closest gas pump. As we neared Savitt and the wounded warrior, I stopped by the other three when I caught the face of Mr. Hansley at sight of what was by the pump. I thought back to what I saw happening around the pump in the binoculars less than 20 minutes ago, just as Mr. Hansley said with a face of horror, "What in God's name happened to her?" Followed by Granger, "I've never seen anything like this. Who would do such a thing?" All the men were trying their best to look away, but couldn't from horror, still choking on the horrendous smell. There it was. The reason all those attackers from the southwest were gathered around this particular pump, in the wake of their victory over this white leg warband. Bound to the gas pump with a pair of chains was a woman warrior of the white legs. Her legs were spread wide on the crumbling asphalt, painted white with streaks of her own blood all over, her hair disheveled and pulled out in clumps, while the white painted face was frozen in a look of abject horror. The look on her face was hard enough to glance at, let alone study. The cause of that expression was explained by the red cap-sized dot above her right eye. Her head sat in a mess of bone fragments and brains, while the lake of blood around it seeped into the crevices of the pump's concrete foundation. What little clothing she wore before she ended up like this was in tatters around her naked body, but her exposed chest was covered in so much blood from the wide gash in her neck that she might as well have been wearing a thin red shirt. But I think the worst thing was what was between her legs. The broken bottles littering the pavement around her legs, and how bloody the area around her most vulnerable body part was, indicated a raping of the most horrible variety. Not only that, but the open, visceral mess between her legs was giving off a nearly imperceptible whitish smoke, as the smell of phosphorus poked the nostrils beneath the overwhelming smell of blood and voided bowels. This final detail of the phosphorine smell and smoke emanating from her mutilated groin was a mystery until my peripherals caught the empty casing of an emergency flare sitting on the ground right in front of my left boot. Granger Till and Mr. Hansley both threw up after taking in the sight for too long, and I felt as though the new men, and even myself, might have teared up or cursed humanity as a whole if they weren't so stricken by the sight. I think the only thing preventing me from complete destruction at such a scene was how I might have still been kept somewhat in check by the vague feeling of justice hovering in my mind. What happened to that woman, white leg raider or not, wasn't justice. It was pure evil, and I'm ashamed to have felt as though it was anything otherwise. Although the wilderness and memories of what this tribe's raiders did to my men only a few months prior asked for a certain kind of mindset that I felt I could only repent about later, this mindset stuck with me, even as I departed from the ghastly remnants of that white leg as I told the still horror-stricken new guardsman beside me, "You told me you wanted to see." The new men stayed put, and Mr. Rhines followed me as we jogged over to Mr. Savitan Likas, kneeling over the wounded raider amongst those corpses from the melee. The man was being held down by Likas, struggling in the new guardsman's grip, looking simultaneously panicked and full of rage. The raider thrashed about, muttering painfully, as if unable to shout for some reason, while Savit was still laying out the possible items from his first aid pouch he could use as Rhines and I knelt down. "What's his problem?" asked Rhines as I put my hands on the raider's legs to keep him steady. Mr. Savit pulled up a Stimpack syringe, saying almost nonchalantly, "I'm hesitant to give him one of these. Doesn't seem like he even wants to get fixed up." The wounded raider freed his left hand from the grip of Likas and reached for a holstered handgun on the hip of a white leg's corpse before Rhines caught it and helped Likas secure him. "You thinking the same, Paul?" asked Rhines, motioning with his head towards the frenzied patient. Our little patient certainly wasn't a white leg. He was evidently one of the ones from the southwest who attacked the gas station. The guy wore tan cargo pants that looked like they were worn by someone every day for the past several hundred years. His boots were of a similar description, and he was otherwise shirtless save for the chest protector from a decrepit suit of pre-war combat armor. His arms were covered in bandaged tatters with several frayed leather belts that kept the wrappings in place, and his bald head and face were painted streaks of red. He was dirty beyond belief, and blood from himself, or the corpses around him, dotted every article of clothing he wore. He was snarling and angry, glaring at us with only one eye visible behind a set of broken reflective shades. "You in your friend's 80s? I asked the patient. He settled down a little, but I think this was mostly from fatigue, rather than my question. Suddenly, he twisted his torso with another violent jerk before being subdued once more. That motion, however, revealed very briefly exactly how he was injured. There was a giant open gash in his lower back, probably from a tomahawk or axe that was so deep it explained the pool of blood he was resting in. "Should I give him a prick?" asked Savit, holding the syringe up. Rhines turned the man over once again and studied the wound. It was so deep and so red it looked like he was in the middle of getting skinned alive before we showed up. I took this in, watched more blood bubble from the deep cavern in his back, studied the exposed part of his spine in the midst of so much gore, and watched more blood pour onto the hot asphalt before Rhines answered Savit with exactly what I was thinking. "Doubt it'd do much good for a wound that deep. Him layin' here is probably the only thing keeping the rest of the blood in." "What should we do?" asked Savit, followed by Likas violently nodding his head in curiosity. The man was calming down, probably from fatigue, but also probably from blood loss. His eyes remained open, staring at our faces through his busted shades one at a time as he calmed down. Without breaking eye contact from the 80s raider, I said, Nothing to do. I paused, glanced to the north, then to the southwest. White legs will be back this way soon to loot their dead. Doubt they'd do this guy many favors if he's still kicking. Savitt and Rhines knew what was next, and I met eyes with the wounded 80s warrior again as I shouted for the rest of the new guardsmen. Granger, boys, get over here, would you? Almost immediately I heard the footsteps leave the side of the gang rape victim and come to a stop around me. Rhines, Savitt, and Lycus caught the others up on the situation, and I continued to meet the eyes of the warrior. He was struggling to stay conscious as well as aggressive before I asked him directly, "You speak English?" The man's sneer grew worse as the low voices behind me quieted. All at once, the man still in the grip of Lycus and Rhines thrashed again, staring at Savitt as he said, "Fix me or no?" "Fuckos." "I thought they spoke English," said Rhines, followed by Savitt. "Sorta. Parrish says some bands do, some don't." "You're with the 80s, right?" I asked. The raider struggled in the grip again before saying painfully and defiantly through clenched teeth, "80s kings. Runs and I gather on a highway. Fucking kill. Fuck you. Gimme flour, run a wreck, or fucking bullet." "That's a sorta, all right," said I, glancing to Savitt then Rhines. All stayed quietly wondering what to make of the apparent gibberish the raider was saying. He definitely seemed like a raider of the 80s with the words 80s kings, but it sounded like he was more focused on the pain if the words "gimme flour, run a wreck," or "fucking bullet" meant what I assumed. "His friends came down on this place pretty fast," said Rhines, apparently finding some other indication of this patient's affiliation since the words didn't prove much. I thought about this and speculated aloud. They ran from it pretty fast too. The patient must not have liked this because he thrashed about again, this time weaker as he said, "Kill 'em all. 80s run and gun don't take shit. Kill a sandleg punk bitch." We all stared at him as he convulsed painfully for a moment and then rested again. Rhines said idly, "Probably scouting this place. 80s definitely love their little gas station forts down south. Still love fighting white legs too from the looks of things. Clean a blade on a sand dog's fucking neck. Don't hand nothin' but, says the 80s raider, trailing off into silence and seemingly unable to finish his explanation. Threat? The painted raider's eyes were still open, but his head was on the ground as his chest rose and fell. It appeared as though he was too focused on not dying to threaten us or the white legs or sand dogs further. After a moment, Savitt said for everyone present, "It'll take him a while to bleed out. White legs could come back soon." With no response from the wounded raider, I thought about this. I knew the white legs from the north wouldn't be back from their pursuit for a while since the sun was setting, and the white legs could run for days even if the 80s war bands were usually quicker. Still, as horrible as both the 80s and white legs were, and even though this man might survive for several more minutes or hours, it wasn't impossible for another group from the White Legs camp in the north to send a group out this way. Strange as it may seem, we had an obligation to even men like this. Since we had our supplies and needed to leave before anyone else would stumble upon the scene or us, it was here we had another obligation, an obligation to God. "Nothing left to do but the merciful thing," said I. Rhines and Savitt silently nodded, while Lycus and the other new guardsmen looked at me vacantly. We could tell that the new men didn't feel the 80s man deserved any kind of merciful thing, and us veterans felt that way too, recalling the sight of that mutilated white leg woman beside the gas pump and looking at this wounded man who certainly would have joined in the act if he wasn't nearly killed in the attack. I found it hard to begin this merciful thing at first. Then I thought of Graham. And although we would offer the wounded killer far more mercy than he would have given us or anyone else, we knew the right thing to do could be just as satisfying as the wrong thing, if done the right way. I dropped from my crouch down to both knees at the legs of the wounded 80s, and Rhines and Savitt dropped to both knees likewise. The new men did so as well without order, probably out of a feeling that they should follow the lead, and all of us knelt before the wounded raider. I looked briefly over towards Barnett, still keeping eyes on the north, and then back down at the raider to ask him, "Would you like to repent of your sins?" The raider kept staring at the now pink sunsetting sky. He only acknowledged the question again with the words, "Gimme flour, run a wreck, or fucking bullet." I took that as a no and glanced to the men. "Would you all be so kind as to pray for this man? He doesn't appear capable of understanding or answering the question." Immediately, Savitt and Rhines began praying softly, followed by the rest of the new guardsmen after a moment. I looked around the circle, seeing Savitt and Rhines praying for the soul and righteous justice for this wicked and unrepentant man. Facing Lycus across from me, I could see him doing likewise, and probably serving as a stand-in for what the others were doing when I saw his eyes were squinted, as if to only give the impression they were shut. The raider hadn't moved, seemingly trying his best to ignore us around him, and only refraining from swearing, thrashing, or taking out his rage due to the blood still seeping into the ground he lay upon. The prayers continued, and I unscrewed the cap on my second and nearly empty canteen. After a short sip for the heat of this sunset, I recited the simple words, "It is in this water that I baptize you in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit." As I poured the remnants upon the 80s warrior, one streamed down the length of his body, and another one across his chest. His eyes hadn't moved despite a splash of water landing on his busted sunglasses, but he did mutter a few more swear words through those clenched teeth before I screwed the cap back on. Standing to my feet, I took a step forward and fell to one knee over his chest. I shut my eyes, and I don't know how he took this change of position beyond another few more curses, as the prayers continued and I started my own. "Lord, we ask you to forgive this man of the sins he has committed against you and your creation. We pray that you have mercy on him in death, as he was ignorant of in life. We leave his soul to your perfect judgment and bring him before you in the name of mercy." The swearing below me grew slightly louder before I concluded. "Please forgive us of this act, if we do in fact commit sin by doing so. We love you, Lord, and we trust in your will. It's in your Son's name we pray. Amen." Rhines and Savitt continued praying. The voices of the new men had ceased, and I drew the pistol from my hip. The man carried his bitterness and rage to the very end. If you ask why the prayers were customary, it was because of that face beneath me when I was going to give him exactly what he asked for. Gimme flour, run a wreck, or fucking bullet. We had no idea what he meant by the first two things, but we could figure what he meant by a bullet. It was a mercy killing. He and men of the waste like him didn't deserve mercy for what they did throughout their whole lives, but neither did we if all sin is the same in the eyes of God. In the end, we could offer men like him mercy of our own sort in their final moments anyway. These kinds of men lived in ignorance, an ignorance that made them wreak havoc on the world around them. They simply didn't know better. But ignorance, especially when it's willful, is not an excuse. All we can do is pray for men like this and give what their life's course asks us for when they come asking. The baptism is an act of grace, an act of mercy, an act of forgiveness, while justice, punishment, redemption, and even love are given at the same time the bullet explodes out the top of the skull. Chapter 26, Prophets in the Wilderness. The new guardsmen were understandably disturbed by the baptism and execution of the raider. I, on the other hand, was more concerned that the gunshot would draw others towards us. I did my best to muffle the gunshot by placing the barrel firmly under the raider's chin, and my worries about the trajectory were void, since it apparently had the intended effect when he moved no more. As the others stood, Rhines was seemingly satisfied by the muffling of the gunshot, and Granger was evidently a bit more collected than his comrades because he was kind enough to refill my impromptu baptism canteen, while I sat momentarily captured by the raider's face. The face the recently baptized and killed wore after the bullet exited the top of his skull was the same one he wore beforehand. It was utterly indifferent. Either way, he was with God, facing his judgment, and only a few short seconds passed before I returned to my responsibilities toward the living. Upon standing, the new men were relatively distant, exchanging quiet words about the affair while looking around, at the scene of battle surrounding this old gas station. "Should probably head out soon," said Rhines. I looked at him, nodded in agreement, and my eyes went towards the north when my heart skipped a beat. "Where's Logan?" I asked, staring at the spot just past the campfire and tray of raw meat, where he previously stood watch over the north. Rhines, Savitt, and the new men looked at me in terror as I began trotting towards that spot and shouted, "Logan! Barnett! Where are you?" I began to sprint, passing the site around the pump, and reached the now-dead campfire where that raw meat sat on a tray before I heard a somewhat near response. "Over here, LT. Come take a look at this." My mood went from terror to anger the second his voice entered my ears. I rounded the corner of the gas station building, hearing the thudding footsteps of the others following, when I caught up to Barnett staring at something between the dumpsters on this side of the building. "Why on earth didn't you say something before leaving our site?" I was going to. I couldn't help but trail off when I saw what he was looking at. He just stared at this heap of flesh, and it honestly took me a moment for my brain to register what I was looking at. The footsteps came to a halt behind me and Barnett. Silence lingered for a moment, as we all took in the sight. "Is it dead?" asked Mr. Fleischer. "That one looks so," said Rhines. There between the two dumpsters were two large brown scaly-skinned animals splayed out with long arms, hands over 5 times as big and long as ours, with long claws and legs stretched out with more giant claws on the feet. One lay belly up, spattered in blood, and with large chunks carved out of its abdomen. This one was smaller than the other, which lay upon the pile of trash and debris from the building. The larger one sat curled in a fetal-like position, but its long, horned tail went along the pile of trash and into the open dumpster on the right. Both lay there full of bullet holes. The splayed-out one didn't have a head visible to us where we stood, but the other one sat with its head propped up on a small pile of cinder blocks as its white eyes, terrible teeth, horned head, and devilish face stared right at me. "Ain't seen a deathclaw in a while," said Savitt. "I didn't really think they were real," said Mr. Hansley. "Are they good? To eat, I mean?" asked Granger. I thought back to the tray of meat beside the fire before the 80s attack, and the scene made a bit more sense. A sense that was articulated by Rhines, who said half-jokingly, "Don't you hate it when the 80s interrupt your Deathclaw barbecue?" The new men forced a chuckle, probably grateful for a little distraction from the horror they'd seen since arriving at this place. It was only Barnett and I who remained quiet. My eyes went briefly to the carved-out chunks of the splayed-out Deathclaw at the mention of the meat, but they seemed to be driven right back to those white eyes of the beast that stared into Barnett and I. I looked into the eyes of that terrible creature and heard the words, "Is it dead?" echo in the back of my mind. As soon as I heard this again, I thought of all the dead I'd seen around this patch of the wilderness. I thought a lot about the defiled and mutilated woman by the pump, and then the face of the wounded raider after the bullet passed through his brain. Then I thought of a past I hadn't seen firsthand that merged with what I had seen. I saw the white legs taking down these deadly mutant creatures, ready to indulge in the spoils of their victory around the campfire before the 80s interrupted them. A sudden crisp breeze hit my cheek, and for whatever reason, I began to think of Michelle at the same time I thought about how every dead thing around this gas station got what they deserved. I thought back to something I hadn't had time to think about during this whole trip. Between teaching the new men the duties of the road, I had busied myself with so much on this 2-week trip that I hadn't been able to consider, till looking into the white eyes of that still beast between the two dumpsters. I remembered that early morning, the day Michelle left. The sun wasn't even a glimmer above the east when Danny and I stood with Michelle beside the little gate to our front yard. We were counting down the minutes until Mr. Padilla would arrive with Sarah Parsons to meet up with their escorts and head out to the Sorrows tribe of Zion. As I stood there with Danny, Michelle was standing slightly distant, nearly hopping up and down in eagerness to depart. It was then that Danny whispered to me something I'd forgotten after the departure ceremony, and again at the party that night. She pulled the little box she brought to the ceremony from the large pocket of her sleeping robes. Danny handed it to me and whispered, "I think it's best that you give it to her, Un. It's now or never." I couldn't tell if the tear in her eye was because of the bitterness of the cold wind, the thought of her baby leaving for the dangerous wilderness, or the contents of the departure gift. But perhaps it was all three. The memory hit me as the present was placed in my hands, and I looked up to see two figures coming towards us down the street in the light of the lamps. Michelle turned to us, about to say she was going to run and meet them, but I told her to come here, and she obeyed. She kept stealing glances towards her oncoming friend and escort, but I captured her attention when I handed her the box with the words, Your mom and I have one more gift for you. She looked down at the box and then up to us for permission, and Danny was too emotional to say anything else, so I nodded permission to open it. Michelle tore off the brown wrapping paper, and Danny collected the trash under her shawl before Michelle lifted the lid up and became confused. Her confused expression only lasted a second before the reality of the gift cemented itself, and her eyes became resolute with determination. Danny leaned on me, making short glances at the figures just reaching the edge of our neighbor's fence, and I told Michelle, I know it's been a while since you and I have gone shooting, but I know you know how to work that, and I want you to keep that on you at all times when you're out there. She looked at me in a way that told me she was no longer my baby girl, but knew she would remain my baby girl forever. I gulped, the departure of my eldest daughter now hitting me even harder as her face studied my own worry. Go ahead, take it out. Keep it safe and keep it in a place you can always reach it. Michelle lifted the small .45 pistol out of the box and removed the 2 loaded magazines before setting the box down. In an effort to keep myself from succumbing to emotional devastation, I couldn't help but go on about the weapon. It's just like the one your dad uses on watch, just a little smaller since my hands are bigger than yours, huh? It was hard to conceal my tears behind the chuckle at the end, and the whole thing was even harder to handle when I saw how she handled the weapon. Just like I taught her many months ago, she kept her finger straight and off the trigger, and the barrel downward. She checked the chamber after a moment and placed the thing in the front pouch of her travel satchel before throwing her arms around me, saying, Thanks, Dad. I'll stay safe, I promise. Before releasing her embrace, she kissed my cheek and then threw her arms around her mother. Danny wept, and Michelle placed 100 kisses on her mom's cheek before her friend and the missionary, Mr. Padilla, stepped up to us. It was time for her to go, and I can only remember walking Danny back to the warmth of our home as Michelle departed, and I assured Danny that she would be fine. I truly believed it when I told Danny those things. I assured her that the wastes were much calmer than they were when she and I were going on our first missions. As I've said in previous sections, it was never my intention to lie, ever, but maybe things were more peaceful than they were in my youth. However, that seemed pretty hard to believe when I thought of all the death that surrounded us at this little rundown gas station. Man had triumphed over the worst creatures, like these between the dumpsters. Then man had fallen to man in savage thirst for blood, and here we were staring at the remnants. Barnett had broken himself free from the Deathclaw's eyes, and we must have all been taking in the scene for only a minute before he answered Mr. Fleischer's question. I think it's dead. Logan moved over towards the left side of the beast on the trash pile, and I was firmly returned to the moment. At the same time, the men's hearts froze. The head of the Deathclaw painfully followed Mr. Barnett, and there we noticed the chest of the beast going in then out almost imperceptibly. Mr. Hansley and Rhines let out a short scream that they immediately caught, and it occurred to me that this beast was the mother, and the shorter one with the chunks carved out was the child. The mother watched her child get killed and carved to pieces by raiders it couldn't save its baby from, but remained alive long enough to watch the killers get their dues by men who would have done the exact same thing to her and her baby. I watched the white eyes of the mother Deathclaw follow the motions of Mr. Barnett's slowly waving arms, and the calm chest went in then out again and again as the rest of the men placed themselves another 20 feet of distance. All at once, I said to the wind, We need to go, and I don't much care to write any more about this time in my life.
About 2 or 3 days later, narrative continued through the personal diary of Nathan Porter of the new Canaan Guard, read by Joshua Graham, former legatus of Caesar's Legion and son of New Canaan. It's not often I write in my journal, but I still do it here and there. I think I swore I'd never write again after all the notes about my first mission were completed a few years back. I still write here and there, but only if it's about big things. Like, I wrote a lot about Alianamitus Chronacana, and the time I was best man for Diego Marquez. That was fun, but I think the last thing I wrote about was when I learned that the guy Paul dragged in from the desert was Joshua Graham. That was wild. Anyway, Paul wasn't himself after getting back from that trip with the new guys, and it made a lot of sense when I learned why. Not to mention what happened an hour or two after he got back. It was pretty much any other day when they got back. John, Carl, Dean, Ramos, and me were manning the gate station for entry duty when we saw Paul and the others coming in. They would have been expected days ago, but Constable said Paul was taking the new guys out to get some experience for a few additional days. Paul had to head in immediately to report in with the Constable, But Carl, Dean, and I got the fun and details from Rhines and the new guys when they stayed by our gate station awaiting Paul's return. Overall, it sounded like things went really well for the new guys, so that was nice. They did see a couple of pretty grisly sights on the return trip. Like that thing around the gas station was pretty bad from everything they said, but it happens. The only one who still looked shook up about it was Hansley. But that was all right. I knew his parents, and I can only say that they were always a bit more protective than most parents in town. I was honestly pretty surprised that it was they who suggested he join the Guard in the first place. Anyway, we were shooting our mouths off about this and that for the better part of an hour. Then, it was about noon when Paul came back out telling Rhines to take the new guys inside to return some gear they borrowed, check in with the constable and whatnot. Paul seemed pretty fine, and so did the rest of them, but in the end he had nothing but good things to say about how well the new men did and how Rhines and his boys served as instructors. The big thing was the baptism they did for the raider a few days ago. Paul agreed with our conclusion when he said Hansley seemed a bit shook up, and the other fellas started talking about all the messed up stuff we'd seen in the wasteland. I decided I'd check in with Hansley after the shift, since we all knew what it was like to see stuff like that for the first time. A baptism is usually such a wonderful thing, but it throws you out of your element when you see the baptism party time starting pistol pointed at the head of the newly saved. The Deathclaw incident sounded interesting, but Paul didn't have much to say about that, and I thought about how the last time I saw a Deathclaw was about 2 years ago. Luckily, John had brought the anti-material rifle with him on the escort job to the folks at Jude, so I didn't get a look at it beyond the .50 caliber tearing through it in the distance, creating a cloud of dust. John definitely took this moment at the gate station to remind me and Carl and Dean how we called him stupid for bringing that heavy rifle, till we watched that Deathclaw's arm get ripped away in a little dust cloud. After this, Paul asked about Graham, and I pointed up to the tower while John went on about how he's been great up there. Paul wondered who he was accompanying in the tower since the rest of the detachment was down here at the gate station, or out with him for the escort job to 89 City. John thought Graham was with some of Camden's men, but I could have sworn that Kennedy's guys were up there. Regardless, the guys up there were too hard to make out with the noontime sun directly above, but Paul said he'd go up there to check in on him before he went and departed our company, and after talking about this, what happened next is pretty hard for me to talk about. I think it was pretty hard for everyone to talk about, but I can only imagine how hard it was for Paul to see this. It didn't look like much at first, especially because of how crowded the market was at this time when spring was getting so close. But all our attention turned when we saw a group of people coming towards us at the gates in an unusual condition. Ramos noticed it first, asking, "What's happening over here?" We saw the crowd splitting or making way, and the first we could see was one of Herbion's men on patrol in the markets, leading the way. When enough people had cleared, he shouted ahead towards us, "John, get that gate open and get someone over here now!" John leaned down to the electrical box on the table behind the barricade, flipped the switch, and the gates gave their signature opening creak, as I was already on my way towards Herbion's man with Carl and Paul. The crowds parted more and revealed 3 people trailing behind Herbion's man. 2 men in brown and black combat armor suits and wide-brimmed hats I'd seen on only a couple other occasions. Both men on each side of a woman with long, straggly reddish-brown hair in torn-up jeans, and a flannel long sleeve covered in stains that looked like a mix of dry and fresh blood. The woman's feet were dragging behind her as the men in combat armor moved her forward with both her arms over their shoulders. Her head hung low, and the sight made me anxious for some reason I didn't yet know, even when I looked to my left only to see Carl beside me. Paul had stopped, and only my peripherals showed Paul standing several paces in the rear with both hands over his mouth. Carl and I both stormed past Herbion's man, whom I recognized as Clay, when he said, "Carl, Nathan, take over for those gents, would you?" Without any word, and without even really looking at the 2 soldier types, Carl and I wordlessly took the arms of the battered young woman and proceeded towards the gate. For whatever reason, I couldn't bring myself to look at the young woman, even shunning her in my peripherals as the transfer was made seamlessly between the strange soldiers to Carl and me. The gentle sobbing of the woman between us didn't make it easier, and still, I did my best not to think about her as I looked forward. Doing that didn't help either, since between us and the gate station was still a frozen Paul. My lieutenant's hands remained clasped over his mouth, but it didn't take more than a glance at his face for me to see how red it was, and how tears were streaming from his eyes beneath the visor of his cap. Just then, the words, "Don't worry, Michelle. You're home now," came from the voice of one of those soldiers behind us, and the crying of this young girl was all I could hear from that point forward. That day was a lot. It wasn't nearly over, but on our way inside and joined by Ramos, we ran into Rhines, Savitt, and Barnett, just as we stepped through the gates. The group of new Canaanites waiting to exit the town parted ways, and looked in shock at the sight of the wounded girl, trying to determine who she was as she cried and moaned in terrible pain between Carl and I. Rhines leaped into immediate action as he called for Savitt to go get the constable, for Logan to get Dr. Franklin outside the wall, and directed us to follow him to Dr. Stepp, whose clinic was on the south side of the town square. The poor girl sobbed and cried in pain, and the rest is a bit of a blur after Carl and I escorted her through the clinic doors and spoke with Dr. Stepp. Within 30 minutes, Michelle was stripped and changed into a patient gown. Chairs were overturned, nursing staff ran about in all directions, and the young girl was sedated. I remember how frightened, how angry she was, and my heart sank in its entirety when I saw one of the nurses shear off Michelle's clothes, exposing that fair skin stained in so much dirt and dried blood. I remember how frantic she was, the sound of her sobs and screams for her mother before the needle went in, and the sight of her limbs falling to her sides. Carl and I were escorted out shortly after this, and I don't think it was just my mind that was a blur, as Carl and I sat in the little hallway surrounded by wooden walls, only watching as the swarm of people like nurses, Dr. Franklin, Paul, Daniela, and Dr. Stepp entered or exited the room. I remember making eyes with Paul just as he passed, and I didn't even know what to make of it. I don't know if I should have said something, but I think there wasn't much to say since his face showed a devastation I hadn't seen in it since I joined his detachment over 5 years ago. Paul disappeared into the room with his daughter, and there Carl and I sat, the screams of that poor angel echoing in my mind over and over again. Matters weren't made any better when we saw his wife Danny enter the hall. The poor woman didn't even notice us as she entered Michelle's room with tears streaming down her cheeks. Looking at the closed door to the room Daniela had entered, there was simply nothing for Carl and me to do but wait on that bench outside. Under normal circumstances, we would have dropped off the injured person at this clinic or Dr. Franklin's, but this felt much different than a typical case. Paul, Danny, Michelle, Hannah, and Joseph were practically family to anyone who called themselves a guardsman. And I can only compare this incident to ones where our guardsmen returned with the bodies of our brothers, who were killed outside the walls. Time seemed to stop, and normal duties didn't have any weight when stuff like this happened. I think it was even worse, because whatever happened to reduce Michelle to that state happened to her. We knew awful things could happen to the Guard when they go out into that wilderness. But it's really easy to forget that the same things could happen to even the most precious of our homes. There on that bench, I couldn't help but think of the last time I saw Paul's eldest daughter. It was at the party the evening before her departure. The party definitely got a lot more fun, in my opinion, when I arrived, and when the other boys of the Guard showed up too. It was good to talk to Paul off duty, chat with Danny, the Parsons, and the boys at the party. When night arrived, the whole of both families and the entire detachment posted up around the fire, and it was a very nice time. Michelle sat with her friend Sarah, across from me and Ramos. It was really nice to see Michelle laughing and talking with Sarah, surrounded by her friends and family in the firelight. She was very pretty that night, in that flowery dress and furry jacket. I don't think I'm alone when I say it put smiles on all our faces to see just how excited she was for the mission in all her innocence. I can't help but mention that Michelle was objectively very pretty and wonderfully kind. It was actually that night by the fire that I had to correct Joseph on this when he got tired of running around and perched himself between Ramos and I. I'll admit it was super weird when out of the blue, Joseph turned to me and said, unlike a hyperactive 7-year-old, "Is Aliana really nice? My sister wouldn't be too sad at first if she married you." How the kid even knew the name of the pretty tribal girl I accidentally lost my virginity to at 18 is beyond me. That, and my brain was sent into a spin by the other thing he said. Thankfully, everyone around the fire was too lost in their own conversations to hear any of this, but I could only say in return, "Yeah, Aliana's nice, and I don't want to marry Michelle. But why would Michelle be sad, quote, at first if she married me?" Unfortunately, Joseph didn't answer my question as he immediately turned to Ramos on my left. "You're going to marry Kathy Alessandro. Sarah's going to be busy." Immediately, the child got hit with a pebble thrown by the Hughes boy from across the fire, so Joseph ran off to chase him, leaving Ramos and I bewildered. I had noticed Ramos looking at Sarah Parsons quite a lot that night, and there I remembered his mentioning of a certain girl he'd been talking to during many Guard Bible studies. Anyway, I don't have hidden feelings for Michelle. Although if she and Paul both came on their knees asking me to marry her, I would send Aliana Mitaskronakana a final letter and consult Elder Larsdale about the situation immediately. Still, I wasn't alone in this feeling. Most of the members of the Guard have loved Michelle in some form or another, whether that was like a sister, a daughter, or a sweetheart. It was the same. Michelle was loved and adored by everyone who knew her, whether in town or in the ranks of the Guard, and it was really hard to compare the version of her from that night by the fire to the girl Carl and I had just brought in. One question did come to me, however, when I recalled that night of celebration. Why was Michelle's missionary partner, Sarah, going to be too busy to marry my friend Ramos? Sarah did set off with Michelle, and why was it only Michelle who returned? Whatever it was that brought Michelle back home in that condition made me feel the worst for Michelle, Sarah Parsons, and whoever was their missionary escort. I hadn't heard who that was at the moment. In the end, before I could contemplate any of this further, Carl and I both looked up to see the constable standing before us. The hulking giant commander of the new Canaan Guard was looking down at Carl and I, twisting the end of his mustache as his eyes were red and wet with knowledge of who was behind that door across from us. All he said was very calmly and full of restrained emotion. "Carl, Nathan, I need you boys up at the guardhouse outside. John and Rhines are making a log for the strangers' accounts of what happened to Michelle and her mission party. I'd like you boys to serve as witnesses." Carl and I looked at each other, and then up to the constable. "Right away, sir." Carl and I silently departed, and the door opened and shut as the constable entered Michelle's room. Only a brief glance through the closing door showed me Paul holding Danny before the still feet on that bed. It felt impossible to continue on with the normal day that I started this diary entry with. It was still only a little after 1 p.m., and Carl mentioned on the walk to the gate that it was always so strange when a normal day could be turned completely upside down in only a few short moments. I agreed wholeheartedly, and I think something told me that the day would not get any more normal when I saw the figure up on top of the West Tower staring down at us. The man was a silhouette, but I could not see the outline of a cap, and I think Carl and I both felt those eyes upon us. That man up there was not with Camden, or Kennedy's men. He was one of Paul's. He was one of New Canaan's. He had seen the whole thing. He watched us bring the sobbing shell of Michelle Young into the community, and watched all those people who loved and cared for her flock to the clinic from atop the tower. I waved at him just before we reached the gate, and he remained a watching statue just before the gate began to creak open. The guardhouse belonged to whoever was occupying the East Gate station that day, or whoever was in charge of pressing the button to open or close the gates. The sign was put up outside stating that nobody would enter the community for the rest of the day, unless on official New Canaan business. It was only Logan and Savitt who stood watch behind the barricade, both of whom gave Carl and me a nod as we passed them and stepped into the guardhouse. That structure wasn't much. It was merely a small brick shack built into the wall directly beneath the east tower with 2 windows. Inside the little 20 by 12-foot room was a clutter-free desk, a few locked filing cabinets against the far wall, 6 chairs, and a few footlockers for emergency weapons and ammunition. The floorboards gave a creak at our entrance, but our entry went unnoticed by the men around the desk. Sitting behind the desk was John, and Rhines stood over him on the left, both looking intently at the 2 men across from them. The 2 men seated before John and Rhines were the strangers in the brown combat suits who brought in Michelle. Their wide hats were in their laps, and the 2 soldiers were sitting upright in a military fashion, they too not even noticing us as Carl and I took our places on John's side of the desk. Just as I rounded the desk, though, I caught sight of the little symbol on the 2 men's right shoulder guards. I knew I had recognized that armor before, as the little yellow and black symbol with the red star reminded me of the time I had seen it during an expedition towards some relay towers in the far southwest. These men were rangers of the New California Republic. I couldn't think about this much more because my attention leaped into the conversation for me at the words. "Well, who would we be able to talk to about entry?" asked the ranger on the right. the older one with the little tag above his right chest plate reading Banks. John stared at them with his eyebrows furrowed, saying without any emotion in his voice whatsoever, that would be the constable. But he's busy. There was a short silence as the two rangers looked to one another for a moment before adjusting in their seats. The younger one with the name tag reading Hale opened his mouth as if to respond when Ranger Banks instead broke the short silence. I figured we would have earned some favor with you all for bringing the girl back. He paused, looking to each of us behind the desk before resuming. Michelle's a fine girl, and it's really unfortunate what happened to her, but we didn't bring her back here because of how important she is. We just figured we had an obligation to help her. It's what we Rangers do, but we still have our orders and would like to work with you all. Rhines broke out with a small laugh at this, and Carl and I stayed serious like John while the two Rangers' expressions turned somewhat sour. What's so funny? Asked the young Ranger with the Hale name tag on his armor. Although Rhines' laugh was short, the Rangers weren't alone in wondering what Rhines found so funny before he said, Rangers have something of a reputation down in the Southwest. Obligations to help our people or the tribals down that way isn't something I thought I'd hear from NCR or Rangers today. I, too, was slightly familiar with some of the incidents down in that part of the wilderness regarding NCR Rangers and the prospectors who operated that way. Now, I hadn't had as much experience in that part of the wilderness as Rhines, John, or Lieutenant Young, but I believed their stories. So Rhines had a point. Still, the professionalism of the Rangers was admirable as they seemingly swallowed the shot at their organization's rep. And the older Ranger Banks replied simply, We protect our citizens even in frontier lands. I'll just leave it at that before we go off on anything irrelevant to the matter at hand. Another silence ensued as we guardsmen looked sternly at the seated Rangers, while the Rangers looked equally as sternly at us. Neither Carl nor I knew what they were talking about before our arrival, but the Rangers apparently wanted entry to New Canaan, and were given the news that this request was out of the question for the time being. Perhaps I missed the part where the Rangers explained how they happened across Michelle, but their bringing Michelle back was truly appreciated by everyone who'd seen the state she was in when Carl and I brought her to the clinic. John Langdon must have been considering this as well, because he broke the silence by allowing the conversation to proceed. Now I'm sure you understand the extent of your authority here, as you should understand that of Rhines and me. Nobody who can authorize the entry of men like yourselves is available at this time, and given your reputation, you're going to have to be a bit clearer with us. As much as we appreciate you returning that daughter of our community, I need something to tell the constable. Why are you even this far out here? The whole tone of the room relaxed a bit as a sense of lingering frustration in the Ranger's demeanor remained. The older one motioned with his head to the younger Ranger Hale, before the latter answered. We want to speak with the leader of your community. Discuss relations, as well as some other matters of diplomacy. That's all. That's also all we're authorized to give to someone not directly in charge of community relations. He paused before boldly going for broke. How soon would we be able to get an audience with your Bishop Mordecai? I don't think it was intentional, but that question made all of us guardsmen crack a smile, not intended to offend the Rangers. John explained this possible offense quickly by saying simply, You don't. Outsiders don't just see or get an audience with Bishop Mordecai. The best you might be able to get is one with Constable Hanshaw. That said, I'm still going to need more details from you before I bother him about anything. Both Rangers sat back in their chairs before Ranger Banks shook his head in even more frustration. Again, I'm afraid we're under instructions not to detail anything to anyone other than Mordecai, or in the worst circumstance, his direct subordinate, this apparent Constable Hanshaw you've been mentioning. Again, the tension in the air was detectable. Carl and I were still ignorant of all that was discussed before our entry, but Mr. Langdon and Rhines seemed entirely on top of things, as Rhines said more diplomatically than John. We may be able to help, but don't expect to meet with him in the next few days. Constable is a busy man who happens to be pretty close to the family of the girl you brought in. We are all close with them, in fact, so I must thank you two once again for bringing Michelle back home. But now I have to ask, why did NCR send two Rangers this far into Utah to discuss relations, as you say? Frustrated silence stood in the air again before Rhines added, Surely you can at least answer that. The Rangers both became more comfortable in their seats while their faces got even more serious. Almost with a scowl, and in a tone of near embarrassment despite the sternness on his face, Ranger Hale glanced to his partner before saying, "All we can say is that our orders, and who gave us them." He paused. "Just believe me when I say it's a waste of both Banks and I's time. Also, believe it when I say we'd rather be with our brothers down in the Mojave, rather than running this errand. None of us guardsmen could decipher what was in the Rangers' minds, but their tone made us believe that they truly didn't want to be talking to us when their usual services had them fighting Legion and Raiders in and around the New Vegas area. With this general frustration at us, their situation revealed itself further when Ranger Hale added in traditional Californian fashion, "Perhaps there's a deal we can work out to expedite this whole thing?" Then it was John's turn to crack. "Ha! I was waiting for this question since I recognized that symbol on your shoulder plates. Maybe when you return to California or the Mojave, you can tell your merchants and your brothers in the service that we aren't the kind of people you can make underhanded deals with." The Rangers both bit their lips, and John concluded, "But you can humor me if you want." The Rangers looked to one another for another moment before briefly but meticulously scanning each of our faces, as if completely unaffected by any of the shots John and Ryan sent their way. The two each grinned as if they knew something about us that we didn't, and Ranger Banks said, "Get us an audience with Constable Hanshaw as soon as possible, and I'll tell you where we found Michelle. Down to the coordinates. We can even tell you what to look for. The guys who did it shouldn't be too far, but that was a week ago, and the winds can take tracks away if you don't act soon." John immediately looked to Carl and me. I thought I had it under control, but John focused on Carl and eyes faces for what felt like an incredibly uncomfortable amount of time. That offer of the Ranger must have made my face show what it had earlier when Carl and me were waiting outside the door to Michelle's room in the clinic. I think it was in this exchange of eye contact that he saw and felt what he and I felt when we learned the name of the young woman we brought to the clinic inside. I felt this because I myself started to internally hear the screams of Michelle once again. I think John, too, knew what Carl and I saw when Michelle was stripped and shown to be covered in so much dirt and blood before the sedative went into her arms. Normally, under any other circumstance, John, Rhines, Carl, or I would have laughed off an offer like the one Ranger Banks gave. However, as I mentioned, everyone in the Guard loved Michelle, loved Paul, and loved that family. That little offer and the reality of that timetable hit us all in a very strange way that rendered us all nearly speechless. This was especially so when I remembered the look on Paul's face when he stood frozen at who these two Rangers had brought in from the wasteland. "Vengeance is mine. I will repay," says the Lord. Maybe this isn't the correct way to view the word of God, but I feel that if the opportunity comes, we have a part to play in that vengeance as well. John turned back to the Rangers and said sternly as before, "Tell us everything about the attack and I'll make sure you speak to the constable as soon as possible." By the end of their account of how they found Michelle, I wanted nothing more than to go out immediately. The Rangers left soon afterward, allowing John, Rhines, Carl, and me to have a moment where we talked a few things over. It wasn't much, but after hearing what happened, we decided it was best to leave the details out for the rest of the detachment. But I did bring up how I thought William Ramos should know some of it, since I'd known he was close to or sweet on Sarah Parsons. John and Rhines both agreed to this, and John said that either he or Rhines would have a talk with him later. When all was said and done, the Rangers agreed to stay at the Trinity Inn until they could get their audience with the constable. John left the gate shack to head into town immediately after we decided to get back to our duty. It was really hard to wait out the rest of the shift after hearing about the scene they found Michelle had survived. I wasn't alone in thinking about everything the Rangers said. Carl, too, was mostly silent, and Rhines was as well. By the time we took our places outside the guard shack behind the barricade, the gate station was occupied by Barnett, Savitt, Ramos, and Parrish, who all seemed to understand the silence from me, Carl, and Rhines. The men left out of the loop were all aware of who the girl Carl and I brought inside was, and so there was nothing to say even as the Rangers disappeared into the crowd heading towards the Trinity Inn. As the minutes passed, John was still somewhere inside town, and Rhines eventually went off to check on the new guys, while the mood amongst the others gradually livened up. It never got to the point of cracking jokes or telling stories about this and that, but every now and then the odd question would come towards Carl and I like, what were those soldier types about? Carl explained they wouldn't tell us exactly after saying they were NCR Rangers, and the talk was short, near the end of the shift, and after a few quiet patrols of the market grounds. Ramos would ask me the occasional question here and there. I simply couldn't bring myself to even look at the boy, especially knowing who he liked and who was in Michelle's mission group. Still, the occasional question came my way, is Michelle going to be all right? And she went on mission with Sarah Parsons, right? Hope she's okay. All I could say in response to questions like that was we'll talk about it later. The minutes turned into hours, and the end of the shift was at hand. But still, there was nothing to talk about. What happened to Michelle? What happened to Sarah Parsons, the missionary Mr. Padilla, and their 2 escorts under her bane on their trek south about 3 weeks prior was not something I particularly cared to write about at this time either. All I can say about the Ranger's account is that it was hard for me to stay the beacon of light and soul's sense of humor amongst my friends in Paul's detachment after hearing it. I can also say that I believe what happened later was truly justified, but ultimately God will decide that, and I will get to what that looked like later. John returned to us just before the end of the shift, and rounded us all up before heading in with the guys at the other gate station. The replacements from the night guard took our spots, and even they were in a somber mood, even if they hadn't already heard what happened to the daughter of one of the guard's father figures. Anyway, John parted ways with the rest of us again after the gate shut behind the detachments of the day shift. But something told me he wasn't going home. It was on the short walk back to the barracks with the rest of the boys that we ran into Rhines and the new guys. Rhines dismissed them, and they joined Parrish, Savitt, and Barnett for the rest of the walk before catching Ramos and saying, "Do you mind if I have a chat with you?" I caught eyes with Rhines, and Carl did too, as we wordlessly told the squad leader that we should be there as well. Immediately, Rhines invited Carl and me to join the meeting. As the barracks were filled with the boys of the day shift going about their evenings, Rhines sat Ramos, Carl, and me down at one of the picnic tables outside. To keep it short, Rhines talked with our little brother in Paul's detachment, William Ramos, about what happened to Michelle and the party she was with. Avoiding the worst details, he had been informed that Sarah Parsons, Mr. Padilla of Missions Outreach, and their 2 escorts were no longer on this earth. The poor kid was just as broken by that news as I expected, and Carl and I both took the young man under our arms as he cried. Rhines was a great man, and he explained things to the kid as sympathetically as other fathers of the Guard, but I still found myself wondering why John wasn't the one giving the news. John was a lot closer to Ramos, Carl, and I, considering our time with him in the past 8 months. Again, Rhines was great too. But the fact that it was he who told Ramos what happened to his sweetheart left me wondering where John kept disappearing to since the meeting in the guard shack. Eventually, Carl and I both told Rhines that we got it from here, and Rhines departed from us slowly as the sky got darker, telling us he had to go inform Herbie and what happened to his 2 men if he didn't already know. Normally, the barracks were a lively place at the end of the day shift. It wasn't uncommon for the guardsmen to kick or throw a ball around in the muster plaza long after the sky got dark and the street lamps came on. It also wasn't uncommon for the little fire pits to be surrounded by the day shift guards cooking an evening meal or just chatting away. This night was different. It was as if everyone in the whole guard community had known what happened to Paul's daughter, and knowing that Herben lost 2 men wouldn't help the matter if they didn't already know. Still, Carl and I sat with the boy as he slowly collected himself. By the time the streetlights came on, Ramos had asked us if we or the Ranger knew who had attacked Michelle and Sarah's party, and we said we didn't. I mentioned it was probably any other gang of raiders out that way, and as I did so, I saw a flickering flame in his eyes that I hadn't seen before. Just as I caught this, and before either me or Carl could say anything else, Doyle sat himself across from us at the outside table with a forlorn look in his eye. We asked if he heard what happened to Herbene's scouts on Mr. Padilla's escort, and he only nodded his head before saying he had heard it from the man himself. He explained that Herbene was very upset. The 2 scouts assigned to that escort job were 2 of his closest men. The news was even more devastating for Herben since his scouts were taking a route they thought was safe. Doyle's peer and the scouts explained he hadn't even thought of them since setting out because he had so much faith in their safety. Ultimately, I concluded I would give Lieutenant Herbene my condolences personally the next time I saw him, and the 4 of us were left in silence for a long moment after Doyle was done talking, until the wind picked up and the silence of the barracks this night was interrupted by the sound of footsteps coming towards us. After a moment, All of us at the table turned, and there we saw two figures approaching us under the street lamps. I couldn't make either of them out under the shadows until they stepped into the light of the lamps around Muster Yard. And I didn't know what to even think. My body, and the body of everyone else at the table, only acted for us when John Langdon said with a scowl, "You boys hadn't turned in your weapons, I see." We all nodded, and I adjusted the sling of the Thompson submachine gun on my shoulder. Then, without thought, me, Carl, and Ramos all stood in unison, eyes full of determination, as Joshua Graham said, "Follow me." The three of us followed Joshua Graham, and John stood by just for a second to tell Doyle, "Lieutenant Doyle, find Herbian, gather 3 men, tell him to do the same, and meet us at the end of the West Road, southwest quadrant." A glance back showed Doyle nod and wordlessly carry out the instruction of the squad leader and his peers' detachment. John caught up with Graham and the rest of us in a moment, and we proceeded across the desolate streets of the town at night. Not a word was said, as Rhines came across our path and silently joined us as our boots rustled the cobblestone beneath us with each step. Eventually, the entire group stood at the end of the West Road, staring at the last row of houses, against the west wall beside a street lamp. We stood quietly for 10 minutes, and I looked at that house for a long time, until more footsteps from behind joined us. Joining us at the end of that street was Lieutenant Doyle, Hudson, Ray, Mr. Schmidt, Lieutenant Herbian, Bell, Clay, and Clyto. Every one of us had our duty weapons, rifles or automatics, and as the men of Herbian joined us, they each handed Carl, Ramos, and me a filled field pack before we walked towards that home illuminated by a single light. Graham, Rhines, and John approached the door to Paul's home, and the latter thrusted a field pack into the arms of the deadened silhouette of my lieutenant. Doyle unslung an extra machine pistol off his shoulder, and Paul disappeared into his home for about a minute and a half before re-emerging into the night in the uniform of the guard, pack on his back and weapon in hand. Paul stormed past the rest of us without a word, followed close behind by Graham, John, and Rhines, while the rest of us joined them all on the silent march toward the gate. While we were waiting for the members of the night guard to lower the gate, Rhines turned to John, Paul, and Graham at the head of the caravan, removed the magazines of ammo from his duty vest, and handed them to Graham before saying just loud enough for a few to hear, "I'll do it. I'll stay behind and speak to the constable. Make sure you use this ammo." Rhines departed our group with a look of determination on his face as John nodded in acknowledgement and approval of Rhines's decision. Just as the gates began to creak open in the dead of night, all 14 of us in this posse of guardsmen stood eyes forward, ready to set out. When we entered the sparsely populated market grounds at this time of night, I heard something spoken by a few wasters huddling around a fire that made me take another long look at the one leading us and Paul out into the wastes. Chapter 27. It Was You. The next morning. Narrative continued by Deacon Saul Mathers. Looking into her calm face, I couldn't help feeling what I felt. Between those bruises, scratches, swollen eye, and dried tears, I thought of what could have possibly reduced her to that horrible state. Her arm began to twitch, and her breathing slowly became more rapid. I was warned about this kind of thing, so I gripped her arm delicately, wiped the unwanted tear from my eye, and watched her breathing slow back to its normal rhythm as I gently rubbed her wrist with my thumb, stuck in thought about this poor girl and the girl I met. "How you feel, Ranger?" said the 30-something man in the black police equipment. His black pants and vest were still covered in dirt as he lorded over the cot. I took a quick look at my surroundings, appearing to be in a hospital. The place was really a shack. The only evidence it was a hospital was the padded cot I was on, the surgical tray on the nightstand, and the thin white dividers around me I'd seen in ruined hospitals back in California. Looking back at my interrogator, I was pretty sure this one's name was Paul, but I couldn't say for sure since most of the new Canaanite soldiers who found me looked similar under their caps. He must have waited long enough for an answer because when I met his face again, he asked, "Well, your voice give out now?" Despite the question and its tone, he apparently wasn't angry. None of the new Canaanites who found me were angry, even when they found me where I was. He asked this sounding much more frustrated, or like he was being forced to show compassion to me. I understood if all their kindness towards me since meeting them was forced. He looked as though he was going to say something else or just walk out when I found my voice. Where am I? He tensed up a bit, and those lines between his stern eyes got deeper before he said, You're in a hospital. Or clinic. Dr. Franklin just set this place up recently to treat outsiders like you beyond the wall. He stopped at this, and he stood staring at me like a frustrated statue for a long moment afterward. I could still see the, "How you feeling?" on his face. The way he looked at me was almost like he just needed me to answer that question before he could rid himself of my presence. Thinking of that question, I still hurt from so many burns, so many hits, and seeing him stand there made me think once more about all that happened. Look, I'm sorry. I didn't know what to add, as I couldn't think of anything other than the events leading up to this rescue. Paul raised his eyebrow at my loss of words, and all I could think about was the loss of my men. The death-stricken faces of Sam, Walton, and Dwayne flashed before me. There was so much blood. The four of us killed them all, and I would have happily done so again and again if it didn't kill us too. I looked at my judge again and told him straight and full of pain, I'm sorry you and your men were close to those people, but they... His face began to show anger like it was an emotion he only brought out for special occasions. Despite this, I said, who attacked who doesn't matter. We got them and they certainly got us too, so be assured by that if nothing else. The rage on his face was cooled, returned to that stern judgment, and I paid him no more mind as I thought of all those my friends and I killed, how that in turn killed my friends and put me where I presently was. The deaths of my rangers must have flashed in my mind 100 more times before my eyes returned to Paul, who sternly demanded an answer from me. Do you believe in God? Which one? I asked, automatically and instantly. I heard from all my work in the Utah wilderness over the past year that New Canaanites were religious people. I also knew of gods and many gods from time with the tribes across the Sonoran and later California wastes. I heard about ubology from folks who lived in San Fran too, but in the end, my entire familiarity with God, or gods in general, was not something I ever believed I had time to even think about. Either way, Paul, the New Canaan soldier, didn't answer. My question merely made him scoff before he said plainly, about what I expected. After what you and your men did, I'd say you should meet him. You might figure out why you ended up the way you did. He stopped at the sound of footsteps just outside the cubicle we occupied. This brief pause was just loud enough for me to wince at the pain from so many injuries and think about how I already knew how I ended up like this. I saw the faces of those I ended, those I failed to end, and those whom I let down, all hovering in the back of my mind before the moment of silence ended, and two women appeared in the entryway. There you are, Paul. How long have you been in here? Have you turned in your equipment yet? Asked the woman around Paul and my age, as she stepped further into the patient cubicle. The long brownish-red hair of the woman was the cleanest I'd seen anywhere else in the wasteland. Her eyes were greener than green, and her blue and white striped dress made it look as though we were transported to a world before the nuclear war. But what really caught my attention was her belly. Evidently very much pregnant, she looked as though she was only a couple weeks or maybe even days from popping, as she entered the cubicle and kissed Paul, the New Canaanite, on the cheek. Following the woman into the confined little space was what I could only describe as the woman's little twin. Hiding behind her mom and holding the end of the long dress, a little girl around the age of 10 with those same green eyes, that same hair, and even that same style dress, followed her mother into the room and looked at me curiously as she entered. Paul could clearly not see the girl from where his wife stood, and upon making eyes with me, the little girl made a shush motion when she brought her finger to her mouth. I turned my attention back to the face of Paul at the sound of the wife's kiss landing on his cheek, and saw just how much his entire demeanor had changed. No longer was he scowling, angry, or frustrated. In fact, it was hard to describe him at all as he returned a kiss to his wife's cheek, and subtly rubbed the mark on his face as he answered the woman. I was going to head home as soon as I got this wounded man situated and returned my equipment. The constable said I could have the rest of the day off when we got back, and you know I can't stay away from you or the girls, honey. The woman's face reddened as she placed her hands on her belly and looked down, saying sweetly, I know. I just missed you. I heard you got back a half an hour ago from John and the others. I just thought or we'd surprise you. Just then, the little girl came out from behind her mother's dress with a leap. Hi, Daddy. Immediately, Paul's face lit up as he picked up the girl with a big hug. There she is. How did you grow so much in 2 little weeks? You're getting too big for me to do this, but my, you look so pretty today, Michelle. You have fun with Mom and your baby sister while I was gone." In his elation, his eyes went to me, the stranger, and he instantly set the little Michelle down. He straightened his demeanor, and his wife's green eyes instantly flashed to me as he started, "We'll have to take this out." His wife, however, wouldn't have it as my still troubled eyes met her bright green eyes, and she said immediately, "How rude of me, I'm so sorry. I'm Daniela, but most call me Danny. How are you, sir? I'm so happy my husband found you. I hope you aren't too badly hurt." Paul seemingly wanted to warn her off, but couldn't as she instantly approached my bedside, asking my name with an extended hand. I instinctively took her hand, saying through her eyes in my bodily pain, "My name's Mathers. Good to meet you too, ma'am." She shook my hand and said how I was in good hands as I used all of my effort to stifle a scream that came from the pain that the handshake gesture riled. Right in the site where the tomahawk punctured my armor just below my right arm, I fought the pain and almost couldn't hear her anymore. On top of this, I found myself somewhat lost as she spoke in a tone far different from those of the guardsmen who reluctantly took me back to their home for recovery. Still, that smile persisted on her face as she spoke on, and I was just so lost in this cheery greeting as her smile and pleasantries began to tear away the problems in the back of my mind. When she released my hand, oblivious to the pain I was enduring, I remember thinking that I would have extended my hand again if I could do it all over just for that little bit of kindness. Either way, I used the rest of my effort to compose myself as she backed up, and the words she'd been saying to me went back to her husband seamlessly as she turned to him. "So if you could please do that for me, I'd really appreciate it, honey. I got to run before Mrs. So-and-so runs out of that cloth my women's group needs. Just promise you'll be home as soon as you can. Hannah's needing a lot of attention, but try to have a little fun with Michelle, too. She's missed you every day these past 2 weeks. Anyway, I won't be long, and I'll see if Jessica can watch the kids for a bit this evening, too, so we can have some alone time." Paul stuttered, trying to get a word in, but Daniela, his wife, turned to the little girl and went right along. "You, Missy, are going to stay with Daddy for the rest of the afternoon. Would you like that, sweetie?" "Yes, Mom," shouted the little girl ecstatically, as Paul continued to try to get a word in. "Thanks so much, honey. No more than 45 minutes, I swear. Hope you get well soon, Mr. Mathers. We should have you over for dinner sometime." Her words trailed off as she exited the cubicle, and in a moment, we heard the door to the clinic open in the distance as the words Paul had for his wife trailed off as well. "I can't look after her right now. I need to—" But Daniela was already off to her errand in the market, leaving me in the cubicle with my stern interrogator from earlier and a pretty little green-eyed girl. The girl stared at me, and Paul collected himself for a moment after his wife's departure. After a moment, he knelt down, whispered something to the little girl, and she went to go stand in the corner of the cubicle as Paul tried his best to regain his tone and intimidating appearance from earlier. This physical resetting of his composure in the moments after Daniela left would have been pretty funny, and something I would have pointed out if it wasn't for the lingering pain in nearly all of my extremities. Thinking of this pain made those memories of all that happened out there in the wilderness begin to resurface, and it didn't help when Paul finally collected himself enough to say to me, "I'm sorry for the interruption," and I only thought the words, "Don't be," as I saw the little girl's eyes go from me to her dad over in that corner. Again, he fixed his countenance, and my attempts at fending off the haunting of those memories were put to the test even further when he said, "Well, as I was saying earlier, you think about how you ended up in this state and what happened to your rangers while you rest up. We'll make sure you get fixed up, but don't expect to stay. The other guardsmen are already arranging transport to get you back to your homeland or as far away from us as possible." A single second of silence ensued after the last word left his lips, and I knew my fate. As kind as it was for he and his men to get me to a doctor in the first place, a large part of me wished they would have just finished me off out in the wastes. Hearing my fate, the image of that long walk back to Broken Hills, to New Reno, then to NCR made me feel like crying for the first time in as long as I could remember. What would that walk be like? I didn't know exactly, but I did know that every step of those 200 miles would be with those haunting faces glaring at me, asking the same question I was asking myself when I looked at Paul's, "Why didn't you die like your men? Like those people you killed?" In just a flash, the image of all that shame, all that guilt, The images of how I might take my own life after a shameful return to my brothers in the Rangers vanished with the first sound I heard. Just like when Daniela came in with her little twin, the future I knew I deserved was gone when the little Michelle shouted from that corner, "Don't be mean, Daddy!" Paul's face twisted through every emotion imaginable at the sound of her voice before landing on confusion as he watched his little daughter run straight to my bedside. I felt the little hand place itself on my arm, and my eyes went between the speechless confusion or frustration on Paul's face to the bright, smiling face of that little girl beside me. Her hand still on my arm, she dropped herself onto her knees at my bed and glanced back at her dad, saying in that sing-song voice, "Do it like this, Daddy." Her face turned back to mine, and she said straight to me, "Do you know who Jesus is, mister?" I looked from her smile to Paul, who still couldn't seem to find anything to say before I looked back to her and said the first thing that came to mind. "No, I can't say I really do. Who's that?" Paul still stood like a statue that seemingly wanted to tell his daughter to get away from the stranger but couldn't. I too felt the need to apologize to Paul about speaking to his daughter without his permission, but also couldn't. I saw the faces again begin to take shape in my mind during the brief moment after I answered. Once more those images or scenes from so much killing and death, friends and enemies, across the Arizona, Mojave, California, and Utah wastelands beginning to play in my mind. Again, the regrets and failures of the life I lived in memory were battered into nothing when that smiling little girl at my bedside started speaking like the child she was, full of sincerity and innocence. "He's my best friend. You can meet him too. I talk to him all the time and he takes care of me. He can be your best friend too. I'm going to tell him all about you because you seem kind, and you look like you want a friend. Do you want a friend, mister?" The mere fact she was talking to me, despite the fact she didn't know who I was, what I'd done, who I let down, or who I hurt, meant far more than I could express, even if I was able. Perhaps she wouldn't have been so friendly and loving towards me, a stranger, if she knew what her dad knew about me. But for the moment that didn't matter. Paul still could not seem to say anything, or enlighten his daughter about what I'd done to her community's friends. I felt my eyes get clouded and wet as she spoke to me about her friend Jesus, and those haunting memories were kept at bay as her question entered my mind. "Do you want a friend, mister?" Did I want a friend? I didn't have any friends anymore. Not more than a week ago, I lost all my friends. I got them killed. Walton, Sam, and Dwayne's faces hovered behind the girl's smiling face, but they weren't as tragic to look at as they were less than a minute ago, and I didn't know why, despite the crushing weight of emotions I couldn't identify pressing down on my heart. I could only nod at the question as I wiped my eyes in a gesture that again brought more pain to the sight of my injuries. Seeing her clearly, the care and concern on her face was not her own. It knew me even if I didn't know myself, because the sympathy in that face turned once again to joy, and she went right along. "I can be your friend too. So can my daddy. Daddy tells me all about Jesus, just like my teacher. My daddy can be very kind too. He does a lot of things Jesus does, but sometimes my dad can be mean. I love my daddy and mama, and my teacher is so nice. In school we learned all about when Jesus talked to the Canaanite woman, and..." The girl went on and on and on, talking to me about her family and about all the things a child could tell you about Jesus without stopping and without any more questions. Her voice was the sweetest thing a man who lived nearly his whole life in the violent wastes could hear. For over 5 minutes, Paul's little girl, Michelle, sat by my bedside, smiling at me the whole time, telling me all she was capable of telling me about Jesus Christ and everything her young life held dear, and at no point did I ever want her to stop smiling at or talking to me. The longer she talked, the more I saw her innocent smile. The longer those painful memories of recent or distant past would stay away from the forefront of my mind. She continued to talk to me, and I wouldn't have had it any other way as the faces of my rangers faded away to be replaced by the world around me, and that smiling girl. As she continued giving me her kindness, I'd occasionally catch glimpses of Paul over her shoulder. Where he originally looked to be gathering the ability to tell his daughter to back away, by the end, Paul's own face showed a smile to match Michelle's or Daniela's. Even if his smile looked as though part of it was rooted in embarrassment for his daughter's freeness of expression. In the end, I didn't want her to ever stop talking to me about her friend Jesus and all the other things she loved. But after several minutes, Paul finally managed to speak. Michelle, Michelle. She stopped and turned to her dad. Michelle, why don't we let Mr. Mathers get some sleep for a while? He's still in a lot of pain. She looked back to me, and even though Paul could hear because of how small the cubicle was, she whispered to me, I'll ask Mom and Daddy to pray for you tonight. Then she winked at me in a way that said she hadn't quite mastered that simple ability and leaped up to run to her dad's side saying, Okay, Daddy. Having heard what his daughter whispered to me, he was still smiling and shaking his head when she threw her arms around his waist. Just then he collected himself again and freed himself from her grip before squatting down to her level and telling her, Sweetie, why don't you go wait in the lobby? I'll be there in a minute. She looked towards me with a worried look on her face before Paul added, Do that and I'll get you whatever candy you want at the general store on the way home. Immediately the girl's face lit up and she walked hurriedly out to the clinic waiting area with a thank you, Daddy, and I was left with Paul alone. For a moment, as Paul again gathered his composure, I feared the return of those memories while I waited for the stern countenance of Paul to take over his face once again. As the silence lasted for another few moments longer, I realized that the only thing I could think of was the women in Paul's life that gave him so much joy. I thought of his wonderfully pregnant, friendly wife, and the smile of his brave daughter ready to tell complete strangers all about what she loves. For a moment, I found myself thinking, I want a family like that. But then, as the silent seconds passed, and that embarrassed smile persisted on Paul's face, I found myself thinking something even more as the words of that little girl rang in my mind, still keeping the haunting memories at bay. I want what made that little girl so happy. I want what could change Paul from a bitter interrogator to that smiling man across from me who can't regain his authority for the life of him. Paul finally regained himself enough after Michelle's departure, looked to me with an embarrassed air about him, and said as a sort of blush appeared on the parts of his cheeks not smeared by wasteland dust, Sorry about my girl. I finally found it in myself to utter what I couldn't earlier. Don't be. He seemingly ignored this, looking more at the ground than me as he added, You know how kids can be, they can really chat your ear off. I didn't say anything, merely stuck in thought, thinking about everything that little girl spent 5 straight minutes telling me about, those memories still not daring to show themselves again, even as Paul concluded everything he had left for me since I awoke. I'll let you rest up a while. Either me or John or one of the others will check up on you before the day's out. Just focus on healing up for now. And I know it was a lot, but think about what my girl was telling you. Even that last part, he said, concealing a smile as he still refused to look at me. I did indeed intend to think about that, and without anything else, Paul left my cubicle, but he hadn't even disappeared from the opening before I heard him say full of joy, Michelle? What are you doing out here, Trouble? I thought I told you to wait in the lobby, you spying on us, sweetie? The little girl replied without shame beyond the divider. Sorry, Daddy, but yes. Paul walked his daughter towards the door, and the door soon shut behind them, but not before I heard him say, I got to check in with Grandpa Hunshaw, but we'll get you that candy on the way home. And that was that. The memories of my life would, of course, resurface again, even later that day, but I found it easier to subdue them when I thought of that little girl's smile, and how she turned Paul into something unknown to those like me he found in the wasteland. For a long time, I thought a family, a wife, a daughter like that would be able to turn me from something I didn't like having to be out in the wasteland. But eventually, I got to thinking more into it. What was it that made that girl brave enough to approach a killer, a gunman, a ranger like me, even if she didn't know I was so bad? Childish innocence, sure, perhaps in part, but that wasn't it. My teams and I had found all kinds of children, all kinds of wives and women out in the wastes, but none like that. As the days passed and my recovery went on, I began to think less of how that family treated me, and more about what was said. I thought of what made that girl so eager to talk to me about, and how that action alone helped me in ways beyond description after the encounter that landed me in the company of new Canaanites. For me, the answer came in the form of that little girl's best friend, the one who could change a hardened man like Paul at sight of his daughter's mention of him. The one who spared me, the one who saved me, who landed me in that company, that clinic, and who had so much more planned for me when I was ready to give up. The one who could be my best friend too, if I heeded the message of a 10-year-old girl. Jesus Christ. I cannot say that I was converted outright by a little girl who spoke to me for 5 minutes straight. But what she did, What Paul's wife did, and how they affected Paul himself, was the spark. I never left New Canaan. I was never put on that caravan back west. Paul and the rest of the guard never sent me on my way. I was welcomed, slowly, and sometimes hesitantly amongst those who knew what I did. But the more I recovered, and the longer I stayed, the more I learned about who Michel first told me about. For many days, many nights, many weeks, I heard more about him. I helped where I could, and my past was left in the past before I entered the community and became part of it. I've served in the Temple sect for over 5 years at this point, and whenever I think back to what started that fire I have in my heart for Christ my Lord, I always end up thinking of that little girl smiling at me when nobody had any reason to smile at me at all. It was her. It was her childlike kindness that introduced me to what his kindness is like, what kindness I needed right in that moment at the clinic, what kindness I by no means deserved. It was her who created that spark on his behalf, that made me seek him in all my waking hours, and led me to this life I was living and the life I loved so much. And it was her who was torn apart by that world out there. With a mind returned fresh from those recollections of my first time meeting Paul and his wonderful daughter, I could only wipe the tear from my eye and whisper to that calm, bruised face of the present day, "It was you, sweetheart. It was you who introduced me to him, and I can't thank you enough if I tried. He got me through so much. He'll get you through this too. I promise." I continued to rub her wrist with my thumb, and then she awoke. The eye of Michelle fluttered open through the swelling around her eyelid. She turned her face to me as I put my hand back on the bed, and after studying me for a few short seconds, she began to cry silently. I couldn't help but hold her wrist again, as her sobbing became vocal by winded exhales, and she stared at the ceiling while the tears flowed down her cheeks. "It's all right, Michelle. It's okay," I said, as controlled and soothingly as I was able. Her sobbing increased as she hyperventilated and asked between short breaths, "Where's Mom? Where is she? Where's my mom? Where's Dad?" I held her arm with both hands as she repeated this a few more times and told her calmly, "It's okay, sweetheart. Your mom just stepped out to get you some breakfast. She'll be back real soon, I promise. Don't worry. You're safe." This assurance seemed to calm her down. Her breath slowed to a rhythmic pace, but still, the tears flowed as the quiet seconds passed, and the light of morning peered through the blinds beyond her tragic frame. As she collected herself, she'd regained control of her breathing, and I reached for the handkerchief in my tunic to wipe her eyes when she asked more collected now, "Where's Dad?" She waited for my answer, but I was still unable to speak as I watched one particular tear come to a halt at the edge of her bruised cheek. It eventually fell as another one took its place along the same stream before I told her, "You know, I'm actually looking for him myself. Your mom might know we didn't have time to talk before she left to get your breakfast." This was true, and telling her this seemed to work as the flow of tears stopped and I offered her my handkerchief. She took it with a trembling hand, still staring into that ceiling and seeming to do her best at containing her inner struggles. Just as she handed me the cloth back, the door handle behind me gave a click and I told the young woman, "Sounds like she's back. Don't worry anymore." As I stood from the stool, I caught a few more tears flow down her calm face before turning and seeing Daniela enter the room with a tray full of food in both hands. I gestured towards the stool, and the woman of today was another tragic comparison to the woman I met all those years ago. Daniela gave me a silent nod of thanks to my offering of the seat beside her daughter, still seeming to hold back her own tears as she sat down and rolled the surgical table over for something to hold the tray. Still a very pretty woman, Daniela sat down beside her daughter, her little twin, eyes fixed on the girl, and that little nod of thanks repeated in my mind. Those green eyes were dulled and sunken by grief, her shoulders lowered and her hair disheveled by sleeplessness and worry, and yet she was still so pretty, even through all the worry she'd gone through since her daughter's unexpected and tragic arrival from the wastes. The tears returned to mark the cheeks of Michelle, and Daniela perched herself right by the bedside to hold her daughter's arm until I said aloud and unconsciously, "That's a lot of good food there, Michelle. It'll definitely do you some good to eat something." Michelle remained unmoving, but this utterance seemed to remind Danny of something she'd forgotten, upon seeing her daughter awake again. Danny moved the tray closer, picked a few bites of the oats, and collected a small portion of bread as she sat on the bedside and said to Michelle, "Mr. Mathers is right, sweetie. Some food will help you." The two were silent as Daniela fed her daughter and herself, and there I stood, almost blank in mind as I could only watch the care Daniela was giving Michelle. After both had taken a few bites, Danny turned to me from that bedside, tears trickling down her face as she mouthed the words, "Thank you," to me. I merely nodded, and there she began to feed her daughter again for another few moments of silence. At last, the two had eaten their fill as the surgical table was pushed away and Danny returned to the stool beside Michelle. If their physical states didn't say it already, the amount they'd eaten from the tray did. What was probably enough food on that tray to feed 4 people looked as though it was only a few small birds that had picked at it. Then, silence reigned again, as Danny's entire attention was locked on her daughter. The steadiness of Michelle's breathing indicated she was calm, if not ready to sleep again. It was in this silence that I came to find the reason I was here in the first place once again. A question that Michelle wanted to know as well, and so I sought the answer before Michelle could return to the healing land of sleep once more. "Danny, if I may ask, do you know where I can find Paul?" Michelle was asking about him as well. I asked in my most timid voice. Danny turned in her chair towards me, her pretty face looking even more sunken than before, as she released a long breath and told me in a way that said she didn't have time to be upset or sad about her husband as well. "I don't know, Mr. Mathers, I'm sorry. He said he was going for a walk last night, but I haven't seen him since..." Just then, Michelle began to softly weep again, and Danny turned right back around to calm her down. It troubled me deeply that Paul had disappeared in the immediate wake of what happened to his daughter. I know he was with Danny and Michelle in this room all afternoon and all evening yesterday. But to go for a walk and not return to his daughter's bedside first thing in the morning was not something I would have ever expected from Paul. I thought of Danny's face before she turned back to Michelle, and knew that she would love to cry and worry about where Paul went off to, but she needed to save all her feelings for the girl on the hospital bed. This attitude in Danny was very admirable, but it made me sad for their children, and wonder where Paul could have gone. Danny must have sensed that second part because as she calmed her daughter back down, she said with her back to me, "The kids are staying with Constable Henshaw and Leslie." She glanced over her shoulder at me and added, "Could you go find the constable and ask if he's seen Paul? We'd appreciate it." Stuck in thought, I replied, "I was thinking I'd do just that." Still facing her daughter, Danny kissed her daughter's arm and held it tighter as she said, "Thank you, Mr. Mathers." And then I departed. I left Michelle's room in Dr. Stepp's clinic, passing a few nurses in the hall who greeted me by my title and exited wordlessly into the streets in the cool morning. Zipping up my jacket further, my feet planted on the cobblestone of the town square, looking over the fountain as people passed on their way to their occupations, and a line of children on my left crossed the square toward the schoolhouse. It was just a little before 7 a.m., and I was still wondering how Paul could disappear when his family needed him. Such a thing was again so unlike him, especially after hearing he'd been by his wife and Michelle's side every second, following Michelle's unfortunate return. It was really hard to not think about my friend, or his daughter's condition, and although I wasn't sent to find Paul as part of my duties for the temple, I certainly wanted to find him as a friend. The whole reason I was looking for Paul in the first place was because I cared for him and wanted to check in with him, see how he was doing, and minister to him on a personal level before I had to check in at the temple by 11. Hearing about Michelle's early return from mission and the condition she arrived in through my colleagues in the Deacon housing block put him and his family at the forefront of my mind. Seeing her state on that hospital bed and the state of Danny left me wondering even more about what happened to Michelle, while also affirming that Paul was in need of a friend to give him some ministry. If only he hadn't disappeared. I'd been standing in front of the clinic for long enough and figured he might have gone about his duties earlier, or before his wife woke up to get his mind off of things. That had to be it, I figured, but I still didn't know where his duties took him on that particular day. So I decided I'd seek out the constable, who should have been in his office at the barracks around this time. I recognized this particular guardsman from my assistance in he and his wife's counseling sessions, a man who I knew who could save me a trip to the barracks and meeting with the constable, a man who was in Paul's detachment. "Mr. Rhines, how are you? It's been a while. How are you and Melanie?" The guardsman stopped, looked at the door to the clinic only a few feet away, and then looked around for who spoke until his eyes landed on me. The last of the people on this side of the town square were disappearing into their work establishments, and the confused look on Ryan's face turned into joy at sight of me, while his eyes said he had other matters on the brain. "Ah, Mr. Mathers, I'm well. So's Melanie. How about yourself?" said Rhines as I approached his side under the clinic sign. His eyes went back to the clinic door briefly as I stepped up, saying, "I too am doing all right. Now I can tell you're busy, so I'll be quick about it." "Go ahead, Deacon," said the man with a polite nod. "I'm looking for the constable, but just wanted to ask where he usually is this time of day. I don't want to go running all over town." The man forced a smile, again looking at the clinic door before returning to me and saying, "Sure thing, I could tell you, but honestly." He paused and glanced up at the sign. "But what, Mr. Rhines?" He looked at me and let out a collective breath. "It's nothing. I was just going to say you should avoid the constable. He just got a lot dumped on his plate this morning. Perhaps you could wait and seek him out later." "What's it about, if you don't mind my asking?" I wondered what was dumped on the constable's plate this morning to cause the constable such distress. However, since Rhines was in Paul's detachment, I knew I could be honest. "I'm sorry to hear about the constable, but I was only looking for him in order to seek out Paul. Perhaps I can skip that part with Hanshaw if you know where your lieutenant is." Rhines looked even more uneasy at this mention, and then his eyes went back to the clinic door. "You just came from the clinic, right?" I nodded. He nodded in understanding and went on. "Thought so. You visit with Danny and Michelle?" Again, I nodded. "I was looking for Paul. Thought he'd be with Michelle. I'm just looking to minister to my friend. What happened to his daughter was..." His expression felt a sadness and something else. "I don't know what happened to his daughter exactly, but I know Paul could use some spiritual help. A simple friend." The man began to look even more uneasy as his gaze left me and went to the town square. Very few people were walking the streets now, and with a glance at me he was about to say something, but seemingly couldn't. "What aren't you telling me, Mr. Rhines?" I asked in all humility. With a gesture of his head, he told me to come closer, and I did. He said in the same tone he'd been using this whole exchange, but very lowly he went out. Him, John, Doyle, and Herbin took a bunch of the guys out to find the ones who attacked Michelle and her mission party. He must have seen the look on my face because he added instantly, "Don't tell anyone and don't judge any of them." My mouth interrupted for me at that last part. I couldn't possibly judge them. I saw the condition of Michelle. He looked at me somewhat perplexed. "Didn't know there were any like you in the temple sect, but thank you." I only stayed behind to explain things to the constable, and I just came from doing so. That's why he isn't a place to be talked to. I think it's best to let Hanshaw cool off. He'll understand. Heck, if the party wasn't headed by Graham, I'm pretty sure he would have given the go-ahead anyway. He paused, and I couldn't help blurting out in astonishment, "What? Graham's out there leading them?" At the time, I wasn't aware of Graham's orders to be confined within the walls of town. I was merely shocked that Paul and the group out there seeking retribution for Michelle were headed by Graham. This was a lot to take in, and Rhines must have seen this on my expression because he said, "Yeah, but if you'll forgive me, I'll have to leave it at that for now." He paused, seeing me still stuck in thought before glancing at the clinic door again. "I gotta tell Paul's wife where he went. Not to mention the wife of John, Doyle, and some of the others in that posse." I was still frozen, and Rhines was about to depart before I stopped him one last time. Something told me Rhines knew everything going on. What happened to Michelle and her party? Facing me and moving towards the clinic door, he answered, "If you got the time, go talk to the rangers about it. Some NCR rangers were the ones who brought her in yesterday, so you'll have to talk to them if you can. Get past the fact they're secular rangers. They're staying at the Trinity Inn outside the gates. I'm sorry, Deacon, but I have to go." At that, he turned, and the bell to the door of Dr. Stepp's clinic rang as he exited my company. There was a lot on my mind when I turned back to the open town square. The place was desolate. My watch beeped, indicating it was officially 7 a.m., and I wouldn't be able to find Paul. He and many others from the guard had departed into the wastes last night. I had assumed that this departure in the night wasn't authorized by their commander when I thought of Rhines's face as he told me the situation, and said how Hanshaw was not in a mood to be spoken to. The one thing I wanted to do, minister to my friend in need, couldn't be done, and all I could do was think about the tragic faces of his daughter and wife as I looked out at the vacant square. Michelle's face would haunt me as the seconds passed, and I got to thinking about Graham, the man who was leading a posse of New Canaan's most experienced guardsmen. As I imagined what they were doing, I got to thinking What could make Paul follow a man like Graham, redeemed or not, into the wastes and track down the ones who put his daughter in that state? Vengeance is mine, saith the Lord. And I began to wonder what that would look like as I wondered how I'd be able to minister to Paul when he returned, and remembered Michelle's tears on that hospital bed. I thought of what Rhines had said, and who brought Michelle back home from the wastes. Mr. Rhines was evidently one of those who didn't know about my past, based on what he said about the Rangers, and I continued thinking about this even as I soon found my legs carrying me toward the gates to the market. Perhaps it wasn't my business, but I had to know what happened to Michelle and set Paul off into the wastes. The way I saw it, I could only effectively minister to Paul if I knew more about the situation, but little did I know there was something else that made me leave the confines of town that morning. I struggled to figure out what that other thing was, but Rhines' referral rang in the back of my mind all the while. Making my way through the busy morning crowds of the market, my nose was filled with the smoke of barrel fires beneath the overcast sky. Fighting the cold breeze, I looked down the south road, past the incoming or outgoing trains of travelers and mules, looking out at the distant refugee village that occupied most of my time when I wasn't attending meetings in the temple, and decided to turn. I realized what that other thing drawing me this morning was when I opened the door to the Trinity Inn, scanned the crowds of wasteland travelers escaping the outside cold, and found them sitting at a little table by the window. Maneuvering around the crowds packed around each table, I found myself standing before two NCR Rangers, sitting opposite one another by that window. The morning light from outside peered through the glass, showing them both in brown pants, cowboy boots, tan shirts, both with belts holding ammo pouches and canteens, and each wearing leather satchels while short-range radio receivers sat clipped to their breast pockets. I studied the black steel revolvers with the redwood grips and golden bear insignia sticking out of the holsters at their hips before my eyes drifted to the two men's faces. I saw both sat staring at me from behind scratched aviator sunglasses with bright smiles on their faces before the older one on my right said straight to me, "Can we help you, Padre?" Both of them remained smiling at me in a very amused sort of way as 1,000 memories with men like these from my earlier life hit me in a millisecond. I shook the memories out of my head, saying, "Yes. Hello, gentlemen. How are you this morning?" "We're doing great, Padre. There's something we can do for you?" Hearing the word Padre again made me wonder what could have made them say that. I was only wearing my black jacket, slacks, and shoes. Perhaps they could see the white shirt peeking out from under my jacket, but still. Padre? Suddenly I felt their eyes scanning me from behind those shades, and knew that they were looking at the smooth surface of my slacks and the shine in my shoes. I looked and carried myself unlike any of the other 100 people in this establishment. All I said in response was, "If you men have the time, I'd like to speak with you for a moment." "Sure thing. Take a seat, please," said the younger one on my left. The young ranger stood and pushed the passed-out man at the table next to us to the ground in a single motion, moving the chair to his spot, while taking his own chair to sit beside the older ranger. I looked to the passed-out man who hadn't woken up, even by his sudden relocation to the ground, and sat myself down at the ranger's table with the timid words, "Thank you." I was going to say something else, but I glanced back down at the unconscious waster on the floor before the younger ranger with a name tag above his right breast pocket, reading Hale, spoke once again. "Don't mind him, Padre. He'll be all right. He was hitting the bottle pretty hard at that table last night after Martha and her boys closed for the night. Doubt he even felt it." With a smile, he added, "Not a bad idea, come to think of it, in reference to something I didn't quite get at the moment." Looking back at the two rangers, they both moved back an inch in their chairs and removed their sunglasses, since the light outside wasn't as bright anymore. Still, they both looked at me with pleasant grins from across the table, and the noise around us faded into the distance as the older one with the name tag reading Banks said, "So, what you want to chat with us about, Padre?" I smiled back, trying to recall exactly what I myself wanted to talk to them about as I answered. "Please, call me Mr. Mathers. I'm a deacon with the temple." The younger ranger Hale jutted in politely. "No offense, Padre, but if you're here to tell us about Jesus, we'll tell you what we told the fellow last night. We'll think about it." The older gave his comrade a sharp nudge and amusingly told his partner, "Call him Mr. Mathers, Hale. Show some respect." I said in my most sympathetic or diplomatic tone, no offense taken, recalling other memories of my past where rangers acted just like these two in the towns of the Sonoran and California wastes, diplomatic, but with a will unchanging. The younger sat back in his chair, still relaxed and grinning, while the older said, "Still, my part is right. We already heard it from Pastor, Deacon." Turning to his partner, "What was that guy's name again?" "You think I remember?" said the younger, before both Banks and Hale exclaimed at the exact same time. "Pastor Rudy, that's what it was." The two chuckled for a moment. I couldn't help but join in. After a second, Ranger Banks said to me, "Still, we already heard about salvation, so is there something else we could do for you, Mr. Mathers? Even just being around these men reminded me of so many good times during my life with the desert, and then NCR Rangers, that I almost forgot there ever were bad times. As I said, no, I'm not here to talk to you about Jesus Christ, at least not now." I couldn't help but smile a bit wider, and the Rangers did so too before the older said, "All right then, so what are you looking to chat with Hale and I about?" As Banks spoke, his attention went from me to something under the table between his legs. The 20-something Ranger Hale glanced at what his partner was doing and said lowly, "Give me some too." "Well, give me your canteen then," said Banks before stopping abruptly and looking up at me. Hale stopped in the middle of unclasping the canteen from his belt to look at me. Banks raised what was between his legs somewhat hesitantly as both looked at me, exposing a wide metal flask and a hollow green military canteen. "You don't mind if we indulge a little, right?" asked Banks before Hale added, "Rough night, hair of the dog and all that. These men were definitely Rangers. I remember meetings between deputies and chiefs, Rangers and wasteland mayors or chieftains that couldn't start until everyone with a Ranger badge had at least 2 swigs of a local moonshine or ancient whiskey." I smiled a bit wider. "By all means, you'll get no judgment from me." Banks gave his partner a sharp nudge again. I knew I'd like this fella. Ha! They both chuckled, and were much more open as Banks finished his canteen and turned to Hales on the tabletop. "You got something about you, Padre." "I like it," added Banks, back to calling me Padre, and finishing off Hale's canteen with the last of the flask. Both Rangers took a swig, and Hale's eyes grew slightly wider as he lowered the canteen from his lips and gestured the canteen towards me. With memories full of past Rangers I knew from that life, I shook my head. "I'm all right, thank you, though." Hale shrugged and took another swig as I added, "You boys should add a completely dried prickly pear fruit to each of your canteens. It does something to it, makes one into 4. Good for a hike, and you can literally taste the desert in a good way." I stopped. Both men were frozen, and I suddenly wondered if I made an enormous mistake. Now the older Ranger, Banks, looked like he could have been in the Rangers as long as I would have been if the new Canaanites hadn't found me, but I didn't recognize his face when I first saw them. Ranger Hale looked as though he was probably in his mid to late teens when I first came to this community, so I wasn't worried about him recognizing me from my past. Still, my reference to a little tradition amongst those of the Desert Rangers, specifically those Rangers operating in the Sonoran Waste, was incredibly dangerous. If I was considered a Ranger deserter, rather than KIA, that I was most likely assumed to be. The men were both looking at me with curiously raised eyebrows, clearly stuck in thought as I wondered what I could add to stop them from thinking about who I was further. At last, Ranger Hale turned to Banks and asked him, "Doesn't Calderwood do that with his canteens?" Banks was nodding his head in contemplation before he answered, "Yeah, I think so." Suddenly it hit me. I heard from some other Rangers that was a good thing to try out in the desert where alcohol is scarce. I also wasn't always sober. I knew I didn't need to add that last part, but both were true. I did in fact hear how to do that from other Rangers, but I didn't feel the need to say I heard about that tradition while I was in the Rangers. However, my words seemed to work as a distraction since they both shrugged and Banks said, "Huh? I should try that." Hale nodded at this, looking over my shoulder. Just then Banks looked to me and added, "So anyway, what was it you wanted to talk about?" As I looked at the dusted faces of both Rangers, the close brush with my old life made me consider the present, and I thought of how it was these men who brought my friend's daughter back home in the condition I saw. All business, I looked into these men's eyes, knowing that my past with men like them was just that, the past, and told them both. "I understand that you were the men who brought that girl in from the desert around noon yesterday." "Michelle, huh?" interrupted the younger, still smiling, but that smile was less now that they both knew the subject of the meeting. I was about to go on when Banks's face became more serious but sympathetic as he asked, "You her dad or something, Mr. Mathers?" Hale nudged his partner. She said her last name was Young, remember? I interrupted again. "No, I am not her father, but I am close with the family. Paul can't be here at the moment. I'm looking to minister to him when I see him, and I'm trying to help the family in the meantime, so I'd like to know more about what happened to her." I saw the hesitancy on their faces. "Don't tell me anything you're not comfortable sharing. I know this sounds strange, but I've seen her, and it might be best that her father doesn't learn too many of the details." Both men were nodding their heads in thought, probably thinking about the scene they arrived to when they found that poor girl and those she was traveling with. At the same time, Hale and Banks looked up at me. Hale looked as though he was going to say something, but stopped, and then they faced one another for a second before returning their focus to me. Finally, Banks said, "All right, we can tell you what's up. I don't know what there is to say if you ain't too familiar with the kinds of people out there, but if you'll excuse my language, Michelle and her group were set upon by a gang of real shits. Hale and I were headed up from St. George thereabouts when we found her lying near a rock off a desert trail several clicks." Chapter 28. If your right hand causes you to sin. 4 days later. Narrative continued by Nathan Porter. I swear I don't think I had ever run as fast or as far in all my life. For 3 or 4 days, I think, after that night, we were literally running. I understood the urgency. Believe me, I saw it and even felt it myself, at least at first. There still comes a point where you end up thinking it might be a good idea to get there alive. What's even more surprising is that Paul was at the head the entire time, even in front of Graham when he knew where we were going. I totally understood what was driving him, but I didn't think Paul even had that in him. No offense to my LT, but he was on the border of 40. And although he was still pretty dang fit for a guy his age, I remember him and Doyle on that little hike out to the totem a few months back. It seemed like they were asking to stop every 30 minutes on that trip. Not this one, though. Our breaks in the night to sleep were only 4 hours, until it was back to sprinting through the wastes once again, until the sun rose and then lowered again, and not one person fell out of line. I understood Paul's determination. I understood Herbin's, and I even understood Ramos's, but seeing everyone else, including that kid Duncan, keep up without any complaint was a sight on its own. Unfortunately, it was at least those first 3 days after setting out that I rapidly lost my original determination. It didn't help with my motivation that I was at the tail end of our group traversing the wastes, and it was during these days that I could only think about one thing that wasn't what happened to Michelle, Sarah Parsons, Mr. Padilla, or Herbin's men. I completely forgot about that fancy lad snack cakes eating competition at the barracks I won the night before Michelle came in with those rangers. On any other trek across the wastes, I was leading at the front since objectively, I was probably the fittest guardsman of New Canaan, except for maybe Salgado. Arriving at the scene, the vultures flapped their enormous wings and took off as Paul and the rest of us stepped up. What the rangers had told me, John, Rhines, and Carl, and what John had told Graham, Paul, and then everyone else was a scene everyone in this group had seen a dozen times. But it had been a scene that hadn't happened to a group of new Canaanites in at least a few years. It was clear that Mr. Padilla had the group in camp at this wash for a couple days, since they should have been nearing the canyon passes to the Zion Valley by the time the rangers would have discovered them. Perhaps Mr. Padilla got lost off the trail, or wanted to make sure he was taking Michelle and Sarah the right way since here they were. Around a week and a half after the rangers gathered, the attack took place, and the remnants of Sarah, Herbin's men, and Mr. Padilla were beyond recognition, picked apart by the vultures and other creatures of the wastes. The little camp of 3 tents in that little desert wash were torn and burnt to oblivion, with everything they packed scattered all over the place. As horrible as it was to see a camp of our friends so destroyed, the only solace for me, and probably for Herbie and Ramos and the families who would hear the news, is that the remains were too destroyed for any of us to know for sure if they suffered before they died. It's always a good idea to assume the best if you're faced with the unknown. Still, what the rangers pieced together after finding Michelle and what she told them told some of us the truth in what was done here. I heard from the rangers directly, and if what Michelle told the rangers was only partly true, the image of that camp gave me back the determination I lost by my actions the night before this trip. It was the same determination that kept Paul an unstoppable silent force following or leading that equally silent and unstoppable force in our group, Mr. Graham. The wrapped man led Duncan, our other best tracker, away from the destroyed camp, taking Paul to the site where the Rangers found his daughter somewhere further south off the dirt road, and the rest of us stood by to pray over the dead and bury their remains. During this time, I let the camp seep its message into my mind as I comforted Ramos, prayed for the dead, prayed for the families back home, and then assisted the rest in burying those remains. All was silent in the minutes after we were done, many of us stuck looking at the sticks we planted as gravestones, until Duncan, Graham, and Paul returned to the camp, the latter ordering us with bloodshot eyes and dried tears on his dust-speckled face. Follow. Gathering our things in an instant, we set off again, and in no more than 3 hours, night was falling as we neared the place Duncan and Graham were leading us. Just as the glimmer of the sun setting in the west was nearly gone, we opened fire on the raiders at their camp, outside an abandoned old ranch off the crumbling highway. In less than 5 minutes, the sun had disappeared. 6 raiders lay dead and scattered across the dusty yard, and 1 survivor was being pinned to the ground for interrogation. John had told us to search the bodies for the locket Paul told us about, while Paul himself barked out his questions to the man bleeding out in the grips of Lieutenant Doyle and Joshua Graham. No locket, and none of these raiders even had the pistol Paul said he gave to Michelle. After the dead were searched, Urbine took over the interrogation, and by this time, our whole posse learned that the rest of this group's gang was scattered all over the area. The survivor was bound by his arms to one of the wooden support columns inside the ranch house while we all made our sleeping arrangements and drifted off for another short 4 hours. Not a word was said this night, and waking up around 1 or 2 a.m., we packed up and left while the wastes around was nearly pitch black and bitterly cold. Stepping out into those winds, I noticed the raider's silhouette was only kept in place by the binds while the head hung limp. It was easy enough to believe that the survivor bled out while the majority of us slept, and nobody admitted to killing him or even acknowledging his death as we left into the wastes. A few hours later, and still in the dead of night, Paul had taken us to another raider outpost several miles down the highway. Maneuvering in the dark, fueled by hatred of those who harmed our own, and aided by the sleeplessness of those past days, even the raiders assisted us in their own demise. 2 raiders on watch were bound, gagged, stabbed, and thrown over the edge of the overpass before they knew what happened. Their bodies thudded to the ground, awaking their friends who charged out into the light of the moon and their campfires, only for us to pour lead on them from above. 10 more killed in only a few short minutes, no survivors this time, but still the bodies were checked, and still no locket or pistol. The survivor at the ranch didn't know where the rest of the gang or his leader held up, and there wasn't anyone alive at the overpass raider fort to tell us anything else. This lack of direction didn't seem to affect Paul or anyone. After the bodies were checked, it was still too dark for Graham or Duncan to do any more tracking. So, without any leads from survivors on where to go this time, Graham took the forefront this time, taking us out into the darkness of the wastes once again. After a short stay with the ones at the overpass, and after another 2 or so hours of charging aimlessly through the dark, the sun was lighting the sky just beneath the mountains in the east, and all of our guns sat perched on stones, aimed at that group of 4 raiders walking past a toppled electricity tower. The 4 in that patrol collapsed to the ground in the few seconds of hail from our 14 guns and lay still. Once again, no survivors when we charged forth, and searched the 4 additional raider corpses added to our toll. Again still, no locket, no pistol, but the pockets of one of the filthy rats contained a few maps. The maps in the patrol leader's breast pocket marked the location of several patrol routes for the gang, several scouting outposts including the ranch we took the previous evening, as well as the overpass fort. There were a few more, but each patrol or route was spaced miles apart, and the excess appeared to indicate sites of successful raids on the region's traffic. No exact mention of tribute or who they killed where, but there was a smaller X in the spot of the map that looked closest to where Mr. Padilla had the girls and escorts set up camp. After this, the only thing that Paul, Graham, Doyle, or Urbine could see was the circled location on the map seeming to indicate where they needed to send their tribute. All we had to do was follow the patrol route, or more specifically, follow the line of ancient electrical towers going a few miles west. With the sun just beginning to show itself over the east, we charged west, straight to this raider group's headquarters just outside the town of... I honestly don't remember. The raiders' map didn't say. I know it was a little ways northwest from the pre-war ruins of St. George, though. Maybe a little more than an hour after leaving the site of the patrol we killed, we came down on the Raiders' stronghold at an old shopping mall from the east. The sun sat just above those mountains at our back, blinding the rats who couldn't fire back accurately at their new morning alarm, and I honestly don't remember a whole lot more. Between so much sleeplessness, so much adrenaline, so much exhaustion, so much gunfire, and so many other things, I know I wasn't the only one feeling that way since we first opened up on the ranch. The past 12 hours felt like it was just non-stop killing, and between all those things I mentioned above alongside so much more, much of that was a giant blur. Especially this last fight at the shopping mall the Raiders fortified. Strange as it may sound, I only remember this specific engagement in pieces, and stranger still, I only remember those moments because at some point during the fight a strange fact hit me. It was Sunday. For whatever reason, I remember dumping the magazine of my Thompson, tossing it deliberately onto part of the asphalt I knew I would be able to find it later, and found myself leaping over the broken barricade to move towards the cars out front of the pawn shop when a tune hit me. Running low to those cars with Hudson and Ray while Paul, John, Carl, and Duncan gave suppressive fire, I found myself mouthing the words to a song I heard on a recovered record one of the boys found a few years back. Your cross, my freedom, your stripes, my healing. All praise, King Jesus. Glory to God in heaven. Your blood still speaking, your love still reaching. All praise, King Jesus. Glory to God forever. As the tune played in my head, just then I realized it was Sunday. And I wondered what songs the worship team back home was singing as more bullets whipped past my head from the structures in front. It was Sunday, and even in the midst of everything, I was so mentally elsewhere due to so many factors I can't feel like I can describe the whole thing adequately enough. All I can say is that from my brief glimpses of the moment is how everyone back home was probably just finishing up worship at the same time I put that burst of bullets into the chest of the man in the broken gas mask, charging me with an axe. Pastor Duval was likely beginning morning announcements to the congregation when Lieutenant Doyle stomped on the temple of that bleeding raider with the 2 hatchets. Pastor Duval was likely telling the rest of the congregation what happened to Mr. Padilla's missionary party, and the whole Parsons family was starting to tear up at the reminder when the 20-year-old Ramos plugged that raider in the window of the electronics store 4 times. My buddy in Doyle's group, Preston Lockwood, was probably wiping his wife's tears for her unfortunate younger sister Sarah when that raider in the window impaled himself on the shattered glass as his body fell limp in the burst of gunfire. Bishop Mordecai probably took the podium and started speaking his condolences to the affected families directly when Paul jammed his knife into the neck of that raider with a sledgehammer, dragging the raider and himself to the ground. By the middle of Mordecai's prayer for the families in recovery of Michelle, Hudson chucked a grenade into the window of the store sheltering the last holdouts. The boys in the towers were sitting heads bowed, nodding in agreement of the bishop's words to God, and imagining their own justice if they could join us in the wild as the grenade bursts, sending glass and debris into the dead raiders scattered across the parking lot. Some back home in the temple were probably raising their hands up to God, as tears most definitely streamed down their faces when the debris of the explosion rained down on all of us blood and sand-covered New Canaanites sheltering behind cars and barricades. People in the pews behind the Parsons family would find it in themselves to place hands on the grieving Parsons family in the final words of the prayer while the concussed, mutilated, and bleeding survivors of the blast inside the shelter begin to limp and crawl out. Then, the concussed and shrapnel-filled raiders collapse to the ground in a hail of gunfire as they emerge into the daylight, just as Bishop Mordecai finishes his prayer with the word Amen. Finally, once everyone has taken a seat back down in the pews and Bishop Mordecai smoothly insinuates that now would be a good time to open Bibles to Matthew 5, I look through the settling dust and smoke to see Mr. Duncan Schmidt scalping one of the perforated raiders, while the voice of John sounds in the near distance. Keep checking for that locket, boys. I look back down for a split second at the mangled face of the raider beneath me, see his shirtless chest with 6 bleeding bullet holes and innumerable wounds from the flying glass, and don't see anywhere he could have hidden a silver locket or miniature .45 pistol. I immediately turn my attention back to the kid as more of the dust settles, shouting, "What in his name are you doing, Duncan?" I step urgently over to the kid as the rest of our group fans out to search bodies in the settling dust. The kid looks up from his half-completed work with a face of irritation beneath the wide brim of his flat black hat to answer me. "What? Guy we passed on the road 2 days ago said the folks at 89 City were paying for scalps. The kid began resuming his work on the scalp, and it was then that I noticed Duncan had a whole bundle of scalps tied to his belt from our fights earlier that morning before sunrise. Only a haze of smoke and dust hovered in the area around the scene of battle, and everyone was searching bodies when I told the kid automatically he said they were paying for 80 scalps. When the last word left my lips, Duncan was looking at me again, still more annoyed than anything as he said, "Can you tell the difference between these guys and 80s?" His answer left me wondering why I was even upset about his action, or the bundle of scalps on his belt in the first place. I couldn't say anything as I thought about this, and Duncan continued his short work on the scalp before tearing off the rest and exposing a bloody skull. The kid stood himself upright, leveled his hat, and began to tie the newest clump of hair and bloody skin to his belt when he added casually, "I already checked for the locket on this one, if that's what you're mad about." I wasn't mad about that, and I knew inside why I was mad at his scalping, even if I couldn't put it into words for the young man in that moment. He dusted himself off, saw that I was still at a loss for words, and added something else I couldn't refute in words, even if my mind could. The least these sacks of garbage could do is compensate us for the ammo we had to spend on them. The kid smacked the front of my vest in a playful sort of way, smiled, and began walking towards another killed raider. The smoke and dust had settled, the haze was gone, and still the search was underway when John called out, "Anyone find them?" Momentary silence hovered around the area before John called out again, "Keep searching. Looks like we found the chief, though." There were still plenty of bodies to search through, and I began to walk towards another bleeding corpse when I saw Paul standing over the body of a giant one nearby. The killed giant wore a gas mask with a long tube apparatus attached to the snout, and the back facing me had a large wood and rebar construction strapped to it that looked like it was broken in its collapse. It wasn't uncommon for raider chiefs to wear such totems on their backs to make them appear bigger or more intimidating. Paul stood over the large raider, staring down at it with a look of disgust I couldn't make out from where I stood. My LT hadn't moved, even after I was done searching the killed raider below me. He was frozen, and I began to move to the next corpse, but both Paul and I turned at the same time when the voice of Herbian sounded in the distance between a collection of crumbling single-story homes and the shopping mall. "Paul, Doyle, got 2 runners here." Approaching us down the road was Herbian, Graham, Clay, and Clyto, pushing 2 raiders along, dressed like their friends in a mix of pre-war and tribal clothes, bedecked in leather pouches and armor of steel and wood. The one on the left walked with a limp, and both were covered in so much dust and traces of gunpowder that they looked just as grotesque as us if they weren't hobbling along between the guns of Graham and our brothers. Both men were hurled to the asphalt before their dead chief and the feet of Paul, with their hands bound behind their backs. Paul lorded over the young raider in front of him, Graham standing behind the near kid, while the older one with the limp had the frame of Herbian standing behind him, gun at the ready. The rest of us congregated around the captives and studied the 2 as Paul knelt down in front of the kid. It really was strange to see the unique contrast between even these 2 intact raiders. The older had a sneer on his face and a near jovial expression behind the eyes I could see even through the sunglasses. There on his knees, protected by decayed cargo pants and steel shin guards, his waist was wrapped in a thick belt full of pouches and canteens for the road. Many scars were across his exposed torso, only partially covered by his bodily grime, a leather harness, and a broad eagle either painted or tattooed across his chest. His neck had several chains or necklaces around it, each necklace decorated with beads, bullet casings, human fingers, and ears. He looked around at each of the dusty new Canaanites congregating around him behind the safety of a pair of intact sunglasses, while the glimmering sunrise reflected faintly off his bald head. In a sense, he looked just like any other raider in this clan, except most of the others had hair before Duncan did what he did to them. In the end, the 2 looked like any other raider who inhabited the Utah wilderness, and the look on this older one's face confirmed as much when his lips curled into an ever-so-faint smile as the rest of us came to a stop around the 2. The younger raider, on the other hand, looked nearly identical to his older comrade beside him. But something was different about him, besides the greasy light hair swept back behind his head. The kid, who looked about his late teens, refused to meet the face of Paul, his head hung so dusty but so scarless, so young, so... something. It didn't look like the kid was regretful, humiliated, or anything like that, but he didn't look nearly as content as the older raider. I continued to look at that hung head of the young man, and I frankly don't know what the word was. However, a brief glance to my right showed Duncan on the other side of Ramos, and for a second, I wondered if Duncan had a doppelganger or a long-lost twin, given how much the Raider kid looked like him. The two looked about the same age, and the young Raider was still just as horrible to look at as any one of his killed comrades, but still there was something in that face as Paul kneeled across from him. This was something that Paul couldn't see when he saw what was around the Raider boy's neck. Just like his older comrade beside him, the young Raider's neck was decorated with several necklaces made of all sorts of trash, intermixed with decayed ears and fingers. However, the ghastly decorations only made the silver little chain hidden inside the mix of necklaces stand out even more. Paul crouched himself down a bit lower, moved a couple of severed ears aside, and grabbed the silver chain holding the locket in his twitching hand as he asked the kid coolly as could be given the look on his face. "Where did you get this?" The kid's head stayed hung and unmoving, and a couple seconds of silence passed as Paul's hand twitched a bit more before removing the chain from the kid's neck in one swift jerk. Paul stood himself up, still staring down at the boy's hung head. "Search him!" Joshua Graham pressed his pistol to the back of the Raider kid's head, while his other hand searched the rear pockets and satchel on the kid's back. After a moment, Joshua Graham removed a glimmering little .45 pistol with a shortened barrel from the satchel and tossed it to Paul without a word. Paul caught it, opened the chamber, locked the slide back, and inspected it for a few seconds before stopping suddenly. He looked down at the kid once again, who still hadn't moved a millimeter, and Paul's face twisted to a rage I hadn't ever seen despite the chaos of the violent morning as he stuffed one of his spare magazines into Michelle's gifted pistol. In a fraction of a second, Paul released the slide, and the weapon gave a loud clack as he grabbed the kid's neck and made the boy meet his eyes. All of us saw the kid's face much more clearly when Paul raised the boy's face, and once again, there was something in those eyes and that face that we couldn't place when Paul pressed Michelle's pistol to the boy's forehead. The kid's face sat almost devoid of all emotion whatsoever. He didn't look angry, sad, scared, regretful, shocked, or in the least bit smug like his older comrade. All the kid's face said to me was, "Okay, if that makes sense." The Raider kid's eyes met Paul's, unmoving and empty. But there was still that something that none of us could read behind those eyes. This was something that Paul especially couldn't see when he felt Michelle's locket in his left hand, stuck between his hand and the Raider kid's neck, and he really couldn't see it as he adjusted his grip on his daughter's gifted pistol in his right hand when he had the one who rendered his girl to that tragic state on both knees before him. When the pistol was firmly pressed to the boy's head, Paul unleashed a beast within as he barked a question unlike before. "Where did you get this?" The kid's face sat blank as he looked into Paul's eyes. "Just found it on some girl." Before Paul or the kid could say anything else, all our eyes, including the Raider kid's, went to the older Raider at the sound of a short outburst of laughter. I saw the older Raider beside the boy now wearing a broad grin. He wasn't even attempting to conceal anymore as he stifled his laughter in an instant and cackled, "Just some girl, says the kid? Ha!" Doyle looked like he was about to silence the older Raider, but a glance at Paul's face told him not to as the older Raider added with that gold-toothed smile, "She wasn't just some girl, misters. She was the kid here's first time." The kid whipped his head towards his friend and immediately shouted in a demonic way that would rival any of our worsts, "Shut your fucking mouth, motherfucker!" We all focused on the older, then the younger, then the older, back and forth as the older Raider continued to chuckle lightly to himself. The older Raider brushed off the words of his younger comrade and looked Paul straight in his eyes behind those shades, saying to his comrade, "What? It ain't like they're letting us out of this anyway? Look around you, kid. Recognize that corpse right next to you? Looks a lot like Laz, don't it? Ha 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 ha." Doyle silenced the older for the moment by a sharp crack on his head with the grip of his pistol as the kid screamed at his partner, full of rage. "Shut up!" Paul turned the kid's face back to meet his own. "Do you want to tell me what he was talking about?" Now the kid's eyes were full of fire, but fire that wasn't aimed at Paul as much as it was aimed at the one bound and kneeling by his side. The fire in those eyes grew as his comrade recovered from the blow and began cackling to himself once more. "I didn't do anything to her," said the kid, full of rage as the pistol was pressed further into his forehead. The laughter from the man beside him grew louder, and the flame in the kid's eyes grew even more. When the kid spoke the last word of his lie, his older comrade beside him immediately said, "What did Laz keep telling you? Just own it, haha. Face your death with some balls." The fire and rage in the kid's eyes remained, and something about his comrade's words kept him silent, even as the older raider turned his attention between Paul and the kid. "Sir, if the kid won't, I will." "Ungrateful shit. That's the thanks you give Laz for taking you under his wing?" Pressing the pistol even further into the kid's head, Paul turned his eyes to the older raider who went on, "Kid was the only virgin we'd ever met out here, ha! That bitch was a gift to you, boy. A gift from Laz. He ain't never done something like that for the rest of us. I mean, the rest of us had her too, but Laz gave you first go and let you keep her as your prize bitch afterward. That was all the older raider could get out." I saw the tears streaming down Paul's face and watched the gun tremble violently against the younger's head when the words of the older were silenced by a short but terrible scream. Joshua Graham had pushed Herbian out of the way and did something to the older raider's bound hands that I couldn't see or understand at the moment. I didn't know what was done to cause the silence, the tears of pain or face of ungodly rage on the older raider's face at the time, and I still wasn't sure what was done as I heard Graham mutter, "If your right hand causes you to sin, cut it off, but you don't deserve that, do you?" It was almost admirable to hear the older raider's short yelp get channeled into pure hate and near amusement, after he was momentarily silenced by Joshua Graham, and none of us knew exactly what the wrapped man had done before we turned back to the raider kid. I'd understand when I saw the twisted hands behind his corpse, and saw the wrench lying in the sand where he had previously knelt a bit later. When Graham was done, the raider knelt there, paralyzed in pain, shock, and anger. Herbian and John looked at the face of Powell, transfixed on the younger, and dragged the older raider to the spot beside Paul. I wanted to look at what was done to the older's hands, but I, like Paul and everyone else, was completely focused on the young raider. And the situation was even harder to look away from when Paul pointed the gun at the older's neck, telling the kid in a voice of barely restrained emotion, "You tell me everything you did to my baby girl, and I will make your punishment a lot quicker than his, boy." Paul pulled back the hammer on Michelle's pistol, pressing it further into the older's neck, and the younger looked his partner in the eye. The fire in that kid's eyes grew more and more as the older recovered from Graham's punishment enough to begin lightly cackling again. The kid looked as though he would personally pull the trigger on his partner's neck if he didn't have his hands bound behind his back and over a dozen armed men around him. When the cackling became louder, Paul was frozen, staring at the kid, and the gun in his hand began to shake once more when the older raider spoke for his younger comrade again. "Oh shit? Figured it was something like that. She was your daughter? Told you should have killed her, kid. Well, anyway, thanks, mister. She was a lot of fun." I could see more tears trickle down Paul's face, and the gun was now shaking violently as it stood pressed to the older's neck, and that cackling increased in spite of the interruptions from the pain in his hands. Graham, Herbian, John, and Doyle were looking at Paul's face from behind the younger raider, and all at once they all offered what the rest of us on Paul's side were thinking. "Want me to do the honors, Paul?" Paul was still frozen in rage at these men for what they did to his baby girl back home, and inconsolable despair for his daughter's tragic condition upon return. Paul simply couldn't do anything. Paul couldn't respond even if he wanted to as the gun continued to shake in his trembling hand, and the laughter from the older continued. After maybe 2 seconds since the question was asked, the frame of Duncan appeared on my immediate left, just behind the older raider's laughing and kneeling body, saying without almost any emotion whatsoever, "I got this." I kept my eyes on the face of the young raider, but saw in my peripheral vision what the raider boy watched in full horror and clarity. Duncan pulled the older raider onto his back, slid his combat knife across the abdomen, reached in, pulled out a handful of intestines that he draped over the raider's groin, and punctured the throat before the older had a chance to let out a scream. All done in just under 10 seconds, the youngest guardsman did the thing in a completely machine-like way. It was like he did what he did to a gecko or other wasteland critter in prep for a cooking pot, and by second 15, the kid was carefully carving off the top of the raider's bald head while the older raider was still alive. The kicking of the older raider's frantic feet, those wide, shocked eyes, and the gurgling of blood pouring and sputtering out of his punctured neck would continue in my lower peripherals for the rest of the event till he finally succumbed to death. By second 20, Duncan had stood himself up, wiped his hands on his dusty cargo pants, and was placing the new scalp in his travel satchel. It appeared as if nobody even noticed the whole thing. His eyes remained fixed on the raider kid, who most certainly did. Silence reigned, intermixed with the sound of a sporadic convulsion from the intestine and scalpless tracheotomy victim, and Paul moved his gun back to the head of the young man, still frozen in rage and panic at what his comrade experienced in such a short time frame. When the gun was in place, the kid finally turned away from his convulsing friend and met the eyes of Paul. My lieutenant wiped his eyes on his sleeve, and the second the kid's eyes met Paul's, the boy exploded in a mix of tremendous fear and rage as he seemed to fight savagely against the tears beginning to trickle down his own face. "I'm sorry. I didn't know she was your daughter." The small tears and untethered wrath in the boy's tone and face seemed to say he was trying his absolute hardest to not be sorry for what he did. But there was something, regardless of how small and deep inside, that regretted everything he'd done in his life to land him in this position. Paul pressed the gun to the boy's head a bit harder, replying without any emotion at all. "Didn't stop you, though." Again, the kid spoke in his words and face how there was a feeling inside he was fighting very hard, but hated how he was fighting it in the first place. "I know. I'm sorry. The whole gang is dead. You win. Fucking kill me if you want, but I at least left her alive. Laz killed the other one after they were done with her." Every one of us stayed dead silent, no thoughts at all, as the boy spoke. The older raider's legs only twitched now, and the lake of blood around his almost corpse had finally grown large enough to touch Paul's boot. I could just barely see Ramos in the peripherals on my right, seeing the tears silently trickle down his rage-filled eyes and emotionless face as he stared at the young raider. Sarah Parsons was dead, thanks to this gang, and Michelle was forever defiled. The raider kid was right, though. If it wasn't for him leaving Michelle in the brush off the caravan trail, she would have likely never been found by the Rangers, and her body would have been too destroyed by creatures to identify. Although it was only hindsight that would tell us this. In the moment, every one of us was all too blinded by the light of day after such a dark night to see the blood we were standing in. In probably any other circumstance, this was the moment where we would seriously consider showing the young raider boy the light. We would show him his wrong, teach him the right, and find him, help him, and thank him for doing some kind of minuscule good despite so much bad. We would help him grow, help him repent, and help him turn from the ways that had consumed him for so long, the same way God does with us every day, no matter the sin. The same thing we did for the wrapped man standing behind the boy. This was different, though. At least it felt that way. The wound was far too fresh, and the effects of the sinner's actions were too close to the victim, too painful to the one everyone, especially my lieutenant, loved. It happened to our most innocent and most loving. Through another torrent of restrained emotion, Paul answered the young raider's words. "You left her for dead on the side of the road in the blistering heat, the freezing nights, unprotected from the creatures and monsters out here." The raider continued to battle his inner regret, appearing to be silently hoping the rage that made him accepted by his killed friends would win out as Paul spoke his judgment. "You and your friends raped and defiled my little girl. Neither she nor any of her friends, my family, did anything to you to justify that, even if such a thing was possible to justify. She was my daughter, Sarah Parsons, Mr. Padilla, and those men who protected them were my family too." The kid screamed full of terrible hate and overwhelming regret for his life's actions into the eyes of Paul, knowing full well the gun was still pressed to his forehead. "I'm sorry!" Paul's voice took on the same rage as the boys, the older raiders, or any of the other killed littering the grounds of this little fortress. "Did you and your gang really think you could do the things you do and there wouldn't be some kind of reckoning?" Once more, the boy screamed full of anger, and a bitter guilt he really seemed to wish he didn't have. "I don't know. I'm sorry." Then Paul racked the pistol, sending the bullet already in the chamber flying out of the weapon, before returning the muzzle right back to the ring on the boy's forehead as Paul screamed back, "Well, consider this that reckoning, and I'll pray you fucking burn." Immediately, the boy's head jolted as a red mist shot out the back, and he fell on his face before the feet of Paul. In no more than a millisecond after the young raider's head hit the blood-stained asphalt, Paul threw Michelle's gifted pistol away from him, and he collapsed to his knees, letting loose a tremendous sob over the corpse of the boy. The rest of us stayed silent as the grave, not knowing what to say, do, or even think as Paul wept before the corpse of the young raider while the older one finally lay completely still. None of us could move, unsure what to think as Paul's sobs echoed into the morning breeze. And the feeling of that rage, righteous or otherwise, cooled in that same breeze after the deed was done. Several long seconds passed, and the scene around us began to come into focus while Paul cried into his clenched hands. "I'm so sorry, Lord. Please, release me from this. I beg you." Paul, as good a man as he was, could not give mercy to the one who directly harmed his little girl he so cared for, and not one of us blamed him, for we all probably would have fired the bullet even if he couldn't bring himself to do it. What happened to Michelle, to Sarah, to our missionary, to Herbin's men at the hands of this gang was something we, and so many others back home, would demand punishment for. Perhaps it wasn't our place to offer this particular form of justice, and I think the sobs of Paul made him realize something the rest of us perhaps hadn't picked up on the way he had after pulling the trigger. "I don't know. I know. I'm sorry." The cries of the raider continued to ring in my mind. Looking back, even seconds later, as Paul cried before the corpses, the raider kid did sound genuinely remorseful, and although I wouldn't say I wished it had turned out another way, hearing the sounds of that raider boy made me look at our own kid, Duncan. Duncan Schmidt was probably the first one of us surrounding Paul to move after the deed was done, even if it was only a step backward as he brushed his bloody and dusty hands on his pants again. I got to thinking about him and the raider kid, after what he did to the older raider so expertly, and remembering the collection of scalps dangling from his belt. I started to feel the only difference between him and his executed raider twin was how one found a group of raiders to encourage his violent tendencies, where the other found New Canaan to suppress it, or at least use it in a more righteous fashion. But was what we did righteous? The sobs of Paul seemed to say otherwise, but slowly, ever so slowly, the nearly 24 raider corpses surrounding us in this stronghold appeared to take on a new form. Paul had every reason to do what he did, and to feel what he felt, but there was something in the boy's face when he was alive, and in Paul's sobs, that spoke something into the world around this scene of massacre. Looking back to that day, I think I've come to understand what Paul did immediately after pulling the trigger. Paul had shot the boy not out of justice or righteousness, even if this type of righteousness was the correct response to the boy and the gang's actions. No, Paul's immediate regret and his promise to pray that the kid Burns showed he did what he did solely out of anger or wrath. He had done it in sin, and I think the rest of us knew this too, even if we weren't able to articulate it in mind or word. The sobs continued to echo throughout the world around this massacre, and the words of Paul began to make a bit more sense as more time passed and more clarity set in. "I'm so sorry, Lord. Please, release me from this, I beg you. Release me from this anger, this hatred, and this unbearable despair that reduced me to this, a vengeful executioner." Justified or not, Paul would be haunted by what he did to the raider boy for a long time. Some would later ask, upon hearing about the incident, why he felt bad for doing what he did to the one who defiled his daughter, but those people just don't get it. Only he would truly understand the answer. He had lost himself. He let his wrath get the better of him. When the moment and the immediate aftermath was over, however, I think the only question left for him, as well as all of us, was what to do about that wrath. For whatever reason, it was while I thought about this question that I thought of another part, from that song I referred to earlier. "Oh, blood and tears, how can it be? There's a God who weeps, there's a God who bleeds." Paul knelt there in the pool of blood, staring at his hands, the hands that sent the misguided, ignorant young man to judgment, and his sobs slowed. The rest of us, his brothers, his sons, stood all around him, and I don't think I was the only one to silently pray that Paul remembered. There was one who knew exactly what he was feeling. That one knew Paul would fail, would succumb to this state, and one who'd be so sad at what Paul had done, but would still pick him up. Paul must have remembered this as his sobs slowed completely to a stop. He continued to breathe heavy breaths and wipe his face before the corpse of the boy, and I thought about one last part of that song. "Oh, praise the one who would reach for me. Sing hallelujah to the son of suffering." All I can say is that I think there was a reason the first thing Paul thought to do, upon wiping his tears and standing himself up, was open the silver locket he had clenched in his grip the whole time. After a few seconds and a few more heavy breaths, he closed it, wiped his face on his sleeve, turned around and handed it to me, saying without looking me in the eyes, "Take this for a moment, will you, Nathan?" I took the locket without word and saw the tear, dirt, blood, and smoke-streaked face of Paul walk out of the ring of his brothers towards the rising sun as I opened the locket to read the tiny words inside the silver heart. "I am with you always, even unto the end of the world. Matthew 28:20. I read those words and saw my brothers slowly begin to disperse around the area strewn in the bodies of the dead, and saw Paul facing the rising sun, when another verse from the book that guided our lives came to mind. My Father, who has given them to me, is greater than all, and no one is able to snatch them out of the Father's hand. John 10:29. Paul felt he had fallen, and I think the rest of us did too, when we truly saw how many killed there were surrounding us. But we were still in the Father's hand. Perhaps this was the reason that not one of us in the whole group suffered anything more than a bruise or scraped knees, despite fighting so much over the course of 12 hours. Between the ranch, the overpass fort, the patrol, to the gang at the shopping mall, we had taken the lives of so many wicked, unrepentant men, and as strange as it was, after it was all over, I thought how each one had a mother and father at some point. I thought of Paul's sobs as I watched him stare into the sunrise, and thought how each person we killed was at one point an infant incapable of hurting literally anyone. But then again, so was Michelle and Sarah and the others. It's easy to get lost in the thoughts that come to you when your mind catches up to you after a fight like this whole morning. But the thoughts would stay inside as the calm after the storm set in. For now, though, the rest of us collected ourselves. Some began to quietly talk amongst themselves, and I began to try and think about what was next now that it was all over, and that we were still in the Father's hand. I turned from Paul at the sound of a rustling behind me, saw Graham pick up the little .45 pistol Paul had cast aside. The wrapped man put the weapon in his belt behind his back and met eyes with me. All he said was the words, "I'm going to hold on to this for him," and stepped away. I followed Graham with my eyes until he came to a stop facing the way he and Herbine came with the two raiders, and the murmuring from the guardsmen around me grew a little louder. I saw Doyle, Herbine, and John step up to Paul and ask him calmly, "You ready to head back, Paul?" After such a chaotic few days, I was ready to go home, and the feeling hit me like a brick, as I think it did us all. The moment was over. Our task was accomplished regardless of how it would continue to affect us, and the only way to go was forward with repentance in our hearts and Him in our vision. Still thinking about what was done in the past 12 hours, the murmuring grew louder and allowed for a sense of normalcy we all couldn't be more grateful for when surrounded by so many dead. I felt a presence behind me, saw Paul, Doyle, Graham, Herbine, and the others begin to walk north, and turned to see Duncan. The two of us followed the others, the beginning of a slow walk back home. Our minds stuck in what we'd done to so many people this morning alone, but still we were moving forward. I glanced at the bundle of scalps hanging from the kid's belt, then to his face. And as the walk home continued on, I asked him, "You all right, kid? Is there anything you want to talk about?" Chapter 29. What Only He Can Do. The morning after Paul's group left, narrative continued by Deacon Saul Mathers. "You all right, Padre?" asked the younger ranger, Hale. "Oh, yes, I'm sorry. Please go on," said I, still thinking about that poor angel and now even more desperate to find Paul despite knowing how impossible such a thing would be. Ranger Banks went on. "Well, after that we spent the night with a few tribals we found on the road outside of 89 City. Never heard what they were exactly since we didn't speak gobbledygook, but they didn't shoot at us and were even kind enough to treat the girl with some herbs. Don't know if that helped, other than maybe numb the pain, since she was in and out of consciousness for the rest of the trip. It was lucky those last few days on the road were rather empty, because Hale and I would have had to drop her to return fire if anyone unfriendly decided to attack us." Banks paused and glanced at his younger partner. They met eyes, and then mine again before Hale said, "That about sums it up." Ranger Banks hopped back in. "Oh, we were going to leave her with the doctors at 89 City or the healers at a Nephi camp we found, but when the girl was conscious, she was pretty adamant about going home. Most of her serious injuries were healed up by that point anyway, but the psychological damage, understandably, was with her the whole trip." Hale added, "She clearly needed to get home to her friends and family most of all, so we couldn't leave her with the docs in some other town or village, and we couldn't say no to her cries to come home." Hale was done, but Banks had evidently kicked his partner under the table as the latter said, "Hale here is a bit of a Romeo. Can't say no to the girls. Still, though, he's right, and we were happy to help. Got all you need, Deacon?" Still stuck in thought about everything I heard happen to Paul's daughter, before the Rangers' arrival and after they found her. I answered the men after a moment. Yes, it does. Thank you for telling me everything. I couldn't help but wipe the tear from my eye before adding my genuine thanks. And thank you for bringing her back. I'm just so sorry she and the family had to go through that. Just as I began thinking about Paul and that group out in the wastes led by Graham, my thoughts were prevented from going further when Ranger Hale said, "Cheer up, Pastor. She was in good hands. Helping the people of the wastes is what we do." His tone bore not sarcasm, but something like sincere but unnecessary bravado, if I had to describe it. I wiped the clouding from my eyes once more, and that unique tone of the young ranger made me focus on the two rangers yet again. That's what it was, slight intoxication. The two rangers were no longer focusing on me like they were a minute ago during their explanation of the incident around Michelle. Now the two were diverting their attention between me and the canteens they'd spiked with alcohol that were now completely empty. Banks had turned his canteen upside down and not a drop fell out while they were waiting for me to collect myself, and with one more adjustment of my composure, I asked the two rangers. Again, I know I speak on behalf of the family, as well as the rest of New Canaan, when I say I appreciate you bringing Michelle back home. The two set their canteens back on the table, and I went on just out of pleasantry, and to further compose myself after such detail about Michelle's tragedy. So what brings you two this far out into Utah? Evidently, the alcohol they drank before our chat must have been stronger than even the two expected, because they were sitting in their chairs even more casually than a normal ranger on leave. And because the older said, "Yeah, right, we're not falling for that again," as he began idly taking apart his radio receiver. This caused Hale to smile very wide, suppress a laugh, and nudge his partner again before the younger turned to me. "What my partner means is that well," Ranger Hale thought to himself, glanced at his partner who was now blowing wasteland dust out of his radio receiver into his lap, then asked, "Michelle's dad? He was a guard, right?" I figured this was one detail Michelle managed to tell the Rangers on one of the occasions she was conscious, on the return home, so I answered, "Yes, Paul's one of the lieutenants of the guard." "If I may, gentlemen, why do you ask?" Immediately, the younger asked with that half-buzzed smile on his face he was apparently trying to suppress for return to sincerity, "Do you know where he went?" My blood froze for a moment, wondering where exactly Paul and all the men who went with him were in the wastes. The question seemed innocent enough, so I was curious why they were asking about this in the first place. "Yes." I paused, still unsure why I felt this to be an uncomfortable line of questions. I hadn't even thought about it when I finished my answer. Some of his men took him out into the wastes too. Well, to be frank, to track down the ones who attacked Michelle. This caused the two rangers to chuckle to themselves for a reason I could not figure. After a moment, the two met my eyes again, and Banks looked up from his radio part, saying, "Were any of those men John Langdon or Chance Rhines?" "Yes," I answered puzzledly, just remembering that Rhines was still in town to tell the constable where his guards went. Before I could say anything else, Banks nudged his partner and said to him, "See, told you they'd screw us over, Hale. We don't know that, Banks. It hasn't even been 24 hours yet." Hale sought to argue further with his partner, but I interrupted in total confusion. "Gentlemen, I don't understand what's going on." Banks looked away from me, back down at his radio, and gave a motion with his head to Hale. Hale told me, "It's nothing. We just told John and Chance that we'd tell them where exactly they could find the site of that fateful expedition if they could get us an audience with their Constable Hanshaw for as soon as possible." It was pretty dark last night, and Banks and I were already a couple drinks deep when we could see a posse of gunmen pass by the windows. Couldn't make any of them out through the fog and darkness. Anyway, Banks thinks those guys took what we told them and ran after rounding up a few others and Michelle's dad. Me, I'd like to think those two at least told the constable about us. Hale paused, then Banks glanced up from his radio. "To answer your question, that's why we're here. We just need to chat with Bishop Mordecai on behalf of NCR, or Constable Hanshaw, since apparently the all-powerful and mysterious Bishop Mordecai don't have time for the commoners of foreign lands." He paused, probably realizing the man who he was talking to worked for the bishop. No offense meant. For a reason I didn't quite understand in the immediate moment, I was very relieved to hear that the Rangers didn't see who was in Paul's group that left in the night. However, the thought didn't occur to me as I considered the Rangers' goal of meeting the constable, so I said automatically, "Well, I don't know the constable's schedule, but I can check in with him later. Perhaps see if Rhines and John let him know about you two still in waiting." There was more I was going to say when an assumption of mine from earlier was proven wrong after Ranger Banks pulled another small flask from under the table, took a long swig, and his face twisted at a bitter taste. Ranger Hale answered, "You'd do that?" Well, shit, thanks, Pastor Mathers. The young ranger wordlessly took the flask from Banks, finished it off, winced just like his partner, and coughed before handing the thing back to Banks with the added words, "I got a love-hate relationship with waiting games, ha." Ranger Banks pocketed the flask with a louder-than-previous laugh at his friend's remark and resumed cleaning out the dust from his receiver with a cleaning swab he pulled from somewhere. As the two settled in, and their new Canaan contraband worked through their blood even more, I found myself thinking about something in the brief silence. I thought of their goal to meet with the bishop or constable, and wondered what that meeting might be about. I had no intention to ask about it, since rangers were the best about their orders. Still, it was at this time that I strangely found myself thinking about how it is only God who can turn bad into good, when the rest of this important conversation went on. Hale turned to me and asked his partner like a man on a decent buzz. "Hey, maybe the deacon can help us?" Banks looked up from his work on the radio, glanced around at the crowds throughout the room. There were less people now that the sun was a bit higher and more people were going about their days, but the noise of the masses' indistinct chatter continued to fill the room as Ranger Banks asked his partner, "What part?" Hale didn't answer. Instead, the young and semi-intoxicated ranger turned to me asking, "You want to know why we're all the way out here in the ass end of nowhere? And your lovely town?" Ranger Banks finished putting his receiver back together, clipped it back on his shirt, and stood himself up as if to stretch. The older ranger wobbled in place for a moment, and I could almost see the wave of strong wasteland moonshine wash over the rest of his body with the stretch of his legs. He almost fell back down in his chair, then said straight to me with a yawn and as if reciting some grand order of the utmost importance word for word, "We're here to speak with the leadership of New Canaan about relations with NCR on behalf of Councilman Lansing, who was very disturbed by what transpired within this territory back in December." After he was done, both Banks and Hale were laughing to themselves at an apparently very funny joke I wasn't in on. However, the name Lansing rang a bell with me, and I briefly searched my memory of a few months ago. It hit me. Lansing was the last name of the boy owner of the brothel that the Guard shut down in December. I didn't know the kid's parent was an official of the NCR government, and I started wondering what was so funny when my two intoxicated brothers from another era flat out told me, "Just kidding, ha! At least sorta, ha-ha," added Ranger Banks. He went on, "That's the official story anyway. The whole thing's just a pretext for a..." He froze. Clearly, and despite his intoxication, he realized he was about to go too far. It was at this moment that Hale added for his partner, "It's not really a big deal. Our orders just have us negotiating a few points for the councilman. Nothing crazy, but still a waste of time for Banks and I when we could be..." Now Hale froze. During this whole thing, I was at something of a complete loss for words. I was curious why the Rangers were out this far into Utah. But as interesting as this was, I was more just looking for a way to depart their company pleasantly. I certainly didn't want to be told anything I shouldn't be told, but I also couldn't get away if my legs would let me. In the short silence, Banks and Hale turned to one another and began to converse very softly. Looking for a way to assert my leave from them, my interest in these two men and their true mission in this territory went through the roof when the intoxicated Banks leaned in and asked me, "You really want to help us out, Pastor?" I sat back a little and answered plainly, "I'm happy to help Fell, NCR's Rangers, or those who help our people out there. What do you have in mind?" Banks and Hale both leaned in a little more. "Do you think we can get some doctor-patient, or priest and sinner confidentiality with this one?" Now smelling the alcohol with how close I was to the Rangers, I kept my composure and answered them. "You want to confess something to me?" "That's it, confess," said Hale with the snap of a finger and a very low shout. Banks said to me, "Yeah, confess. What I'm asking is, if we tell you what's what, will you keep it to yourself like it's confession time, Padre? Was it wrong to extort secrets out of intoxicated people? I'm not sure at the time of writing this, but I honestly wasn't really thinking about that as I replied without thought, I'm not Catholic, so you could just call me Deacon, or Mr. Mathers. But whatever you tell me, I'll keep it to myself, although you gotta do likewise for me, agreed." You gotta do likewise for me? I thought. The sentence just sort of came out, and I started to wonder why I even said that. However, the two Rangers must have been too intoxicated to consider that part, or their minds were elsewhere because they both said, agreed. Then they sat slightly back, and Banks was about to speak when Hale started to laugh as he said, "As if I need to say why we're here. Go ahead, listen to the chatter, Padre." In that moment, the young ranger gestured his head towards the crowd still filling the Trinity Inn that morning. Suddenly, all the indistinct noise that had been indecipherable seconds, minutes, days, and probably even weeks earlier entered my ears clear as day. "There's no way he could have survived the fire and a fall into the Grand Canyon," said one wastelander at the table behind me. His friend replied, "It's true. That gang Julian heard it from said one of their boys saw it himself. He's still alive and walking around out there. The chatter of a few traders a table over came to me. I saw him, I swear. It was right out by Hanksville, all burned and everything. That was a ghoul, you idiot. Then why did that Legion patrol out east ask about him if he wasn't still alive? All around us the people talked. He wouldn't come here. Ask literally any new Canaanite. Every one of them gets all weird, well, weirder the second you mention his name. I'm telling you, that's why you know they're hiding him somewhere." "No way. They've been like that for decades, girlie. They still want nothing to do with him." Remembering who was out there, with Paul, with Doyle, with Herbie, and with John, with the others seeking retribution for Michelle, my blood came to a stop inside me. I did some trading with a Legion camp down south a ways only 2 months ago. All of them say he's alive, even if they won't say his name anymore. What do you expect? Everyone Legion was at one point a superstitious tribal, just like the ones out here. Oh, you shut up. I know you believe he's alive, too. You're just waiting to see whether it's the Legion, NCR, or New Canaan that posts the biggest bounty before you start telling people you believe he's kicking. There's people saying they see him every now and then. Not sure I believe the stories. I hear from that one guy people are talking about, but I'm sure he's out there somewhere. I just don't buy him surviving and then coming here. Yeah, me neither. Probably a cripple for life, but definitely alive. Oh, shut up. After becoming conscious of the world and rumors directly outside the walls of my home, I really hope my face kept its composure from before I heard what was circulating around me. Turning back to the Rangers, I met their still smiling and intoxicated faces, and immediately Banks said, "We're here for Joshua Graham, Padre." My heart stopped and the two squinted at the facial expression I involuntarily made. Was I now confused, terrified, sad, or something else? I didn't know. But I know I was at least internally relieved when Hale noticed my change in composure and said to Banks, "See that, Banks? They always said New Canaanites get all cringed out when you mention that name." Immediately I reset my countenance the best I could and interrupted, "What do you want to know about that? Name?" The two sat back contentedly before Banks said, "Most had heard what happened to Graham after his big blunder at Hoover Dam down south. Shit, Hale and I were at Boulder City ourselves. Lots of shit," said Hale to nobody in particular as he shook his head solemnly. "But now even people in the Mojave are starting to hear word that he survived his execution. We're just looking into it is all. Most of the time it's a waste of time to look into tribal campfire stories, but lots of them rumors seem to be coming from up here and we're just looking into it. Now we know most things you hear out there are complete bullshit, but some of them got us thinking." He paused, and the two leaned in, no longer smiling drunkenly like they were seconds earlier, so. "With a priest's honesty, we need to ask you, have you seen Joshua Graham up this way?" The Rangers were frozen, studying my face, and I was frozen, wondering what face I should make. What face would show discomfort, reveal the truth, lie, etc. I didn't know what to say or how to behave, but without even thinking about it, something foreign came over me. I felt my face twist from that of the completely exposed to that of the true master over the situation. The two looked at me puzzled when they saw this change, and without any idea of what I should say whatsoever, I looked both men dead in the eyes and asked them directly, "What on earth could Chief Hanlon want with a killed and charred ex-legate of the Legion?" The Rangers' eyes grew wide and they looked at one another before returning to me. "Chief Hanlon? How does someone like you even know the name of our chief all the way out here?" My mind scrambled for what to say, but like earlier, there was something else making me speak and act as I found myself telling the two of them as coolly as could be. He was my chief too, back when I was with the Rangers, I mean. The two's eyes grew even wider, while their eyebrows showed extreme confusion, doubt, and their mouths hung partially open, as if they really wanted to interject but couldn't. I went on. He must be getting up there in years now, but sometimes I still miss those days. Looking back now, I've been wanting to thank him for dispatching me to Utah on my last assignment, so maybe you two could do that for me when you return to California, the Mojave, or wherever he's stationed now. Just as my mind caught up and I internally asked myself, what have I done? The Rangers found the ability to speak, and Hale asked with a partially surprised and still partially drunk air from earlier, "You were in the Rangers? You retire early or something? How did you end up here?" Again, my mind scrambled for what to say, but yet again, I had no real control over this as I enlightened them with the truth that would, in some way, set me free. No. About 7 years ago, I was sent to Utah with my team when we found ourselves in a situation where fighting was the only option. My men were killed, and so was I. Luckily, I was born anew, thanks to some strangers who took me here, and this place has been my home ever since. Hale grew almost frantic in his intoxicated state after hearing this revelation, darting his eyes between me and his partner, saying, "You deserted? Banks, you and I, we got to bring this guy in? Right?" I had already put my mind in the back seat and let instinct guide this near-suicidal admission to these two men, as Hale continued to switch his attention between me and Banks, who was staring at me silently with squinted, serious eyes. At Hale's outburst to his partner, I almost immediately felt my mouth say in the calm tone I knew I was known for, "Please don't attempt to arrest me here in this place. I really don't want any harm to come to either of you or any of my former brothers." Hale exclaimed. "You deserted, though! You never checked back in." Scarcely even heard over the noise of the room. Banks continued to stare at me when I saw the two raise their hands from the tabletop, perhaps the beginning of a reach for their weapons when I said, "You can look at it that way. The Ranger Archives will have me listed as either KIA or MIA, but I also want to accompany you because I will defend myself if you try to remove me from my home." With both Rangers' hands now halfway to their holstered weapons, I again surprised myself when I found I had beaten them to it. Holding the long revolver I had under my black deacon's coat, I studied the weapon casually before them, making sure the barrel wasn't aimed at either, but could be if they decided to remove their weapons from those leather holsters. The weapon was a fine one, and one I sometimes went days without carrying. Looking over the black metal, golden engravings and ranger emblem carved into the red wood of the grip, I began wondering what it was that made me carry this weapon on me this particular day. I only really carried it whenever I went outside the walls and to check up on the refugee village, but I didn't have that on this day's agenda, and a momentary panic struck me earlier when I realized I had it on me as I was sitting with Michelle. Now I know why I had unconsciously put it on during my morning routine. It was for this encounter. The two were still frozen with their hands at their sides and no closer to the weapons on their hips, as I traced the golden engraving and told them I got this pistol as a gift right before the Ranger unification, right before setting out for Utah. Had to miss the ceremony itself, unfortunately, but the treaty was already written and agreed to anyway, and I wasn't going to wait another 2 months just for a signing ceremony, or for that wasteful monument to be erected. Now it was Banks's turn to lose himself, as he came to the same conclusion as his partner, saying, Hale, what do we do?" With a little wave of the pistol, the two placed their hands back on the table, continuing to switch their eyes from each other to me, and the three of us continued to be ignored by the loud masses of the busy inn as I said, "You two look me up when you get back home, see my record, and know you've made a true friend this far into the wilderness. And before you think of telling anyone about my desertion, as you say, you remembered that it was confession time when I told you that information." The two looked at one another for a long moment, apparently just now remembering what they agreed to earlier. They appeared to be contemplating what I was saying, mixed with the shocking news that the little man of the cloth joining them the past 40 minutes was actually one of their brothers in arms. They returned their attention back to me, their faces both seeming to ask what I was about to suggest. "Okay, we'll think about it, but now it's your turn." I added for them, like the fellow ranger I was if circumstance said so. "Now you do that and return home knowing that you did get some good intel about Joshua Graham from one ranger to another." Almost in an instant, the two appeared to completely sober up, at least in outward appearance, although their heads still slightly bobbed occasionally, and the focus of their eyes on me was sporadically interrupted by some rapid blinks. Banks the older said to me, only with a hint of begrudging agreement, as he asked me sternly, "Tell us what you know about Graham, Padre." I again must admit that I didn't have a whole lot of control over this conversation, or what I said next. However, I did find myself thinking a lot about a certain verse that's used frequently during departure ceremonies. The verse is from Matthew 10 and goes, "When they deliver you over, do not be anxious about how you are to speak or what you are to say, for what you are to say will be given to you in that hour." I believe what was said was in fact given to me in this hour, because I was still thinking about the verse as I said to them, "Joshua Graham was here. He did survive. We took him into the community, but he left. He left going south not long ago, and that's the best I can tell you. His presence made most of us extremely uncomfortable, and I, for one, am very glad he left before his presence within our home could bring any harm to the community. "Where did he go?" asked Ranger Banks dead seriously as I realized that everything I was saying was absolutely true. I was very grateful they did not ask for specifics, but even if they desired some particular specifics, like where he went, I thankfully could not provide them. I don't know precisely, but something tells me he's going to be staying out there for a long time. Whether or not he returns or intends to return from the wilderness after he accomplishes what he's out there to do, I do not know. I didn't know at the time just how truthful that last part would be, although it ended up being so, and I think that's why I said it. Whether he is killed out there on the journey to kill Michelle's attackers, or if the event reawakens something in him that prevents his return, I did not know. I also did not know if he would be allowed to return, given the nature of his departure. For that matter, I didn't know the fate of Paul or any of the others out there. But what I had said was evidently enough for the Rangers when they did what they did next. Ranger Hale banged his fist on the table with a loud oath, damn it, and Ranger Hale sat back in his chair with a large scowl as he said, "I'm going to trust you for now, Ranger Mathers, but you get us an interview with the constable in the next 24 hours. We still got our orders from Councilman Lansing." And with a grin of skepticism, disdain, admiration, and hardened professionalism, he added, "We'll see if he can corroborate everything about the former legate, too. You can go. We'll keep your secret to ourselves, for now at least." I stood from the table, shook both of their hands, and pocketed my revolver, ready to depart the company of my brothers from another era, as I left them with the words, "By all means, brothers." Chapter 30. Beneath Consideration. 2 days after the posse killed the raiders, narrative continued by Constable Obadiah Hanshaw. I must admit that I could not leave the temple after service fast enough that Sunday. It all felt like too much considering everything that happened. I joined in the prayers and thanked both Pastor Duval and Bishop Mordecai personally for their words to the Parsons family and prayers for Michelle. Leslie and I, heck, even Amelia, Joseph, and Hannah, felt the eyes on us throughout the whole sermon. I knew the eyes were on me. Mostly. Sitting up front, I was happy to have the kids beside me, but every time I felt one of the kids' eyes on me, I could almost hear them asking, "Why is everyone staring at us?" Again, I knew the rest of the congregation was looking at me throughout the sermon, and I unfortunately couldn't even hear what was said as I knew they were looking at me for answers I couldn't provide. How was the man in charge of the new Canaan Guard supposed to handle a situation that lost almost an entire missionary group, and then immediately lost track of where 3 of the most reliable lieutenants had gone? This, of course, is to say nothing of Mr. Graham. Thankfully, the elders and greater populace of New Canaan didn't know he was out there, but what good would come of that even if I said it? In the end, I couldn't thank my dearest Leslie enough when the sermon was over and immediately agreed to take charge of the children while I beat a hasty retreat. There was still too much happening, and even though I normally love Sundays to mingle with my brothers and sisters in the larger population, today I couldn't. And so I decided to make for the only place I knew I would be safe from the hurricane of questions. A place my people wouldn't approach. Michelle had recovered quite a lot in the past few days, but understandably preferred to spend most of the time unconscious. So, there I sat with Danny, who also appeared much more put together than in previous days. It had been agreed early on that the subject of Paul was a topic we would avoid so long as Michelle lay in a hospital bed. Danny was content knowing that myself and Leslie in particular were taking great care of Hannah and Joseph while this whole situation went on. It was on this day, after the service, and as I sat with Danny at Michelle's bedside, that there was nothing in particular for her and I to discuss. The wife of my adopted son had more than enough on her mind as well, and as Michelle rested, I got to thinking. Danny was remarkably fine at this time, despite all that happened. With Michelle's recovery still ongoing, her other kids taken care of, and her husband out, she still sat with the air of someone who was able to act. A stark contrast to the woman I saw at Michelle's bedside, the evening after Michelle's return, and even more at ease than the woman in tears of anger, fright, and panic when Mr. Rhines had delivered the unfortunate news about her husband's whereabouts. Today, life was progressing ever onward, and although things were about to change in her life as well as my own, there was nothing to do but wait. I remember wondering what Danny was thinking as I watched her in that room. I inevitably found myself thinking about what I was hoping to avoid as I hid from the greater New Canaan populace. I found myself thinking about the meeting I was supposed to have with the elders in just a few hours. A regular Sunday evening meeting with them was something I normally didn't think twice about. This Sunday, however, I knew that whatever happened, I was inevitably going to have to talk about the burned man, where he was, And probably worst of all, what happened with the Rangers. It was the evening after Michelle's return that I received a visitor at my office from someone I didn't expect. In came Mr. Saul Mathers. I didn't know him too well personally, but knew, of course, that he was very close with Paul and some of the other guards. Of course, I had met him at numerous community gatherings, but it wasn't common that a lower member of the Temple sect approached my office about anything. It was frankly a shock to hear from him that he had himself a discussion with the Rangers who brought Michelle back, and after telling me this, he urged me to meet with the Rangers personally tomorrow morning. Now, I had previously been told that they wished to speak with me when Rhines told me where Paul, Graham, and the posse they gathered up went. However, the whole thing was something I thought I could ignore till it went away. Seeing Mr. Mathers up in my office that evening certainly piqued my interest, and so he recounted almost his entire conversation to me. Hearing what Mr. Mathers discussed with the Rangers made me look at Michelle on her hospital bed in a new light, and I frankly wish he hadn't told me everything that they said. However, it did help to ease my frustration with Paul and the others out there in the wastes. Even if I could understand it better, it didn't help that they didn't ask me permission first. Honestly, I don't know what I would have said even if they did ask permission to seek retribution. I probably would have said I would approach the elders about the idea, and that's probably why they decided to avoid me in the first place. Personally, I felt, and still feel to a large degree, that I am losing it. I haven't been outside the wall in months, and even if I did authorize the elimination of the raiders who harmed Mr. Padilla's missionary group, I certainly wouldn't have allowed Graham to join them. However, based on what Mr. Mathers said about the Rangers, I was going to be very thankful that Graham wasn't here. Mr. Mathers didn't mention anything in particular about Graham when he recounted his conversation with the Rangers. It seemed as though Mr. Mathers was holding back something, and refused to explain what it was or why. Ultimately, all he said was to just be honest if the Rangers asked about Graham, and left. That night, when I was in Michelle's room with Danny, Leslie, and the rest of the kids, I thought about what Mr. Mathers had said, and decided I would take him up on his petition for me to see the Rangers. In the morning right after muster, I had a few of my boys fetch the Rangers from the Trinity Inn as I took my place at my desk. Under orders, the escort allowed the foreign soldiers inside the walls of New Canaan to my office just for the meeting, and the two men arrived while the clatter of weapons being passed out to the rest of the day shift was still underway on the ground floor. Ranger Banks and Hale were their names, I believe, and the two were fine enough, gentlemen. After initial greetings, the two went on about their trip out this way from the Mojave, and the two were kind enough to ask about the recovery of Michelle. I told them all I could and they sympathized, and then I asked the question of why they needed to see me. I won't recount the conversation verbatim, since it frankly didn't leave that much of an impression on me. They handed me a set of folded documents that had evidently been in their packs the whole trip, and the men gave me a moment to read through it. In the end, I was more surprised why the new California government gave these demands to a set of Rangers to deliver, so I asked them as much. They mentioned it had something to do with the bureaucratic swamp and personnel around the Mojave, and although I didn't know much about the situation in that far-off land, I took it for what it was. After reading the documents, they essentially boiled down to a list of demands from us, and that was certainly not the best means of reaching out diplomatically, as the Rangers suggested. The Rangers attempted to justify the demands on behalf of the official who sent them as delivery boys, explaining how the contents were due to the treatment of NCR citizens and traders who ended up this far past their frontiers. The document pointed to conflicts between tribals, NCR prospecting companies in the far southwest, tribal wars out that way, and then to an incident that took place last December in our direct jurisdiction. I am not an angry man, and it is very hard for me to feel that way about most things. But it appears that NCR now has certain demands from us, due to aggression from New Canaan-affiliated parties over the past few months. I was beginning to feel as though this set of orders to us was nothing more than toilet paper based on the amount of nonsense on it. The whole thing in general could be boiled down to a message as bold as this. Due to New Canaan interferences in free trade with NCR merchants and travelers within the jurisdiction of New Canaan in the Utah wilderness, the government of NCR would like to insist that the sovereign township of New Canaan consider implementing the following actions in the effort of easing tensions with the government of New California. 1. Agree to the establishment of an NCR trade branch to help ensure free trade is being adhered to in NCR-friendly communities such as New Canaan. 2. Provide further armed security to the region to ensure civilian and mercantile traffic goes unimpeded in the wilderness territories. 3. Abstain from interfering in NCR security efforts in the southwesternmost territories of the Utah wilderness that are happening currently, or in the future. I argued with them about these items, the security efforts of the NCR in the Southwest in particular, citing scout reports of genocide committed against the tribal populations. This went on deaf ears, the Rangers only saying we could take it up with the diplomats if necessary. Then my opposition to the part about extending the reach of our security operations also fell on deaf ears when I informed these messengers that my guard didn't have the manpower to ensure regional stability. All these men said was that the request suggests we try our best. It wouldn't have even helped if I told them that we've been trying our best to secure this territory ever since New Canaan's founding or the migration from Ogden. Then the last part sent shivers down my spine when I recalled travelers from settlements before NCR incorporated their towns. It starts with them establishing a trade branch. Everyone needs goods to make a town prosper. With this document, this request to ease tensions between New Canaan and NCR was nothing more than the first steps at turning New Canaan into an NCR settlement at some point in the future. I saw this for what it was and just barely refrained from tearing up the papers right in front of the Rangers. The only thing that kept me from doing this when all was read and all was said was when I, without thinking about it, asked them, how could NCR even enforce this? From everything I hear, your government is barely holding the Mojave by a thread after what happened at Hoover Dam. I'll admit once again the two Rangers were bold. My words seemingly did little more than cause the two to smile, and the older one said, "We'll hold the Mojave, send Caesar's boys running east for good the next time he marches on the dam." Speaking of which, Hale and I have noticed a lot of talk from travelers and tribals out this way around Caesar's old second-in-command. You all wouldn't have happened to run into him in the past few months, have you? Between their outward appearance, the sense of superiority they emitted, and the pages full of trash on my desk, what happened to Michelle, to Paul, to Danny, the family, the community, to everyone here in my home, when I heard those last words, I couldn't help but rise. The Ranger's eyes seemed to grow wide, apparently not realizing who I was or how big I am from the desk I'd been sitting behind. Despite my clear agitation, the younger one this time was the bold one when he sought to clarify things a bit more, telling me in a trembling voice, "There's a lot of stories about him outside your walls these days, even ones that come from..." His words died on his tongue. Memories of what Mr. Mathers told me he heard flashed through my brain, and I was still so enraged I couldn't help myself. Looking down at the two, when both had gone silent, I barked at them. "So this is why you're really here, isn't it? You want to know if my family, alone in this wilderness, has seen your prime target? You want to know if we're harboring him? If we're hiding him? If we'll give him up so he can stand trial in an NCR court?" The men couldn't move, and I clenched my hands into fists, feeling a rage I hadn't felt in far too long. This is why they sent two Rangers? This is why they gave us a list of demands I wouldn't wipe my behind with, let alone act upon? I slammed my fist upon the desk, and the two Rangers were still paralyzed as I towered over them and shouted, "Rob, Signco, get in here!" In came two of the runners I'd dispatched to fetch the Rangers, hands on the handles of their weapons sitting on their hips, as they looked at me, then to the Rangers. Looking back at the Rangers, I gripped the papers in my fist and shouted at them, "You want to see if Graham is hiding here somewhere? I'd look south, but I suggest you two head southwest, back to the Mojave, and tell whoever sent you here that we'll at the most consider these demands out of friendship with NCR." Still the Rangers hadn't moved, and my boys were now staring at them as well, but more at ease. Looking at my men, I told them, "You two, take these Rangers wherever they want to go in town. We aren't hiding anything, and once they've had their fill of searching for the burned legate, you make sure they leave through the main gate with no re-entry privileges. They can see firsthand just how much authority these Californios really have, despite that patch on their armor." "You boys got that?" Seneca said, "You got it, Constable." Rob nodded, and the Rangers glared at me without another word to say as they departed silently from my office. Once they were gone and I had the moment to regain control of myself, I was still clutching the papers in my hands, and I began to unwrinkle them the best I could as I called in the third man who I had sent to fetch the Rangers. Ira was standing before me in a flash, actually fanning away the tension in the air as he asked, "What can I do for you, Constable?" Looking up from my work on the papers, I told the young scout, "When those Rangers leave town, I want you to follow them out. Take a radio and a survival pack from the cage downstairs, and I want you to report where they are and what they're doing at the end of each day until I call you back home. I'll have someone else relieve you at the end of the week, but say goodbye to Veronica and set out immediately." The young man did just that, and it wasn't long later that I began to feel bad about the tone I used with the Rangers, who, looking back, had been rather cordial. Although I felt any demands from the California government were beneath discussion, it only made me feel even worse about my tone and behavior when I uncreased the papers from their government and realized the pages were double-sided. In exchange for our implementation of their demands, they agreed to do a multitude of items brought up in past discussions with their ambassadors. Most notably, 1. NCR will strengthen punishments against prospector companies and persons who commit atrocities and unnecessary acts of violence in the southwesternmost territories of the Utah wilderness. 2. NCR will recognize New Canaan's rights to autonomy from NCR in future negotiations, although the two most notable items on their end of the arrangement made me feel bad about my treatment of their rangers. It did very little to ease my wariness about their nation at all. There have been numerous stories told about NCR encroachment in others' affairs, and although there were broken treaties across human history, including NCR history, it did not help when I knew their military, or at least their rangers, were still searching for one who was amongst us, and yet not with us at the present moment. My thoughts about future relations with NCR were stopped by that immovable flaming wall named Joshua Graham. As great an ally as NCR could be if we ever had to deal with the Legion, there was no guarantee that NCR itself could halt the Crimson Wave controlled by Mr. Graham's old friend. Then, there we were in the middle. If he was revealed here, both NCR and Legion would come for us. I simply didn't know what to think or do about the papers in my hands, but I knew Graham was still out there away from us with my son Paul. And I also knew I didn't trust those rangers who had our community's secret inhabitant on the mind, even if I could shoo them off in a moment of anger. There was still no telling how far they would go, how long they would keep in the area, or what they would do if they happened across Mr. Graham. For the moment, all I could do was tell the elders about the ranger visit and keep my personal radio set on my hip. Sitting with Danny that Sunday after service, still thinking about everything there was to worry about in that world beyond the wall, I thought of Ira's past 2 call-ins, with the most recent one being the most important. They're in the southwest now, about 8 miles out at the moment. They're settling in for the night, but it looks like they're heading towards the salt plains around the southern shores of the GSL. I'll let you know if anything urgent arises before tomorrow evening if necessary. The ranger duo apparently never took my offer for them to search New Canaan. Apparently, the two had immediately set out after leaving my office. They originally began south, then took off the main road towards the southwest, appearing to take my advice about heading right back home, although they certainly would have been a lot farther out if that was the case. By this point, as I sat with Danny, it looked as though they were lingering around the area for one reason or another. Ultimately, I would learn more at the end of the day when Ira checked in, but the ranger's vicinity left me thinking about Paul. Before I could begin worrying about Paul, Graham, the rangers, and even Michelle still resting right next to me, I felt the crumpled papers still in my pocket and began thinking about the meeting with the elders in just a few short hours. 2 days later, I no longer held the orders or request on behalf of NCR on my person after that Sunday evening. The elders had taken them when I brought up the situation, and from everything that I heard during the meeting, the elders actually intended to act upon them. They required very little input from me about the status of my guard, or the ability to take on such a task as extending our reach of security. They also seemed to ignore my input about the trade agreement, and how I felt about NCR opening an official trade office just outside the walls. Such a thing would be a monumental help towards our efforts in the refugee village, said Elder Larsdale, to the unanimous agreement of the others. It looked like Bishop Mordecai was the only one who saw the look in my eye or the frustration in my face. However, I'm still convinced that he was going to get the others to hear me out before any words on his lips were stopped by the sudden bloody cough that erupted out of his mouth. Bishop Mordecai was getting very old, and what was thought to be a little cold only 8 months ago never went away. He was still able to give almost an entire sermon without interruption, but the coughing spells were getting slightly more violent by the month. He had to be excused from the meeting, and the rest of the elders went right along as I sat there with nothing to say that would be heard. For most of the meeting, I thought about Paul, Doyle, Herbien, and then Graham out there in the wastes. The thought of the rangers hovered at the back of my mind, while chatter from beyond the wall seemed to reach me almost from here after the conversation with Mr. Mathers and the rangers enlightened me to what they were saying out there. Most of all, I thought of Michelle. I thought of Danny and the rest of her kids. I felt as though I was getting too old to lead the guard as the talking between the elders went on, and I didn't know how to handle that idea when it hit me out of seemingly nowhere. It seemed the outside world was pushing up against our walls more and more by the day, and then the present would hit me, and I would hear the elders talking all about it while seeming to do nothing. A glimmer of hope arose when Elder Rockwell, the head of the missions project, asked me from across the long table, "What do you propose to be done about the situation involving Mr. Padilla's group?" It would honestly be a waste of good paper and ink to tell of everything that was said, as the memory of everything that happened to Michelle, Danny, Paul, the Parsons family, Herbian, and so many others went through my flashing mind, intermixed with tales of Graham, meeting the Ranger, and so many other problems that kept arising. I knew what I wanted to tell the elders. I wanted to suggest that they approve my dispatch of a few of my best lieutenants and maybe even Graham to strike down those who perpetrated the destruction of Mr. Padilla's group. Still, as my mind behaved like a swarm of bees, or more like cazadores, I knew the idea would be shot down. Instead, I simply suggested that we merge future mission groups into larger ones for additional protection, knowing that this too would be shot down, as that in fact was the case. After another 10-minute-long discussion where my charge wasn't consulted at all, the elders decided that more guards per mission group was the correct answer. These were men that I didn't have, and Elder Harlan was the one to notice this fact on the scattered papers across the table, so a new course was suggested. If I didn't know better, I would have thought that Elder Larsdale wanted more missionaries and children of the community killed, because he suggested missionary groups minus the security. He argued that those unarmed groups would not suggest anything worth defending. He appeared to forget about the multitude of occasions over New Canaan's past where solo missionaries were found butchered for no other reason than the savages' desire to kill. Yet another 10-minute discussion ensued, and I was not consulted or listened to yet again before the elders concluded that the best means of response to what happened to Michelle, Sarah Parsons, Mr. Carlos Padilla, and Max and Tanley of Herbin's detachment was to place temporary travel restrictions on the region where the incident took place. Honestly, it was hard to keep my anger from growing. If at some point in the past 10 years, as Constable hadn't made me accustomed to this kind of meeting with the elders, I would have flipped the large center table. No. After all that happened in the past few days, and after so many emotions, so many additional responsibilities, I was too tired to fight a battle I knew I would lose. These men who led our community in all manners from the spiritual to the practical, were ones I couldn't bring myself to admire these days. Bishop Mordecai was something else, but with his health, his age, and his leadership fading, I wondered how it could be possible to bring these men back to reality. All of the elders were men I loved and respected. Every new Canaanite in town or out there loved them. They were beyond spiritually intelligent, wonderful people, incredibly kind, and so many other things. But as they talked and landed on one lackluster decision after another, it was hard to be there. Knowing these men loved and cared for Michelle, the families, the people we have out there, and yet couldn't steer our community in a serious manner truly hurt. Travel restrictions around the St. George and Zion Park territory, there was a reason, a true and terrible reason, that my son Paul would follow Graham out into that wilderness. Things out there were bad enough for Paul to do that, and things were going to get even worse if Rangers were coming to me while stories of Graham's survival are circulating by the people using our walls for shade. How could the elders not understand what's going on so close and getting closer? I didn't know the answer to that, and I still don't frankly know, but I think the rest of the meeting shows what kind of world our elders were living in when I, at last, found the courage to try my hand at breaking through to their consciousness. After almost 20 minutes of silent internal contemplation since the last time I spoke to all of the men across the table. What do you plan to do about the stories of Graham circulating around the area? Each of the elders and the words on their lips came to a slow halt as they all turned towards me. Elder Rockwell, who'd been acting as head during these meetings when the bishop couldn't attend, adjusted his spectacles and smoothed out the bottom of his robes beneath the table before he said, to the unanimous agreement of the others, "Mr. Graham is still part of the guard and under restriction within the town limits, correct?" I nodded, just about to begin telling them where he truly was at the time of this meeting when he looked to the others briefly, before resting his attention back on me, concluding, "Okay, good. Thank you for the update, Constable Hanshaw, but if that's the case, his situation and stories about him are beneath consideration at the moment. We were discussing the upcoming baptism event in the refugee town next week." I sat back and couldn't say anything else as they were already back to their conversation about the coming event at the refugee town. It took just about everything in me to not immediately tell them that he violated the order to stay within town in order to go out there and do what the elders should be authorizing themselves. It was at that moment that I realized I was utterly alone for the first time in so many years. I was in charge of security for a town, a people, that didn't seem like they wanted to be protected. Of course, I knew this wasn't true, but it was true that nobody else in the room, or nobody who wasn't actively part of a guardsman's life, was interested in what it takes for them to live the life they had. What was happening beyond the walls, with Graham, with my men, was relevant. Stories were drawing people to the gates. NCR is looking for him. And how long before the Legion comes looking too? While the elders were busy arguing, looking for the best biblical, spiritual, godly approach to matters of the community, they did not want to think about all that outside. Perhaps they simply believed that prayer would make it go away. Although I do not misunderstand the power of prayer, I believe there comes a point where God wants you to stop talking to him and start to actually play our part in his plan. He will answer when you go to him for answers on what to do, but you do, in fact, have to stop talking to him at some point and see what he's wanting you to do. But again, that can't happen if you decide to never stop talking. I just don't know what that answer looks like, but I did know that this responsibility of community security was entirely on me as the talking of the men across the table went on and on and on. Standing to leave, I wasn't even acknowledged as I departed. I was and still am scared of accepting that responsibility. And I'm still so tired. It broke my heart to know what was entirely on my hands as I left the meeting, walking the dark streets to the bedside of an even more heartbroken girl and her heartbroken mother. The streets were desolate, as the echo of that constant chatter continued on in my mind. There was so much care from everyone in my home, but it wasn't the kind of care that Michelle needed. So many people I've only ever spoken to once, would happily trade places with Michelle, Danny, or any of their other neighbors if asked. But those people would pray vigorously every night to not have to do that. It was the elders and those so comfortable within the walls that can't see the dangers out there for what they are when there's a wall between them and it. It's the job of our leaders to prepare the people, the children, and the next generation for the brutal reality of what's lurking beyond the light of the temple. And still, they talk. If there's any proof of how awful that world can be or how unprepared we are for it, you don't have to look any further than the girl on that hospital bed. While the elders talk and the burned man leads my sons fearlessly towards it. It was 2 days after my most recent meeting with the elders, and a little after noon when I heard the transmission on my radio from Ira. He had met with his relief, Adkins, and by this point, the Rangers were approximately 30 miles to the southwest. I told both Adkins and Ira to head back home. Everything I'd been hearing over the past few days seemed to indicate a slow journey back home for the Rangers, and I deemed it okay for my men to cease their observations. I didn't know whether or not they would ever return by themselves or with more of their Ranger friends, but for the time being, I ordered my men to keep an even sharper eye out for NCR Rangers on their patrols and scouts. I was able to heave a sigh of relief for the first time in almost a week, and this feeling lasted until the first time I exited the gates and saw a crew of construction men, already setting out for a spot on the southern trail between the refugee town and the market. Their destination, the proposed site of a caravan office for NCR traders approved by the elders. I could only grit my teeth and remind myself that it was no longer my concern. Since that meeting, I decided my only concern on this earth was the security of my people and the happiness of my family. Everything else was secondary, and my anxiety about matters beyond my control was eased again as I took my place back at my desk. I was comfortable there. I was going to meet Leslie at Michelle's clinic room in the afternoon, and she was going to bring all the kids as well. I knew this was going to be a lovely night, and although I was anxious about the return of Paul, Doyle, Herbin, Graham, and the others, I decided it best not to think about it. I figured they would return sometime in the morning by my estimate, unless they were all killed out there. No, I didn't want to think that. I know God well enough to know he usually gives people some sort of sign or even unique feeling before something like that. Yes, I knew all would be fine, and I got back to my regular work and scheduling there in my office for about an hour before in came the woman that, looking back, I'm pretty sure was the sign of what was coming. It was a sign that although my life would return to normal, it would be a normal that looked nothing like my normal from before Michelle returned. The sign at first wasn't necessarily who it was that came in, it was what she came to me about. "Hi there, Constable Hanshaw. Is it all right if I call you that? I almost never even see you, your men, or even my son these days since I closed my market stall for the end of winter. Yes, you can call me that, but I'd honestly prefer it if you called me Obadiah, ma'am. Anyway, what can I do for you, Mrs. Langenbach?" I motioned towards the seat across from me, and the lovely woman ran her fingers along the bottom of her flowery dress as she lowered herself into the chair. She straightened herself up, smiled, and began to run a finger through her hair as she began to talk casually, as if it were a Sunday morning after service in the town square. "I thank you so much for your time, Obadiah. Gale said he would find time to come to you yesterday evening when he got off work, but the office kept him late, what with all his work for Mr. Albright's trade books." She was done combing her hair and placed both hands back down on her lap as I nodded along. "Anyway, I just wanted to ask if you or any of your men knew where Cade went." A moment passed after she asked her question, and I remained looking at her and her gentle smile. It was only her eyes, perhaps, that suggested something worthy of approaching me, the constable about. The question entered my ears, and I could only ask, "Cade, who's that?" as my mind searched for that name in the old files. Cade wasn't the name of any of her kids, I knew that much. And before I could think any further, she studied my face with that smile and added, "Cade, he likes to go by Tom, but he's been living with us for a few weeks now. Gail and I are just worried is all. I know he got his leave approved by the elders, but he said he'd check in with his friend's courier when he got to his friend's house. We should have gotten a letter at least 2 days ago if he made it safe." The woman went on, and everything she was saying only partially assisted my search through memory. Elders approved. Something hit me, but the memory was still vague as I raised my hand. The woman stopped talking, and I asked, "Cheryl, Tom Cade, is he a servant of yours?" "Technically, yes," said Mrs. Langenbach with something of a blush, "but truly he's been much more than that. He's been an absolute doll. Gail enjoys his company, and the kids loved him. He's been a great help with the kids." It hit me. Tom Cade. Tom Cade was the mercenary tracker whom Paul and Doyle had a shootout with and captured on their investigation into that totem site before Herbin rescued them from the rest of Cade's gang. I remembered when Paul's group returned with him, seeing the dusty long gray coat, blood and dirt-speckled face, unkempt beard, and grin as clear as I could see Mrs. Langenbach across from me. I just started to remember what Paul and Doyle said about him before he was taken to the cells behind the barracks, when the only thing I could think was, "There's a lot of stories about him outside your walls these days, even ones that come from," said Ranger Hale. "It's true. That gang Julian heard it from said one of their boys saw it himself. He's still alive and walking around out there. Mr. Mather said he overheard from strangers in his meeting with the Rangers." I looked the woman dead in the eye, and her expression suddenly became less joyful as I thought, could this man have been telling his people out there about Graham? The thought alone made my blood turn to ice, but this thought alone wasn't evidence. The silence between Cheryl and I went on long enough before I asked, "What do you know about him?" She adjusted in place, seeming to force her cheeriness back onto her face. "I know he was incarcerated in the cells for some time before working the North Fields for a spell. He wouldn't go into anything, but he said he'd done some wrong out there before coming here. You wouldn't believe it if you saw that face, though. He's so sweet. I thought of that rough and rugged face pulled in from the desert, saw the blood on his coat where he'd been shot, and the grin he wore as he stood before me. Then I recalled mention of him from several conversations amongst my guardsmen I'd overheard. You'd never recognize him nowadays if you saw him. You think he really changed?" Mrs. Langenbach went on. "He's been writing a lot of letters over the past few months, but gosh darn it, I never asked him where he was looking to go. The elders approved his request to send letters, and his request for a short leave to his friend's place, so I hope I didn't do anything wrong." "The elders approved," she said. "Of course they did. I remembered giving them specific instructions to notify me each time he was shifted to a different stage of his incarceration, and here I was, hearing that he was granted permission to leave town unsupervised by the elders, who probably lost their notes on him in a mountain of clutter as they talked and talked and talked. "No, Mrs. Langenbach, you didn't do anything wrong. You went through the proper channels," I said as I clenched my fists beneath the table and gritted my teeth. "Well, that's such a relief," said the woman sincerely. "He truly has been such a dear. All I know about where he could have gone is probably someplace north. Why his friend would take up residence in the ruins is beyond me, but I don't know where exactly. He said he was using the Ogden dispatch service on the north end to send the letters, so perhaps they know where he could have gone. Anyway, I know you're busy, so I understand if you can't, but it'll take a load off of me and the husband's minds. If we can find where he went, or ensure he got there safely. I'd be happy to find him for you," said I to Mr. and Mrs. Langenbach's relief. Cheryl departed my office a minute later, and I called in one of my runners from outside to fetch the manager on duty of the Ogden dispatch. At my request, the manager sat at my desk with the book of recent courier jobs and located the coordinates of where Mr. Tom Cade was sending those letters. This was the only lead I had on where he could have possibly gone. I was beyond furious and terrified to learn he had left at all, speculating what he could have left for, what he could have said to the friend he was meeting in the ruins, and what he had been saying in those letters for weeks. Worst of all, what made me furious of all, was that all of this the elders blindly approved without even consulting me. That evening, Michelle was more awake now, and she was in a spirit that made all of us in the room so happy. She still hurt all over, but her bruises were healed, and having Joseph and Hannah in the same room made her cry for reasons other than despair. Leslie held Danny, and Danny too was nearly in tears as Joseph bombarded his older sister with endless talk about what he'd done since he last saw his sister only around a month ago. The kids knew not to ask Michelle about what happened to her. Not only did Michelle not want to talk or let alone think about it, but her siblings wanted to make sure she was happy by loving her the best they could. At this moment, we were all waiting for dinner to arrive from outside. The sun was setting just outside the window and the town was darkened, as the lantern lighters were probably just about to start making their rounds. Hannah sat beside my little Amelia in the corner reading her a book. Leslie was talking to Danny with both hands on her shoulders, and Joseph sat in the bed in Michelle's arms as they both looked through a comic book. Just then, Michelle pushed the book into Joseph's hands, leaned over the side to pick up the trash can, and threw up into it before placing it back down. Without any word, Danny stood up, took the bag out of the can, tied it off, and Leslie took it from her before whispering to Michelle's mom. "I'll fetch a nurse." Michelle rinsed her mouth out with water and the glass upon the surgical table. The poor girl wobbled in place on the bed before reclining back down, and everyone's eyes went back to where they were, before as she opened the comic book with Joseph again. I saw Danny's head hung, propped up with her clenched hands as she sat on the stool at the foot of the bed, when I heard the words whispered from her mouth. "Lord, this has been happening to her for 2 days now. Why is that? Please tell me. How can I fix her?" There was more she prayed, the more I too wondered what brought about Michelle's recent sickness during recovery. But my attention turned to the girl with the gentle smile and the boy in her arms. She looked restored now, like that bout of sickness had never happened. And I realized I was feeling sick too. Not sick to the point of throwing up, but there was still so much on my mind. I was already aware, falsely, that the elders cared nothing for the safety of the community, so I felt myself getting horrendously sick about the Cade situation, and more particularly, the return of my men. I already knew how I wanted to handle the Cade situation, so now I worried about the return of Paul, Doyle, Herbie, and Graham. How many men did they lose? Was my particular worry. Worrying itself was a hopeless act, so I did the math for the 20th time since I was told about Cade's permitted escape. By my math, the posse out there in the wastes would probably return sometime in the night or sometime in the morning. I found myself tapping my foot, wondering if those men would be in any condition to track down Cade in the morning, and worse, if the morning would be too late. There was no guarantee that Cade would even still be there if he arrived at the place he'd been sending those letters some days ago. Before much else, my Leslie re-entered the room without the bag she exited with, closely followed by Dr. Stepp himself, who only poked his head through the door to say, "Constable, one of your men is in the lobby needing to speak with you." I nodded, wondering if it was someone from the night patrol here to tell me about the arrival of Paul's party. Perhaps they made better time than I thought. Most likely it would be an update or just a messenger. I exited the room, feeling the hand of my wife brush my shoulder as I left through the doorway and headed down the hall to the lobby. To my surprise, the man standing at the counter watching my arrival was a man covered head to toe in dirt, dust, and dried blood, in the vaguest outline of a guardsman uniform beneath it all. The man tilted his hat up as I stepped into the lobby. It was John Langdon. All were fine. They were done with what they needed to do, and the rest were outside. John was sent ahead to ask permission to re-enter town, and if now was a good time for Mr. Graham to come in too. The streetlighters just reaching the poles around the town square beyond the glass, I gave him the paper I had in my pocket half the afternoon and told him, "Not until you find the runaway and find out what he said." John unfolded the paper, studied the name I'd written on there, memorized the coordinates, and seemed to study the rest I had written. After a moment he nodded at me, folded the paper, and placed it in his pocket, then took his dust and blood-covered self back out those doors. The nurse behind the desk looked from me to the doors, still holding a nail file in her hands as a curious look appeared on her face. I tipped my hat to her. She got back to work on her nails, and I followed another nurse with a clipboard into Michelle's room. As the nurse took her place in the middle of the room, and I returned to the chair beside Danny and Leslie, all eyes went straight to the nurse when she looked up from the clipboard to Michelle and said, "Michelle, honey?" The girl met eyes with the nurse, and a confused look took over her face until the nurse said, "The test came back and you're pregnant." Chapter 31, A Change of Heart is a Beautiful Thing. Narrative continued by Nathan Porter. The sun was almost gone, and the town sat dark beyond the plain when the lights around the temple came on. The rest of the boys sat on the rocks or took the moment to bend their legs when John set out towards the gates. Near the bush entanglement behind me, I could hear Duncan pull the entire hide off the desert rat he killed earlier that afternoon in one short tear. "Does anyone want some of this?" asked the kid. No one answered. Some, like Herbie and Clay, were already eating the last scraps of their rations. We'd gotten off the bodies of raiders. I planned on doing the same, not that I had anything against rat. I've had Duncan's rat before, but I really didn't want to wait for him to make a fire and cook it. Paul and Doyle stood along the top of the ridge looking out at the town, and I unslung my pack to get that last can of meat and beans as I heard the sound of the lighter getting flicked on behind me. By the time I turned around, Duncan's fire was already going strong, and Ramos inched himself closer while I removed the can of crap I intended to eat. The rat was beginning to smell wonderful almost as soon as I took a seat on the ground. There I placed my can in the embers of the little flame to at least find some enjoyment from it. A few seconds passed, and I looked across the fire, seeing the faintly illuminated faces of Duncan and Ramos hovering above the little flame, and above the skewered rat resting just above the flame. Ramos had done just as I did with his own can of 200-year-old garbage, and nobody talked for what felt like a long while. The only sound to hear was the gently blowing wind of night and the rustle of the others' footsteps as they took advantage of this moment of rest. Understandably, everything that happened over the past days of running once again put us all in a solemn mood. I found it hard to think of much other than what happened around that raider fort and what Paul did. I'd never seen Paul display such anger and despair at the same time, although I could totally understand. I just don't think I was alone when I thought it all was useless to talk about. The proof of that came from the solitary guardsmen roving around in the quiet darkness, and even in the mood around the flame. However, since that morning at the raider fort, I also found myself thinking a lot about the two faces across the flame, and with our home so close, I felt somewhat desperate to return to at least some amount of normal before we had to face the constable and our friends and families. Looking into the solemn face of Ramos, and then the okay, but quiet face of Duncan, I knew it was only me who could get that ball I mentioned above rolling in some form or another. "How much did you end up getting for those scalps in 89 City?" He and I had talked a bit about his scalping along the way home, but I don't remember where exactly we landed regarding that. The whole thing, the whole trip, and everything that happened on the trip was something that seemed to simply happen, and not much more. The eyes of the young Duncan met me from across the flame, and he answered as casually as I suppose he normally would. 25 caps for 9 scalps put me at 225. Idiot governor stiffed me. Ramos's ears perked up, and I asked, "Why do you say that?" "It more than covered your ammo expense for that rifle of yours." "Yeah, but not much more," said the young Duncan in a low tone before poking a hole in the smoking rat with his knife to ensure the gutless insides cooked good enough. He said he would have paid the 40-cap bounty on 80s if he didn't see us come up from the south. I don't know who told him that, but I think he and that aide of his are just afraid to pay fair for honest work. Duncan sat himself back down. Ramos continued to stare at the flames, but the face of Ramos sat a bit more at ease now. I pulled my can from the flame with my gloved hand before starting to open it. The heat from the inside of the can was very visible in the flame when it merged with the chill night. I looked up to Duncan's face and answered him. "Just be thankful for what you got, Duncan. Governor Trias is a good guy, so don't blame him either. I caught word that they're extra cautious these days since some scalpers out there turning in more than just 80s and raider scalps. Heck, if you didn't come in with Paul or the rest of us, Trias or Sheriff Elias might have had you hanged, instead of paying you for unverified scalps." Ramos removed his can from the flame as well, opened it, and began to let it cool as I started to indulge. The face of Ramos returned to solemnity while his can cooled, and Duncan removed a salt shaker from his pack. Duncan began shaking the valued salt over the roasting rat as he said to me, "What kind of verification does he need to prove 80s versus raiders?" I couldn't help snorting in laughter. I caught it, but Duncan looked up from his work with a faint smile as if to ask what was so funny. "I don't know, Duncan, ha, but I certainly wouldn't encourage that kind of thing if I did know." Duncan's smile disappeared in a flash. Ramos grinned for the first time since he learned his hidden love. Sarah Parsons was killed, and Duncan replied as if he didn't want to show that my remark had gotten to him just a bit. "Fine, don't tell me. I can figure that out on my own next time I'm around 89 City." I chuckled to myself, and Duncan appeared to warm up a bit as the seconds passed, and that faint smile remained on the face of my other young pal, Ramos. "Were you trying to be out there anyway?" I asked Duncan half-jokingly. "I'm sorry?" Duncan asked with another vague outline of a smile. I too wasn't entirely sure what I meant by the question, but it came out of my mouth as soon as a random memory popped into mind. As the calm and dreary introspection continued in the hearts beyond the light of the fire, it felt so good seeing the two youngest men of the Guard smile after all we'd been through in such a short time. Looking at those faces on the other side of the flame, I indulged the youngest. It's just, when I saw what you were doing immediately after the last fight, especially after seeing that wide hat of yours, I seriously thought you were trying to be that glove platoon guy. After my initial shock, of course, ha 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 ha. I couldn't stop myself from chuckling at that memory now a few days in hindsight. Duncan's face was just confused, but the smile on the face of Ramos was a bit wider now, and that felt good. "Who?" asked Duncan shortly. "You never heard the stories about Paul of Glove Platoon? I find that hard to believe since you lived so long out there before coming to New Canaan. I know you've heard of him, Ramos. I'm sorry, I can't say I have." "Who on earth is that?" asked Duncan, and Ramos sat there nodding to himself, eyes still fixed on the flame, but so much brighter now. I eyeballed Ramos and flicked them toward Duncan. "You know the stories, you tell him, Ramos." Ramos adjusted in his place on the ground, sat himself a bit more upright, and swallowed the rest of the food in his mouth. Ramos looked to Duncan, and Ramos started shaking his head all the while. Every now and then, especially when Nathan and I were younger, traders would come in from all over, maybe once a week at the high point. But for a while, traders would come from everywhere you can imagine, each one telling a new story about a guy named Paul, or Paul of Glove Platoon. Ramos paused, and Duncan turned to me with a questioning look for me to answer. "Don't ask. I don't know if Glove Platoon is the name of the settlement he's from, if it's a nickname or what. Nobody does, haha. Anyway, go on, Ramos." Ramos returned to Duncan anyway. Each story around that guy was crazier than the last, and again these stories came from traders, from all over the wastes. So I guess the man had a teleporter or something. "What made the story so crazy?" asked Duncan sternly, but now more intrigued than I think even he thought he'd be. Ramos went on in his best gruff wasteland trader voice, and I recalled each story mentioned fondly. "You fellas hear Paul cleared every golden gecko on the radiation plains south of Twin Falls. Yes, sir, without taking any radiation damage, and without a Geiger counter." Still in that low impression, Ramos continued. "The Parkslander tribe says Paul's the guy who killed all the raiders at Castle Valley using only frag mines. It took him a while, but he did it. Waiting for the raiders to step on them was taking too long, so he ended up storming the camp, tossing frag mines at the raiders like those old frisbee things, ha-ha. Just imagine a guy running through a fortified raider camp holding a stack of mines in one hand and tossing them at raiders with the other hand like it's nothing." Ramos's impression fell apart as he spoke. He was chuckling to himself, too much, and I just had to interject when all those stories I remembered were too much to keep inside. "Remember the time he slew every single Deathclaw in the Tabernacle Hill Cave network using just a BB gun?" Ramos leapt at that, just barely keeping his laughter from becoming too loud in the world beyond the flame. "Didn't they say he bought over 3,000 BBs for that?" "Yeah, nobody knows how he could have taken down the matriarch with 1,000,000 BBs, let alone all her children too with only 3,000, I said, I too barely keeping my tone from becoming too loud when Ramos laughed out. "Remember that one where they said he ran all the way from New Vegas to New Reno backward?" Just then, Duncan finally leaped in, saving us from becoming too joyful in the solemn world beyond the light of the fire. "Okay, so what did this have to do with my hat or my scalping?" Ramos and I collected ourselves in just a moment, but the smiles remained on our faces, and even a bit on Duncan's when I answered. When I saw that, I just thought of the one where they say Paul went from Boneyard on the coast in NCR territory to Circle Junction in Legion territory without spending any caps and without taking any damage. "Okay," said Duncan, waiting for a bit more. Ramos added with a smirk, "They said he made that run in nothing but his underwear, shoes, and a wide fancy hat. The lack of clothes was so that any scrape, bruise, stab wound, or gunshot would show on his skin. The shoes so his feet wouldn't get burned in the sand, and the wide hat to keep his face and shoulders from taking any sun damage. I heard he wore the hat because they say it was such a suave one it got him better prices when he sold the scalps along the way," I said. Ramos shook his head with a smile. Either or. It was a crazy story regardless. Then turned back to Duncan anyway. That's why he was scalping. He couldn't spend a cap in that story, but he could trade raider scalps for goods along the way as needed. A moment of silence hovered between the three of us as Duncan finally removed his rat from the fire. Sitting on his thin cooking pan, he looked about ready to bite into it the second it was cool enough. When it was, and he was ready to dig in, he glanced up to the both of us and carved off 2 slices from the thick back of the little beast. He tossed one to each of us. "Here." The both of us nodded our thank you to Duncan, and after a moment the young man switched his eyes between both of us, Guy sounded like quite the role model. Ramos snickered at that, and the two of us ate our bit of rat with the last of our canned dinner before I took a glance around the area, still seeing all the others quiet in the darkness or staring out at the lights of New Canaan. At last, I stood myself up from the company of the boys and said to Duncan, "You don't hear news stories about that guy in recent years anymore, but wherever he went, his stories are still making us laugh around these parts. It's hard to forget a guy as amusing and legendary as that." I paused, looked over at my LT, Doyle, and all the others on the cliffs, or still stuck in the darkness of the past few days, and said, "In the meantime, we still have our own Paul to worry about. I'm going to see what's what, so you boys sit tight." I departed the company of the young men who both bid me farewell without a word, and I looked out at the lights of New Canaan beyond the darkness of the short desert plain. I stepped up to Carl, Hudson, and Ray along one part of the overlook, just barely hearing the murmuring between Doyle and my LT before I tuned into the conversation beside me. Hudson was right. The market still was pretty busy, even though the sun was barely a glimmer above the west. The lights across town and the market outside were still turning on, although the majority were already bright. All the while, the refugee village down the South Road was shining almost all the time by so many campfires. "I'll bet we're going to have to wait till things die down in the market before Constable will let us back in. At least Graham might have to wait," said Carl. Ray said, "This hidden little overlook is as good a place as any. Where is he, by the way?" The four of us looked around, and I saw Duncan and Ramos still talking lowly by the fire, if not as jovial as before. Graham wasn't beside Duncan and Ramos. By Clyto, Herbine, Paul, or Doyle. He wasn't in the shady brush either. After just a few seconds, we found him. Standing by himself at a different point along the overlook, Joshua stood staring out at that town and that illuminated cross towering above all the other structures as those tiny glimmers of sunlight were about to finally disappear for the night. Upon finding him, we all returned to our lookout over the town as even more lights came on in the market. Eventually, the sun had completely disappeared, and just as the last glimmers of that light went to bed, we saw the tiny shape of a man coming towards us from across the plain just as the clouds gave way to a bit of moonlight. There was no point in checking who it was. It was John, coming back to tell us we could come in. The thought of the constable or the elders or what have you denying our re-entry never crossed our minds until that shape was about 100 yards out. I don't know if the others ever considered that, but perhaps they were thinking that if anyone would be banned re-entry, it would be Graham for breaking his rule about not leaving town. I'd thought of that too along the trek back home, but nobody ever said what we would do if that was the case. Graham barely spoke anything other than short sentences on the entire journey or in general, but I knew that I wasn't the only one who wouldn't have wanted anyone else leading a trip like this one than him. I wasn't sure why I felt that way, but I felt I'd probably be pretty pissed if he wasn't permitted entry. It was pointless to think about what could be when we would learn what is as soon as John scaled the rocks. The small light of Duncan's fire was the only light a mile in any direction by the time John stepped up to Paul and Doyle. My heart thumped as John talked with Paul, and I again wasn't quite sure why. Duncan snuffed his fire, and the lights of the market in New Canaan itself sat alone in a sea of blackness around the open wastes when the voice of Paul sounded from the dark. "All of you, get your kits on. We aren't going home just yet." I was pretty homesick by this point, but I did as instructed without any protest, just like the others. Grabbing my submachine gun off the rock I set it upon, we all congregated around Paul, who too was ready to go in a flash. Graham took his place beside Paul, and my lieutenant nudged the man at his other side. "Care to fill him in, John?" John adjusted the strap on his pack, putting the drum's submachine gun on his shoulder, saying in no more than an inside voice, "The constable needs us to track someone down before he'll permit our return." He paused, just to look at the dark faces around him, when Hudson asked plainly, "Who are we looking for?" John resumed, "I think most everyone in this outfit has met Tom Cade before. I could see Herbie and both of his men, Doyle, and pretty much everyone other than Carl, Ray, and Graham nod their heads. The latter two nodded only out of recalling mention of the man we brought in around about 5 months previously. Constable doesn't seem to think he had a change of heart, so we're going to ask him about it." Without anything else, Duncan was told to take the lead with Graham, and the rest of us were ready to set out. John and Paul spoke with Duncan and Graham at the head, and after a few seconds we walked into the night. All I knew was that we were headed toward that flat, gray, rubble-filled expanse north of our home, and I thought about something Paul said to that bandit leader while we waited for the rest of his men to show up outside Rock Shack. For whatever reason, that memory hit me almost clear as day as I remembered that night in the shot-up shack. A change of heart is a wonderful thing when it happens. Although it's true not everyone who's wronged the community has one. The march began silently, it ended silently, and I thought of that brief night with the outlaw Tom Cade. My thoughts went on, and it appeared as though the return to normalcy, the return to those smiles I saw around Duncan's fire, were going to have to be put on hold for just a bit longer. Knowing that our friendly constable wouldn't be having us track Cade down if he didn't have a change of heart, I knew right then and there that we would have to get just a little bit dirtier before we were allowed to wash our hands of this terrible journey. Late afternoon the next day, in less than 8 hours, we had spent a while wandering into the North Ruins, slept a few hours, and resumed our trek into the ruins of SLC with the assistance of the light of day. It was much easier to track in the daytime, and apparently, we had coordinates to go off of this time. The sun rose steadily higher, and the day went on while the ruins sat eerily quiet for what they usually were. The ruins were truly a very chaotic place under normal circumstances. A person exploring the flat and broken ruins of Salt Lake City could encounter anything from friendly scavenger groups to isolated homesteads, to raiders and cannibals, to every other kind of creature, mutated or otherwise, in the wastes. We slept in the basement of a partially ruined house for a few hours after finally entering the ruins proper during that first night, and when we emerged into the morning light, the ruins continued to sit lifeless to our surprise. We set out slowly at first, looking for signs of life in the mostly rubble heaps part of downtown. Hudson and Duncan had Geiger counters as part of their scout packs, so we steered around the irradiated stretches of ground while we exited the rubble plains back into the outskirts of the city, where structures were crumbled but still standing. Still, there was nothing, even as the minutes turned into hours and the slow march turned steadier. It was almost as if everything in the city was avoiding us. Since leaving that basement, passing through the rubble plains, and entering the vast expanse of neighborhoods, the sound of gunfire in the distance was an almost constant addition to the ambiance. Experience in the ruins told us it was anything from scavenger groups battling it out to scavers and raiders, rubble dwellers and critters, to anything else. At one point, Doyle mentioned a time when his team encountered a group of crazed military robots at an army checkpoint near the neighborhood we were passing through, and although this kept us vigilant, the chances of those robots being junked and the checkpoint demolished by scavers was very high in the years since. As the sporadic crackle of gunfire ensued in the distance, we were nearing the coordinates after almost 3 straight hours of walking through one identical neighborhood after another. Just past noon, and as the sun was just beginning to lower into the west, I saw the first sign of life. It was a family of golden geckos crossing the road in the distance. I didn't know where they were going, but we never slowed our pace, merely just getting our weapons ready. One of the baby geckos saw us approaching as it crossed the street, opened its mouth wide, and outstretched its hands as it began to charge Paul, now at the head of the group. Paul didn't stop, just keeping his hand on the pistol at his hip, until one of the larger geckos immediately saw what its child was going to do and lurched out of the little formation. The large gecko seized the aggressive baby's head in its mouth gently, and the little body squirmed in protest. The adult paused to look at us for a moment, with the baby still hanging from its mouth, then suddenly dashed for the bushes with the rest of its family, who'd already continued on into the wash. It was almost like the adult knew what we would do to the baby if it didn't scoop it away fast enough. Within the next hour or two, we saw a couple other creatures, mostly scorpions, skittering around a distant remnant of an office complex. It was also around that time that I saw a great rad bear, or yao guai, as wasters referred to them. I never did learn why wasters called them that when I figured bear or rad bear seemed an adequate enough means of description. Anyway, I saw that thing walking through the middle of a dead-end road that ended in a circle of houses. I'm pretty sure that sort of thing is called a cul-de-sac. Anyway, it was probably 15 minutes after seeing that rad bear when Paul passed down the line. Looks like we're coming up on it now. Doyle and Herbie immediately jogged forward to join Paul's flanks, while the rest of us looked up ahead in the distance. Perhaps 100 yards away was what appeared to be a single-story hardware store on the corner of a street that no longer really existed thanks to the sun and time. It was a little hard to make out much more than the sandbags on the roof of the structure from where I was at the moment, but on the opposite corner of the ancient intersection was a tall billboard still towering despite the years and fading of the picture. The sign was at one point probably dark red with a black silhouetted soldier on it, apparently driving his bayonet rifle into something. That something was just a large black and red eye. The bold black text across the top appeared to read, "Beware communist spies," and on the bottom of the billboard was an old-world phone number I could barely make out even if I had a communist neighbor to rat out, and the line still worked. We stepped closer, maybe 50 yards, before reaching the decayed parking lot of the old hardware store when Paul passed down the line. If he tries to run, shoot him down. All of us took that as the cue to fan out, and we approached the building in one staggered line across the whole street, closing in on the last bit of distance to cover. The place looked dead in all honesty. The windows were boarded up with plywood, and although there were crates, bus benches, workbenches, trash, debris, car husks, and lots of other junk up against the walls or scattered throughout the lot, it didn't look like anyone had used this place in weeks, except for that empty two-handled cart out front. Perhaps he took off days ago. Perhaps we won't get to return home tonight if we gotta figure out where he went. This was what I thought before I was immediately proven wrong. Maybe 30 yards from the cart, the door to the shop itself creaked open, and a man emerged back first, since he apparently had a heavy stack of something in both hands. We slowed our advance. The character was totally oblivious to our arrival as he emerged out the doors, turned away from us, and took the few short steps toward the cart out front. All I could make out of the man was a heavy brown jacket, a ratty blue baseball cap, and some khaki-colored pants. The man reached the cart, heaved the stack of items onto the edge of the thing, and we continued forward while he put both arms on his hips, apparently winded from the heavy load. Just then, he perked his head up, whipped to face us, and a clear look of astonishment was seen on the man's face beneath the brim of the cap. He took a step back, feeling the cart obstruct his retreat, and his hand went to his hip before his gaze went rapidly in every other direction at the realization he didn't have his weapon on his person. The man appeared to squint at us for a moment and then stood himself up right when we were less than 20 yards from him, and Cade said to us, "Oh, hey. Hey, guys, you startled me. Almost didn't recognize you as New Canaan's guards with all that dirt." 15 yards away, and the sound of a dozen weapons rustling echoed in the breeze as Cade shifted 2 slow steps towards the door. "Did Mr. and Mrs. Langenbach send you? They're too kind. I was going to send them a letter when—" He turned his head briefly towards a glimmering little object atop a wooden crate beside the door, and Paul's voice on my right interrupted him. "No, the constable sent us." "That so? Well, you can tell him I'm—" We all raised our weapons without order, and Cade's foot hovered in place as Paul barked out, "If you take one more step, you're going to be shot." He froze, and Paul, Herbian, and Doyle closed the rest of the short distance in the blink of an eye. Cade began to scream out, "What are you doing? I didn't do anything!" But then he was brought to the ground by the 3 men, and he struggled, violently in their grips as Paul shouted, "Nate, get your bat at the ready! You too, Hudson!" Without even thinking about it, I drew the nightstick from my belt and took my place beside Hudson over Cade's frantic legs, while the rest of us closed around him and the cart in a close circle. All the while, the man struggled helplessly but angrily in the grip of Paul, Doyle, and Herbian, as my lieutenant screamed into his face, "Why are you out here?" Cade kicked and moved and shouted back, "The elders approved. I'm allowed to be out here." Paul shouted in return, "I don't care. Why are you out here?" Cade's attempts at struggle became limp and resigned, spitting back still enraged, "I'm meeting a friend. What does it matter? Elders themselves said I could." "A friend you used to run with?" shouted Doyle, pinning down Cade's right arm. A moment passed, and Cade's eyes scanned all of the faces encircling him. "No," he said after 2 seconds, which was 2 seconds too long for an answer. Paul's eyes met mine. "Nate, go for it." Without even thinking about it, I did go for it. I brought the nightstick down on Cade's right leg in an instant. Immediately, the bone of Cade's shin shattered, and the man howled terribly. The worst part, I think, was the fact that I could feel it. I could feel the bone of his shin turn to dust trapped inside a case of skin and muscle, even as I brought it down again. Then again, then again. In 4 blows, I battered his shin again, then ankle, then foot. They were just letters to my gang. "I've been absent for so long," screamed the man as blood trickled out his open mouth. One look into his open maw showed he'd bitten his tongue in the agony of my blows as I stood up, ready to do it again if my LT told me to. "You've been sending letters too? I didn't know about this," said Paul calmly. "How long has this been going on? What have you been writing about?" Cade looked at the faces nearest him, not angry anymore, just bloody and full of pain. His eyes went all around the circle of men who'd treated him so well in his captivity as he fought back the pain in his legs and mouth. He looked ready to do the rest of this honestly if it meant his legs wouldn't get any more crippled. Then his eyes landed on Graham. Cade's eyes grew wide at this, seeing Graham standing directly over himself between his two restrained legs. The man laid there silently, propped up by Paul, Herbin, and Doyle, unable to answer any of the questions as he looked up at the burned man towering over his helpless condition. After a moment, Graham slowly moved his boot towards Cade's shattered right shin and rested it gently on it, causing the man to wince. Cade appeared to plead with his eyes alone for the burned man to not add any more pressure. The little pressure on his shin alone was already too much. Cade's gaze remained locked on that of the burned man, and squatting behind the man ass back between Cade and the getaway cart, Paul spoke into Cade's ear for all to hear. "You said the elders approved your little vacation?" Cade nodded, still staring at Joshua. "I'm not surprised. They're pretty trusting. Probably forgot all about what the constable and I told them about you. But do you remember what you told us about you?" Cade remained silent, and after a moment, Paul reminded Cade of a talk he had with him the night we got away from the rest of his crew. "You told me to my face, that leaves a bigger share of the reward from Mr. Graham's location to me. Once I finally escape or get free from town. Could it be that this is what your vacation away from the Langenbachs was about? What is your little cart here all about?" At last, Cade, still looking up at Joshua, said to Paul, "You're right." He spat some blood from his mouth onto his lap. Never breaking his gaze from Graham, "I did tell you I'd make my escape. But there's a caveat, I swear. Please believe me, I've changed." "And in what way have you changed?" asked Paul like he was lecturing a new guardsman. Cade hesitated, and the boot of Graham on the shin added another micrometer of pressure, for starters. "I don't have any more leverage over you guys. Everyone out there knows Graham is alive. It's only Caesar knows Graham is alive, and in these parts... Because of you, right?" screamed Paul. Cade spat blood as he shrieked, "No! Yes, but it's not like that." "Yes? No? What is it like?" demanded Herbien. "What were the letters about? Were you telling your friends about our friend here?" asked Paul with fire in his eyes, gesturing toward the silent burned man. Cade sputtered out frantically, eyes darting every direction. The letters were for them to pass on to the Mazers. Mostly, I felt the eyes of myself and many others grow wide at this confirmation. I personally had never seen someone dig their own grave before, but I admired the honesty. Perhaps men really could change in some ways. Just then, Doyle's eyes went to Herbien and Paul as he asked, "I wonder what our friend who was working for the Mazers, one of Caesar's open auxiliaries in the East, could want from their inside man and former mercenary captain sent in search of Graham." "I'm not sure, Doyle," replied Herbien sarcastically. "Perhaps he just had those letters forwarded to someone else." The pain in Cade's leg and mouth subsided enough for him to spit angrily. "You want it straight? Fine, yeah. I was having my letters forwarded to Caesar. So yes, Caesar knows his legate is alive and walking around Utah. But so what? Everyone out there already knows he survived or heard stories of him walking the wastes after his fall off the Grand Canyon." Paul looked up at Hudson. "Hudson, go for it." Just as I had done to the leg of the mercenary Tom Cade, so Hudson had done to the other. Blow after blow was delivered, and the man's words morphed into cries of agony as his other leg was rendered useless. All the while Graham stood in place, lording over the Judas, and the sweat of my palms did little to break my grip on my nightstick. Several moments passed as Cade's cries weakened, and he was kept awake by slaps from the men holding his arms and upper half upright. "So where's your friend, Cade?" The man huffed and puffed, and the rest of us remained dead silent as tears of pain rolled down his cheeks, and more blood seeped from his mouth to his chest. "He left. Yesterday." "To go get your buddies?" asked Paul calmly. "No, not yet." Cade spat onto his lap to tell them where to meet me. "At the next safe house." "Shame you can't meet them now," said Doyle. "I assume that's what the cart's for." Cade nodded painfully. "Looks like we found you just in time then." A moment of silence began. The winds died down, and the sun was hotter than ever as it continued, sinking into the west from so high above. In the silence, Paul removed himself from behind Cade and took his place next to Graham. Doyle and Herbien dragged Cade to lean him against the wooden cart and released his arms to join the circle around him. As Paul stood looking down at Cade beside Graham and myself, we all watched the man slowly restore his breathing until Paul asked him, "So why did you do it?" We waited, the man fighting for consciousness out of a fighter's instinct. His arms fell limp and he cocked his chin up slightly, breaking the stream of blood connecting his chin to his chest as he said, "Do what?" Paul and the other LTs exchanged a small chuckle before my LT said, Why, tell Caesar about our brother here. Cade spat again onto his chest, barely able to look up as he said. I told him he was alive. I had proof. I'd been commissioned to do it, and so I did. I'd seen him near New Canaan, never in New Canaan. You're welcome for that, by the way. Still, my word was my proof, not like all the other words you hear out there. For the briefest moment, I felt pretty bad about my role in this whole thing. He was right, in a sense. Hearing wasters in the market talk of Graham, the man joining us on this whole trip, was happening the night we set out in search of Michelle's attackers. A small fact that was lost in the urgency and pace of the trip as we sought our retribution. Now, whether it was him and his letters over the months that told the wasteland about his survival, or if stories of the Grand Canyon evolved into common sightings of him, I don't know. What we do know is that Cade told Caesar he had proof, and his word meant something to the dictator of those lands in the far south and east. Clearly resigned to his pain and what he'd done, Cade went on weakly as he continued to slow his breathing and collect himself. I told him he visited and then left. I lied. Caesar ain't coming for you all, but he'll definitely be coming for him. At the last word, Cade made a weak gesture with his head up to the man towering above him. All of us stood in place as another moment of silence consumed the world around our bubble. I didn't know what to think. There was something fighting inside myself to keep another something out of mind, and for the life of me, I couldn't figure out what that was, even now come to think of it. Finally, the burned and wrapped man staring down at Cade broke the silence. It's the same thing. Him coming for me is coming for everyone. The broken and weakened body before us merely shook his head and let another long stream of thick blood fall from his mouth. Not sure I buy that, but he didn't even think of that. I personally was more inclined to believe the man beside my LT who'd known who Caesar was for decades. However, that didn't seem to matter when we all studied the condition of Cade once more, and my LT said, "You never answered my question, Cade. You never answered why you ran away, why you reached out to Caesar in the first place." Cade looked up, a bit more collected now, as he said, "You said it yourself. Or rather, I said it. There was money in it. And you said you changed?" said Paul, the fire in his eyes back to a roaring inferno. "I did," said Cade exhaustedly. "I truly still like Jesus. You all treated me pretty great over the months, far better than I expected, honestly. But I could never live with the Langenbachs forever, or do menial work in an isolated town forever. Had to get a jump start on my future somehow, and the only thing I was left with was a lottery ticket I could still cash before it went void. Figure New Canaan wouldn't mind if they were one runaway son short one day." He glanced up at Graham, no offense. At this moment, I suddenly found myself thinking about the Bible, in particular the parts about Judas. Why did Judas betray Jesus Christ? Money. Simple as that. Still a fairly decent disciple from what I imagine, really did like Jesus. But the key word there was like and not love. The Son of God knew where he was going to be headed, and Judas probably thought he'd get a head start on his life after the work at the cross. I don't know how much of a life 30 silver pieces could get someone in the days of Christ, but I also didn't know how much Cade was going to be paid for sending his proof of Graham's survival to Caesar. Suppose none of that really matters when the result's the same. Silence continued its reign after Cade was done speaking until he continued to seek his role in the grand plan through justification. "This is your own fault, you know." Everyone remained dead silent, staring with blank faces at the Judas with useless legs. "You people really think men can change wholeheartedly after just a few months of Bible study and kindness?" Still, nobody said a word, even as Cade's words perplexingly seemed to make my own inner rage cool. At last he added with another bloody stream onto his own abdomen, "I mean, look at him. You think he's changed?" The chin went up towards the wrapped man before him. A brief glance past Paul showed Graham was the only one with the fire still burning in those eyes between the wrappings. The rest of us knew what was next, but only one of us on our side had a part to play in this historic cycle. No, most men can't change entirely. Neither you can, nor I. But what we can change is where we steer those things that drive us. Cade glanced up, mouth bloody, and face covered in dirt and dried tears as he met the eyes between the wrappings. "It's you who has ruined me. They will hunt me now. The Frumentarii and Caesar won't find any reason to come and harm my home if I'm not there, but they may still. And it was you who made whatever's next happen. I really liked my home, but I suppose this was all inevitable." Graham paused to reach for something in the slim pack on his back. After a second, he took a step forward, standing almost on top of the man as he extended a small sack over the head of Cade. Graham slowly started to turn the sack as he began. "You did it for the money? Well, here." The sack turned and the contents began to drop out of it at a slow pace in the form of shining coins over the head of Cade, who couldn't look up. Cade embraced the coins falling onto his head, and the man didn't look up or count the NC coins, bottle caps, and even gold Legion pieces that rained over him into the dirt. "Here you go. Here's all the money you could ever need on this side of heaven." Cade and everyone else stayed silent as the bag was overturned and then shaken out over his head. Graham ensured the bag of mixed currency was completely empty, and when the last stubborn coin fell out, Cade looked up to the face of Graham with something on his lips. That something couldn't be said because his pained eyes grew wide when, instead of seeing Graham's eyes, Cade saw the pistol leveled to his forehead. That look of surprise was frozen on Cade's face as his head slammed into the edge of the cart at the first shot. At the second shot, his right eye was gone, and the contents of the cart were streaked in so much more red. By the fourth shot, Cade's head could not be recognized as that of a human's, and by the last shot, there were 3 new bleeding holes in his chest that had painted the surrounding dirt the same color as the back of the cart. Laying there, surrounded in blood and shining coins, the nearly headless body of Cade sat frozen in the parking lot of that hardware store in the northern ruins of SLC. As the last of the smoke trickled out of the barrel of Graham's .45 pistol, he pulled up a fresh magazine from a pouch on his vest, and I think I was the only one who noticed that it wasn't Graham's. .45 pistol, it was Michelle's. With nothing left to say, all eyes went to Graham as he turned to face us. He released the slide on the pistol and placed it behind his back as the one on his hip hung free of use. After a moment, he turned towards the setting sun and then back to us before saying simply what we were all thinking. "Let's head back." The constable's request had been accomplished. Perhaps not the way he may have imagined, but accomplished nonetheless. Cade was dealt with and wasn't worth wasting any more thoughts on when what he'd done would be enough to think about. We'd been gone from the home we so loved for more than a week now, and we were ready to go back. In less than 10 seconds after Graham holstered the pistol, we were already walking south with plenty on our minds to consume the silence. A brief glance to the rear before leaving the site of Cade's execution showed me it was only Duncan who I thought I saw pocket one of the coins around Cade's corpse as we began our march home. I didn't think much of that, but Duncan's been acting pretty strange this whole trip. Then again, we all were in more ways than one, so who was I to judge? Narrative continued by Constable Obadiah Hanshaw. When the gates creaked open that next night revealing my sons, it was a shock to see that each and every one of them that left in the night, a week and a half previously, were standing there in the entryway. Paul immediately stepped forward, and every part of me wanted to shout at them, tell them how they should never have done that, how they'd deserted their posts, but all of their faces were filled with something I hadn't ever seen in them before. Silence as my mouth hung open, and Paul stepped forward till at last he was in front of me and I had no control over it as I threw my arms around my son. He told me how sorry he was on behalf of all of them. All the faces behind him, standing distantly out of earshot, nodded solemnly at me as I felt my son nearing 40 leave my shoulder wet. I'd never seen him cry openly since he was a boy, but I told him like the father I knew I was to him. "It's all right, son. I understand." One by one, the dust-covered men behind him stepped away, all the younger faces slowly heading left towards the barracks, and all the older heading right towards their homes on that side of town. Watching each one silently depart, I scanned the group one more time, and it occurred to me that I didn't see Mr. Graham. For the briefest moment, I wondered if he was harmed or even killed out there in the wilderness, but the thought soon disappeared from my mind when I moved Paul away from me, keeping both arms on his shoulders to tell him, "Let's go visit your family. Michelle's been needing her dad lately." My son nodded and collected himself as we both departed side by side to the town square and clinic of Dr. Stepp. The footsteps of my other sons trailed off in different directions and down different streets. I would learn only a little later that Mr. Graham was actually fine. For the time being, Graham was camping at a hidden little spot some distance away from the market overlooking New Canaan, and there he would remain until one of the men could ask my permission for his entrance or not. His close exile from our walls was voluntary now, but not needed as I had no idea what had happened out there in the group's immediate return. However, an idea of what happened, a confirmation of what I could speculate, showed itself when I followed close behind Paul into the room where his daughter and family sat. The poor girl, her mother, and even her siblings grew tears in their eyes when they saw their dad step through the doors covered in so much dust and blood with a submachine gun slung over his shoulder. When Paul stood before the bed where his daughter sat, he froze in place, not knowing what to say as he glanced at his person, probably realizing how he truly looked for the first time in days. After a moment, Danny stood herself up, Paul glanced at her, and then back to Michelle before reaching into a pocket on his vest. The sand fell to the ground around his feet in the clean room when the Velcro gave its distinct sound. He removed a dull but faintly shiny little object from the pocket, and it hung from a small chain as he extended it in his hand towards Michelle. After a moment, Michelle's eyes were still going from the object to her dad's face, and the tears began to stream down her cheeks like they hadn't before, when he at last croaked out, "I got your locket back, Michelle. I'm so sorry I had to leave for a while." Immediately, Danny embraced him and he broke down like I'd never seen before in the arms of his wife. Danny cried into his shoulder, and Hannah and Joseph ran to comfort their sister on the bed, and that was all I could handle for the moment, as I saw myself out to leave my son alone with his family. My son. My sons were back, and they'd done things out there that I knew they never wanted to have to do, but they did it so well. They did what was needed in this time where the elders, my bosses, were too busy talking. They did it with the help of someone who couldn't come back that night, but someone who understood the world out there. I could only wonder how Paul would take the news of his daughter's pregnancy and what the future out there would entail as I walked back to my own wife and child. I think this was the moment I was about to return to the community and people I so loved, even though I had never physically left. End of act.